The entire majestic estate, which was hidden in the high mountains, was now engulfed in flames, and its inhabitants were deprived of life. The gang of villains noticed that only one of the clan remained alive. It was our hero, and he could barely stand on his feet. 3 thugs with evil smiles on their faces approached this guy to get rid of him too. But the main character was not going to give up. He used magic to lift a sword lying nearby and spun it around himself in the air. One of the villains was not afraid of the hero. He only said that the guy still had a chance to leave this life quickly. This did not frighten the hero. The guy sent the offender and with the help of magic threw a sword at the villains, but they did not even move. The protagonist tensed up when he saw that his flying sword was no match for the villains because they had a magical protective barrier. The 3 thugs advised our hero to run while he could and were ready to attack him in return. The 2 men who stood behind their leader put their hands together and activated their magical skills. The protagonist became wary when giant stone hands emerged from the ground right in front of him, intending to grab him. The hands tried to grab the guy, but he rose up above the ground in time and surrounded his body with a bright magical blue light. The young man shouted, ordering his sword to return to him, and the weapon instantly flew up. The boy took the sword in his hand and began to swing it, leaving bright streaks of light in the air to fight against the enemy flames. The protagonist became worried when one of the enemies called him a fool, grinned slyly, and used another technique against him. The 3 men stood looking at the sky when a large flash of fire appeared in front of them. Their leader, holding his hands behind his back, began to threaten our hero that the guy would soon die. The man closed his eyes, and when a bright blue mist formed around him, he opened them and said that he had finally found her. He was talking about the Shadow Lotus, the girl who was now standing next to our hero and protecting the guy from his offenders. The girl looked at the 3 men with anger, and then, hovering in the air with the guy, directed a giant stream of energy against them. The destructive force took the lives of 2 bandits, and the sword hung right above the head of their leader, while our heroes hung in the air. The leader of the offenders asked the hero how he dared to do this, and stated that they, the disciples of the inner sect, would not leave him alone. But our heroes did not spare the enemy. The sword took the life of the man with long gray hair, leaving no chance to survive. When they returned to Earth, the boy immediately asked his sister what she was doing there. The sister asked him to keep quiet because she had to be with him, and the indignant guy said that she knew that the disciples of the inner sect could kill her. As Lotus asked how she could abandon her brother, another inner sect minion appeared in midair and asked the hero if he was going to continue to stand behind his sister. The girl advised our hero to run, but he shouted that he intended to protect his sister, and the man asked if he had a son. The protagonist shouted back that he had a son, and one day he was going to get even with the man and grind him into dust. The man replied that he hated brats like our hero, and activated his magical power, filling the entire space with bright, multicolored circles. But our hero was not going to give up. He also made a gesture with his hands to use magical power against the sect's henchmen. The boy directed dozens of sharp swords at the man, which rushed towards their target at a furious speed, leaving traces of blue light in the air. But the swords did not reach their target. They all exploded right in the air, and then, having caught fire, fell to the ground, and our hero was in a stupor. The boy's eyes widened as he saw the shocking sight before him, his sister covering him with her back to protect her brother. Finally, she said goodbye and handed her brother a letter with glowing hieroglyphs, saying that he must return and save them all. The main character was against it. He shouted for her not to do it, but it was too late. A bright light filled the entire space around them. The piece of paper in the boy's hand glowed purple, and his sister told him that he should live his life happily. Our hero was already beginning to be sucked into another space. He tried to shout to his sister, but she calmly told him that they would see each other soon. The guy couldn't hold back his tears. He wanted to stay with his sister. Our hero screamed loudly and told the girl how much he loved her. A large magical whirlpool formed, into which our hero was sucked. He was still screaming, begging his sister not to do this. A second later, the guy found himself in a completely different place and time. Opening his eyes, he was crying loudly, and someone was calling Yenner. The main character finally came to his senses when he heard his name. He lay on the green desk and cried. Yenner was shocked. He sat up straight and saw the teacher in front of him, looking at him questioningly. Just an hour ago, the action took place on planet Earth, in an ordinary school where our main character studied. During recess, the boy was walking alone and in a bad mood along the school corridor. Everyone was looking at him askance. The girls, seeing the guy, immediately started discussing him. They called him a piece of trash left over from the Ye family, and also sterile. Our hero's name was Ye Mo. He was the third-generation representative of the Ye family. Not long ago, he was called the Young Master. But now, everything has changed. After his father's death 2 years ago, he was cast out from the family because a DNA test showed that he was not his biological son. Upset after hearing schoolgirls whispering behind his back, the protagonist slammed open the classroom door. Clenching his fists in anger, the boy walked inside, and his classmates already sitting there immediately turned their attention to him. Yemo gritted his teeth in anger as everyone in the class started to talk about him. And someone asked why this guy still had the courage to show up here. As he was walking to his seat, someone deliberately bumped into him with their shoulder. His classmate looked at him angrily, called him trash, and asked why he was looking at him. Yemo felt extremely uncomfortable at school. He knew that everything had changed after he was kicked out of his family. As the boy sat down at his desk, he thought about how after the medical examination, everyone knew that he could not have children, and this terrified him. The news spread in an instant, and even those people who previously treated him well are now making fun of him. Yamao noticed the couple who entered the classroom. The girl looked at the guy in surprise because she didn't expect him to be here. Forcing a desperate smile, the protagonist asked the girl if she thought he would not come to class again. The girl confessed to Ye Mo that she had been on good terms with him before because he was from the Ye family, and asked him not to blame her for the fact that things had changed now. The classmate hugged the girl and told Ye Mo that she was now his girlfriend, calling him a stray dog. And our hero replied that he would have as many girls as he wanted, so it was not a problem. The protagonist was seething with rage when a classmate walked past him and told Yemo that he was really pathetic. Yemo took out a white piece of paper from his pocket. It was a letter he had written in advance for one of his classmates. When everyone was already sitting at their desks, the guy suddenly stood up, which again attracted the attention of all his classmates. Everyone noticed that Yemo was about to do something. They saw him walk towards Yan Yan, and they were interested in watching this show. The protagonist felt awkward, stuttered as he turned to Yan Yan and handed her the note. And the girl asked young Master Ye what he wanted. Everyone thought the guy had given her a love note when, sweating from awkwardness, Yemo handed her the letter and asked Yan Yan to read it when she had time. Yemo was horrified when the girl, interested, immediately began to open the letter. Because he didn't want her to read it right there, Yan Yan stood up and, clicking her heels, walked straight to the teacher's desk, opened the letter, and was ready to read it to everyone. Yemo was dumbfounded when Yan Yan read the letter out loud about how much the boy loved her and said that it was written disgustingly. The main character didn't even know what to say when the girl accused him of sentimentality. He stood there with his eyes wide open and sweating profusely. The heartless Yan Yan looked into his eyes and admitted that she had only praised him before because he was the young master. The class erupted in loud, evil laughter when Yan Yan declared that she was simply sickened by the fact that this coward and loser hoped to be her boyfriend. Yemo simply sat back silently and clutched his head as Yan Yan continued to mock him, reminding him that he couldn't have children. The main character understood that it was all over. For him, it was like death. And everyone around him continued to laugh loudly at him. So the boy fell asleep and woke up when his classmates started poking him in the back and asking him to get up quickly because an important lesson was about to begin. Another classmate, seeing Yemo sleeping, guessed that this idiot was simply ashamed to look people in the eye, so he hid his face. When Yemo woke up in the classroom after the battle with the intersex minions, he was in a daze because he didn't know where he was. The guy didn't understand who all these people were. He looked around, assuming that these were people from the Western Stream Gate. The protagonist tensed up and clapped his hands to use his magical power against the people from the West Stream Gate. Yemo was in despair because he couldn't use True Ki. And then he was horrified when he realized something even more nightmarish. He looked at his palms in horror and realized that his recovery was now completely gone. The main character glanced sideways at the guys sitting behind him. They were all making fun of the boy, who looked stunned. One of the cocky classmates approached the boy and asked young Mr. Ye why he was silent, and then put his hand on his shoulder. The classmate raised one eyebrow in surprise as Yemo glared at him angrily and squeezed his hand with his own. The teacher entered the room. She asked what happened and whether everyone hadn't heard that the bell had already rung for class. The bully immediately left because Wu Qingping came in. Yan Yan also moved away from the teacher's desk, where the teacher stood. The teacher asked Yemo where he was going since class was about to start, when our hero simply stood up silently and walked out of the classroom, not understanding what was going on. Confused, he wandered through the school corridor. The main character had no idea what kind of place he had ended up in. He walked to the window and looked out. The guy realized that this place was completely different from the Luo Yue continent where he was used to living. The protagonist had a suspicion that he was reborn again in a completely different world. His eyes were full of horror. Yemo decided to leave the building. He sat down on the bench in front of the fountain to think things over when he heard a strange sound. Remembering his last meeting with his sister, the boy, clutching his head, assumed that that piece of paper had transported him to this place. He didn't know what happened to his master after he suddenly refused to marry, which caused the destruction of their entire Divine Medicine Gate clan. The guy asked himself to forget about it, because it was pointless, because now he didn't even have the ability to recover. As he sat on the bench, two guys passed by him. They looked at the guy with suspicion and were surprised to see him there. These guys immediately started gossiping that it was Yemo, who confessed to Yan Yan and was cruelly rejected in front of the entire group. Then the memories of life in this world began to clear up. Yemo began to recall the facts of his new life with his eyes closed. Yemo remembered that he was originally a descendant of one of the 5 largest families in China. But then tests showed that he was not his father's son. The protagonist remembered that after this he was thrown out of his family, and now in the city of Ninghai, he leads his hard life. He became even more worried when he heard these guys discussing that it was obvious from our hero that he could not have children. The students who were discussing our hero left, laughing, claiming that Yemo looked like a dead eunuch. The protagonist was stunned when he heard that he was reborn in the body of a eunuch. The guy shuddered and grimaced. Yu Miu ran to the toilet at full speed to check if he really couldn't have children as the guys gossiped. The guy ran into the toilet. He hoped it was a joke, and said that it would be better if he didn't reincarnate if it turned out to be true. Nervously, the protagonist urgently checked this and was convinced that the rumors were true. At first the guy was angry, then he was desperate, but then an idea came into his head. He said it was good that the situation did not look like real atrophy, but more like a blockage of the meridians. Yemo knew that in Luoyua continent, the methods to treat this problem were very simple. One only needed to reach the 3rd level of Qi training. The guy was worried that he was now on the earth with a subtle aura of heaven and earth, and reaching the 3rd level of Qi training would not be so easy. The main character was in despair. He wondered if he would really die in obscurity on this earth in the body of an old eunuch. Yemo walked out of the toilet and began to sadly wander alone in the corridor. The students passing by turned their attention to him. The guy was completely immersed in his thoughts. He walked down the corridor, looking at the floor, and did not pay attention to anyone. Our hero got into trouble when he accidentally bumped shoulders with a girl, and she screamed loudly. Indignantly, the girl asked the hero what he was doing and why he was walking without looking ahead. But Yemo did not react in any way. The main character turned around and hesitated to answer the indignant girl, but she stopped her gaze on him. Suddenly, the female student's eyes widened when she recognized the guy as her friend and screamed, asking if he was Yemo. Yemo asked in surprise if he knew the girl, and she was indignant because she had lent him money before. But now he was pretending that they were strangers. The guy finally remembered that this girl's name was Wang Ying. They met in the capital, and now they study at the same educational institution. He remembered that after he was expelled from the Ye family, Wang Ying was the only one who didn't bully him and even lent him money. Seeing that Yemo had become silent and thoughtful, Wang Ying asked the guy if he was okay. Yemo felt awkward, apologized for not recognizing her, and justified himself by saying that his head was really not working well today. Wang Ying shouted that she heard what happened in their group today and criticized Yan Yan. The main character was taken aback by his friend's behavior. And then he thought again that only one person can be considered a real beauty. Lost in thought, Yemo accidentally said out loud the name of the master, the girl he considered a true beauty. Wang Ying didn't hear what Yemo said and asked him about it again, trying to look into the thoughtful guy's eyes. Our hero did not repeat himself. He said that he still had things to do, so he needed to leave. So he turned around and left her alone. Wang Ying's eyes widened in surprise when she heard the boy's stomach growling loudly. And Yemo thought how troublesome a mortal's body was. The guy realized that he would have to consume ordinary earthly food, and reached into his pocket, and then happily discovered something there. The main character took out only a few coins from his pocket, which were clearly not enough for him to eat properly. Yemiu felt depressed, and Wang Ying asked if the guy didn't have any money again. The girl scratched her head and said that there really was nothing to take from him, so she decided to take him to a restaurant where they cooked good-tasting grilled meat. The protagonist sat across from her at the table and thoughtfully looked out the window. Wang Ying asked him to wait a little before they started eating. Yemo sighed heavily because he knew how pitiful he was in this world where he couldn't even eat without people's help. Wang Ying was grilling meat. and Yemo was thinking that he only knew her because she was his younger sister Yeling's classmate. The guy knew that the Ye family had contacts with the Wang family, and Wang Ying looked careless. But the girl clearly had a good heart. Closing his eyes, the protagonist, remembering the Ye family, understood that this was a very difficult family. Thinking back to his past in Yemo's body, he realized that from the moment he was born, he had no memories of his mother. He knew that he had a younger sister and brother, and they had hardly communicated while his father was alive because they were only half related. When Yemo was kicked out of the family, his sister Ye Ling hated him for some reason. But it was no surprise to him because it was because of the struggle for money. The guy suggested that the evidence of his lack of relationship with his father was simply forged by someone from his family. He knew that the main human feeling is indifference, because all his friends who were there before because of money had disappeared. Yemo felt sad because after being expelled from the family, other than Wang Ying, there were only 1 or 2 people who did not draw a line between him and themselves. A joyful Wang Ying announced that the meat was ready and offered the guy to finally fill their stomachs. In response, the girl heard only silence. The main character was so deep in thought that he did not react to Wang Ying's words. The boy came to his senses and abruptly removed his hand from his face when Wang Ying asked him, noticing that Yemo was acting strangely. The main character looked away from the girl and did not explain to her why he was behaving so mysteriously. Ye Miu and Wang Ying started eating dinner, using chopsticks to pick up the hot meat that the girl had grilled from the grill. Wang Ying asked the guy to stop being silent and asked if he had heard about that story with Ningqing Shui. Ye Miu sincerely asked who Ningqing Shui was, causing Wang Ying to be surprised because this girl was his fiancée. At first, the guy was stunned when he heard that he had a fiancée, but then his memory cleared and he remembered that incident. 2 years ago, Ye Wentian, his father, already knew that he had health problems. So before his death, he proposed to the Ning family to marry the children of their families. This marriage allowed her to rise even higher in status. So the Ning family happily agreed to the proposal. An image of his bride appeared in the guy's head. He remembered that her name was Ningqing Shui. She was a brunette with blue eyes. Ye Mo asked what happened to his fiancée, and Wang Ying said that the Ning family had broken off the engagement last week. She said that after Ye Mo was expelled from his family, his relatives suggested that the Ning family go to Ninghai and find the guy themselves. The girl said that according to rumors, the Ning family was very angry that they could not break off the engagement. But another funny story happened. Ye Mo listened with interest to Wang Ying's story about how 3 days later, the princess of the Ning family suddenly decided to announce something. According to Wang Ying, Ningqing Sui said that she didn't plan to marry anyone except Ye Mo, which was very strange. The guy suggested that he was that popular, to which Wang Ying said that this couldn't be true and that he shouldn't be such a narcissistic idiot. The girl said that this happened because people from the Song family came to Ningqing Shui to have a talk with their young master Song Shaowen. Ye Mo knew that the Song family in China was as big as the sun at its zenith, and even the government seemed to have control over it. According to Wang Ying, there are bad rumors about this Song Shaowen in the capital that he is involved in crime. So Ning would not want to give her daughter to the tiger's mouth. Ye Mo realized that they wanted to use him as a shield when Wang Ying explained why exactly Ning needed a marriage contract with our hero. The girl confirmed the guy's guess, and then the news anchor's voice came from the TV. He announced a news release from the Capital Entertainment section. The host said that last week the capital's top beauty Ningqing Shui made a strange statement, and a journalist from their channel interviewed the girl. The protagonist began to listen carefully to the news when he heard that it was about Ningqing Shui, his fiancée. The reporter asked Ningqing Shui what she thought about the rumors that she was deliberately creating a lot of noise regarding the marriage contract situation with Ye Mo. Ningqing Sui replied that her family always honored the terms of the deal, so she would definitely marry Ye Mo. The girl's bodyguard interrupted her and decided to push the crowd aside to get her away from the eyes of journalists. And then the bodyguards put her in a car. Wang Ying had a smile on her face and told the guy that she was not wrong when she said that Ningqing Shui was going to marry him. The protagonist did not look very happy. He was wondering what his fiancée wanted to say when her interview was abruptly interrupted. He realized that the situation with Ningqing Sui needed to be put aside for now, because the most important thing now was to solve the money problem. Naying perked up when she remembered something. She took an envelope out of her bag and handed it to our hero. It was a big surprise for Ye Mu to receive an envelope from a girl, but he did not refuse the gift. The guy was even more surprised when he took a wad of bills out of the envelope and realized that he had been handed a very large sum. He asked if it was okay for her to lend him such a large sum, and the girl explained that it was his brother Ye Jifeng who gave the money to him. The protagonist was impressed by how well his younger brother treats him, and did not refuse the money that he needed so badly now. When it was already dark, the guys left the restaurant. Wang Ying said that she needed to go in that direction, so they would have to pass each other. Yemo said goodbye to the girl indifferently, and she did not leave immediately. Wang Ying looked into his eyes and blushed. The guy was confused, and Wang Ying came closer and said that she felt that the guy was not quite normal today. In response, Yemo glanced sideways at the girl, silently turned around and left, without responding to Wang Ying's suspicions. The girl was dumbfounded that Yemo had just turned around and left, but she didn't try to catch up with him again. From today onwards, our hero decided to start everything with a clean slate. As he was leaving, he turned around and thanked Wang Ying for the food. Wang Ying said out loud to herself that Yemo was a strange guy, and stood there for a while and watched him go. Yemo was determined to come up with a way to reach the 3rd level of Qi training, even though he knew that the energy level in this place was extremely low. But he was willing to succeed on Earth to get a chance to see his master again. One day, some girls were walking in the park, and one asked the other if she knew that something strange happens on this street in the evenings. The second girl looked at her friend with fear and asked her not to scare her with such stories. But the girl seemed absolutely serious. She said that according to rumors, a male ghost lives here in the grove. Continuing her walk, the girl noticed a strange sound and stopped, looking at the tree from which it came. There was definitely someone in the park. He moved through the trees so quickly that he was invisible to the human eye, and then rushed past the girls like the wind. They both noticed this, and then they stopped in a stupor, and genuine horror appeared on their faces. The girl asked her friend if she had just seen it too, but she couldn't say anything out of fear, and they both screamed that it was a ghost. They both ran away screaming for help, but it turned out that it was our hero who called the girls idiots because they mistook him for a ghost. The protagonist jumped off the lamppost and continued his training, moving between them with lightning speed. Yamio had a smirk on his face as he noticed the poster and decided to jump on it, confident in his abilities. But the hero miscalculated his strength and crashed into the billboard like a pancake, and then grabbed his head in pain and became very angry. Yemo realized that his cloud shadow moves were not good enough yet, but he was glad that he had trained 1 level of Qi. Looking at the moon, the main character thought that 2 whole months had already passed since he found himself in this world. All this time he had been training hard and continuously, but the natural strength of this world had only allowed him to reach the 1st level of Qi. And he decided to come up with something to fix this. Soon, Yemo begged Wang Ying to lend him more money, but the girl turned away and flatly refused. She said she just couldn't believe the guy spent such a large amount of money in just 2 months. Wang Ying became furious and yelled at the guy to let young Master Yemo somehow solve his financial problems himself. The girl said that she couldn't lend him money for training right now and suggested that he go to work, which left Yemo in a stupor. Later, while walking, our hero realized that a regular job would not give him the opportunity to pay for all his training. The guy was desperate because, thinking about ways to make money in his head, he realized that it was impossible to earn big money. Suddenly, a girl on the street caught his attention. She called the handsome guy and handed him a leaflet. Yemo picked up the piece of paper, which had a picture of an elderly man advertising the Feng Shui Pavilion in Haibao Park. The protagonist became interested in the leaflet because the pavilion offered a symbol of good luck for only 5,000 wen. A smile finally appeared on Yemo's face. He was determined to take advantage of this chance to make things go better. After some time, our hero was already standing near a traditional-style house, on which was written Feng Shui Pavilion. Near the entrance stood 2 people who, with their palms together, thanked the master for the symbol he had provided. The main character noticed a man and a woman who thanked the master several times. The couple was happy. Now they had a magical symbol from the master, and they hoped that good luck would come to their family this year. Yemo turned to the happy couple and asked if they had bought this magical symbol from the Feng Shui Pavilion. They turned around and admitted that they had bought it for 5,000 in that pavilion, and the man praised the master for his spiritual strength. The woman, assuming that Yemo had an interest, advised him to be more respectful to the master, since he did not sell anything to people with an unclear fate. The protagonist said that it was strange that a yellow piece of paper cost so much, and took the same magic sign out of his pocket. He showed a piece of paper to the couple and said that he had the real symbol and offered them to buy it for 20,000. The couple was shocked. They suspected Yemo of fraud and wanted to tell the master everything so that he could pray for this possessed person. The woman called our hero crazy and her husband suggested that she leave and not get involved with this man. Yemo sighed heavily and shouted after them that their master was talking like an ordinary mortal. Not far from the pavilion, there was a black car, and the head of a mysterious man in glasses was sticking out from the back seat. The main character immediately noticed this. Seeing a man in glasses, he turned around and looked at the married couple again. Some suspicions crept into Yemo's mind, and the boy decided to approach the door of the pavilion to meet the master. The guy decided to enter the pavilion unceremoniously. He abruptly opened the door without knocking. Entering, he looked around. There were many vases and other ceramic items in the pavilion, some of which were museum exhibits. The man in the business suit looked at our hero in bewilderment when he saw the uninvited guest and came closer. Yemo was indignant when the man apologized to him and said that their master was very busy, so he should come at another time. The master was also sitting in this room. He was an elderly man who was sitting at a table and silently drinking tea. The sound of women's heels was heard, and a girl who worked for the master approached him to tell him something. The personal assistant leaned over and quietly informed the master in his ear that his meeting with Ms. Sujinwen had been cancelled. The elderly man did not answer the assistant, but it was clear from the master's face that the news angered him. Since the meeting was cancelled, the master was free. He beckoned with his hand and asked the young man to come over since he had already come. The man in the business suit, smiling ingratiatingly, called our hero a benefactor and invited him to approach the master. The master, sipping tea, admitted that he did not know the reason for the guy's appearance today and asked what happened. Yemo admitted that he had been suffering from bad luck lately and wanted to change it. But the old man said that the unfavorable chi in his case was quite difficult to change. The boy said that he had heard that the master's spells were very powerful, and the grandfather replied that it was true and that he had magic symbols for it. The master said that everything he does happens thanks to the spiritual powers of his body, and he cannot give anything to little-known people because it takes away his vital forces. The main character asked the wise grandfather how much he could value the boy's fate, and he agreed to give him his magic symbol. The master showed the hero 5 fingers and suggested that Yemo was brought to him by fate, so the guy needed to be given 5,000 yuan as a gift. Our hero grinned and answered the elderly man that he was afraid that the price of such a magical symbol was not quite right. Grandfather relaxed, putting his hands behind his head, and declared that it was sad that the benefactor thought it was expensive. The master opened one eye and became interested again when Yemo began to make excuses that his grandfather had simply misunderstood him. The guy asked if this precious symbol could be worth only 5,000, meaning that it was too little. The older man leaned forward a little and asked the protagonist what he thought the price should be. The master was dumbfounded, his eyes turning into banknotes when Yemo said that the symbol should be sold for at least 50,000. The old man stood up abruptly, slammed the table and shouted that Yemo was right, and 50,000 would really help him demonstrate his skills. The elderly man began to smile ingratiatingly at the young man and justify himself by saying that he, a Taoist monk, was indeed confused. Grandpa promised the protagonist that today he would definitely put an end to all the problems related to Yemo's fate. The master beamed with joy when Yemo stated that buying just one magic symbol would not look right since their fates were so closely intertwined. The elderly man snapped his fingers, and immediately the footsteps of a guy in a business suit were heard, whom he called over to him. The guy in the suit brought out 3 whole stacks of magic tickets on a tray, as Yemo was ready to buy several at once. The old man asked the benefactor not to worry and promised to provide as many magical symbols as Yemo wanted. The master shouted that he, a poor Taoist monk, would give up all his longevity to help Yemo correct his fate. Yemo asked if one magic symbol was worth 50,000 yuan, and if the old man had any objections, and of course he didn't. Our hero ordered the old man to pay money, but he still didn't understand anything and asked whether the benefactor wanted to pay in cash or by card. The smile disappeared from the master's face, and he stared at our hero in confusion when Yemo asked the old man if he had mixed up anything. He pointed his finger at the master and stated that he said that it was the old man who should pay him the money, and not the other way around. The old man was dumbfounded, his mouth wide open in shock and speechless, while Yemo took out his magic symbol from his pocket. Yemo repeated that he wanted to sell his grandfather 8 magical symbols, and for this, the old man had to pay him 400,000 yen. The old man assumed that Yemo was just joking, but the boy was serious, reminding him that the master had just agreed to a deal. The young man added that he was different from those like the old swindlers, and that he had worked for half a month to create the symbols, and even 50,000 was very cheap. The old man fell silent and clenched his teeth in anger, and Yemo once again ordered the master to pay him 400,000 for the magic symbols. The indignant old man shouted and accused Yemo of insulting the old Taoist monk, and then asked a gang to see the guest out. Yemo realized that he would not be paid, so he carefully folded his papers and said that the old man was a rotten person who did not understand trade. Grinning, he accused the master of slipping a hypnotic drug into clients' tea and using assistants to conduct in-depth studies of people. The old man hit the table with all his might and screamed, assuming that the boy had come to him to destroy their business. Suddenly, someone else appeared in the hall. A strong male hand was rapidly approaching Yemo, and he noticed it. A tall, muscular, shirtless man put his hand on our hero's shoulder and called out to him, calling him a little devil. In response, Yemo only smirked and snorted, after which a loud, dull sound was heard, and the big guy received damage from the guy. The unexpected blow from the main character was so strong that the thug flew back into the wall and destroyed it. The master was stunned when he saw that his loyal assistant, a gang, was unable to cope with the fragile-looking boy. More guys came to the noise and asked the master what happened, and the old man shouted to Zhengxiao that Yemo wanted to destroy their place. The three guys went inside and asked the protagonist if he knew whose territory this was. While Yemo continued to sit quietly at the table, Yemo smirked and asked the guy if he was the boss here and advised him to invite more professional scammers here. Zhengxiao told the little brat that he was too sharp-tongued, and he, Zheng Wenqiao, hated such people the most. The blonde man with a crazy expression knew that the mayor's daughter was coming to town today and there was no need for trouble, so he asked his guys to take Yemo out quietly. The two thugs were only too happy to help their senior. They looked at Yemo with bloodthirsty smiles and were ready to attack. Under Zhengxiao's order, three guys rushed towards our hero. Yemo looked at them intently and was ready to fight back. First, the main character dealt with the first offender. He hit him in the face with his fist before anything else. Afterwards, our brave guy punched the second offender in the face and kicked the third hooligan in the head. Just 3 strikes from Yemo were enough to scatter the gang of guys, sending them flying back. Zhengxiao was shocked when he saw the boy's abilities, and our safe and sound hero cracked his fingers. Yemo noticed that there was a big guy's shadow looming right above him, and he immediately turned his gaze back with caution. The tall, muscular man that Yemo had beaten up earlier grabbed the boy and threatened to take his life. But our hero didn't panic. Yemo just glanced sideways at the stupid big guy and reproached him for the fact that the man, not knowing the level of our hero, was climbing up on a much stronger opponent. The protagonist attacked the thug with his fist again, and then the man with the scar on his face realized that he had underestimated the strength of the boy's blows. 1 strike from Yemo was enough to knock out the opponent and deprive him of the chance to attack our hero. Our hero's attack was again so powerful that the big guy flew back and smashed the screen that stood against the wall with his body. Clenching his fist, the protagonist finally told the astonished man that he was a stupid mortal man. The brawl didn't end there. Yemo turned his suspicious gaze back and snorted when he noticed something. Zhengxiao, noticing Yemo's intense gaze, became frightened and fell to his knees, and then, stuttering, acknowledged the guy as a hero. The protagonist came closer and looked at Zhengxiao with a cold gaze, who asked him to wait and let him speak. In doing so, Zhengxiao distracted our hero. He quietly took out a knife, smiled evilly, and stood up, screaming and wishing death on Yemo. The blonde boy was dumbfounded when his attempt to attack Yemo with a knife ended with our hero easily stopping the blade with 2 fingers. Afterwards, there was a clicking sound, and the blonde man's sharp knife broke into 2 pieces, and then the frightened Zhengxiao began to apologize and admit his mistake. But Zhengxiao's apologies had no effect on our hero, who did not forgive such a thing, and the blonde received a knee strike. The old man trembled in horror when he saw his loyal assistant, Zhengxiao, fly headfirst into the ceiling as a result of the blow. The old man sighed heavily. He realized that he was alone with Yemo and decided to bend down to try to escape. The master's eyes widened in fear when he failed to escape, because Yemo met him on the way and asked the old man where he was going. Grandfather began to bang his head on the floor and beg for forgiveness, justifying himself by saying that he was just a hired worker. The old man confirmed this when the protagonist asked if the master had any private information about his clients. Then our hero, looking intently at his grandfather, asked if there were any wealthy people among his clients. The master confessed to Yemo that among his clients was the mayor's daughter, and the guy asked if there was any information about this girl. The elderly man immediately ran away to get the necessary documents, and then ran back and handed our hero the papers, calling him boss. Yema saw the mayor's daughter's application form, which stated that she was Su Jingwen and that she was born in Hangzhou. The protagonist asked the master why the mayor's daughter Su Jingwen needed to contact him. The old man said that several years ago the mayor's wife had an accident and since then she has been in a coma, and her daughter is trying to cure her in different ways. Grandfather complained that Zheng Wenqiao had forced him to commit fraud and allowed Yemo to take whatever he liked. The main character did not spare the old man and kicked him, after which the master screamed in pain and threw his head back. The old man lost consciousness after one blow. Our hero said that he would manage somehow without the master and went to the exit. He smirked, telling himself that it seemed like his magic symbol would be sold after all. The next action took place in the city cardiology hospital, where Yemo went after meeting with the master. The main character stood on the roof of a building nearby and watched what was happening in the hospital. Meanwhile, the city mayor's mother lay in a ward, connected to a life support machine, with her caring daughter nearby. Some guy asked the girl not to worry, promising that her mother would soon be sent to French specialists for treatment. The mayor's daughter was not thrilled, because her mother had already been to 6 hospitals over the years. And then a loud announcement was made about the sale of magical symbols. The girl turned her wary gaze to the side and asked who was outside when she heard a stranger's cry. It was our hero, who hid his face with dark glasses. He walked around the hospital and advertised the sale of magical symbols. The mayor's daughter's assistant was indignant and advised Yemo to get out of here, complaining that some stall had come here again. The mayor's daughter approached Yemo and asked if the magic symbols the guy was selling could help the person in a coma. The main character replied that for this only one magical symbol called the Spirit of the Sun is needed, and everything will be fine with the person. He took out the symbols and said that he had 2 suitable ones. The regular one cost 10,000, and the first-class one was twice as expensive. The guy who was with the mayor's daughter in the hospital was indignant, calling the magic symbol a simple piece of paper. He began loudly accusing our hero of being a drug dealer who deceives people and threatened to call the police. Yemo immediately grabbed the careless guy and pinned him to the floor, ordering him not to interfere with his business. Despite the boy's pleas to let him go, our hero did not listen to him and kicked him to the side, ordering him to get out of here. The fair-haired boy started to rise to his feet, shouting that he would remember this to Yemo, and the girl ordered Wang Peng to stop it. The mayor's daughter walked up to Yemo and handed him an envelope, saying that it contained 50,000 yuan and that she was willing to take 2 sun spirit symbols. Wang Peng was indignant and shouted, begging Jingwen not to trust this huckster. Yemo handed the girl 2 more tickets, saying that she had given a large amount, so he would also give her the body protection and fireball symbols. Our hero explained how to use them. You just need to throw the symbol at a person and then shout, "Let it come." The main character turned around and left, waving his hand to the girl at the end, saying that he would leave the hospital if there were no more questions. Wang Ping continued to be indignant, saying that this man was definitely a scammer. But several tens of thousands of yuan was not such a large amount. Jingwen, remembering her sick mother, held the purchased symbols in her hand and said that she no longer cared what method she used to treat her. The mayor's heartbroken daughter said she would do absolutely anything to save her mother. Wang Peng's voice became quieter. He said the girl's name, worried about her, and she was determined to save her mother from death. Jingwen took Yemo's instruction and threw the magic symbol at her mother while shouting a short spell. The girl perked up when she noticed that the magic symbol had activated and a fiery circle had appeared on the ceiling. The mayor's daughter's eyes widened in surprise as she saw the hospital room begin to fill with bright light. A large magic circle of bright fiery light appeared above the bed on which the girl's sick mother lay. Wang Ping's skepticism immediately disappeared, and the astonished boy shouted that this was indeed a magical thing. Jingwen was shocked when she turned her attention to her mother and noticed that the magic symbol was affecting her. When the bright magical light dissipated, the girl ran to the hospital bed and began to address her mother. Unfortunately, Mom showed no signs of consciousness. She was still asleep, so Jingwen decided that it was useless. Suddenly, the woman began to show signs that she had regained consciousness. The muscles in her face began to move. Jingwen was taken aback. She screamed that her mother had moved when she noticed some movement on her face. The woman slowly opened her eyes and came to her senses. When she saw her daughter, she immediately recognized her as Jingwen. When the girl saw that her mother had come out of a coma, tears of happiness immediately appeared in her eyes. Wang Peng was stunned. He did not understand how this was possible. And then he shouted throughout the hospital that the girl's mother had actually come out of a coma. Jingwen couldn't hold back her tears. The girl burst into tears and hugged her mother tightly, shouting that she had finally come to her senses. Meanwhile, Yemo was walking around the city at night. He was happy to receive 50,000, knowing that this money was not that much, but it would be enough for the time being. Suddenly, the bright headlights of the car began to blind the guy's eyes. Yemo covered his face with his hand and looked at what kind of car was approaching him. They were police officers, one of whom gave the order to the others to immediately take measures to detain the suspect who had been discovered. The protagonist was confused and did not understand what had happened when the police pointed their guns at him and shouted that he was surrounded. The police officer said that Yemo was suspected of intentionally causing grievous bodily harm and he needed to follow them. Yemo simply stood there silently, looking dumbfounded at the police officers who had surrounded him and were holding him at gunpoint. The police officer handcuffed the suspect and then led him to a car to take Yemo to the police station. Our hero, Yemo, was surprised when he looked into the police car and saw the guy he beat up the day before. Yemo definitely didn't expect that this guy would be here too. And then our hero tensed up, realizing that he was in trouble. Soon a scream was heard at the police station. A girl asking if the person detained was really the man she was looking for. The police officer told Ms. Su that the guy they had arrested did indeed look like the man she had described to the police. The girl told the law enforcement officer that she immediately wanted to meet the detained young man in person. Meanwhile, the main character was bored behind bars. He stood with his face propped up in his hand and wondered what to do. The sound of heels clicking was heard, and the policeman informed Yemo that there was a person who wanted to see him now. The main character was surprised when he saw Mrs. Su on the threshold. He did not understand why the woman came here, but then he began to guess. The local mayor's daughter looked carefully at the detained guy. She was not yet sure that the one in front of her was Yemo. Jingwen came to the conclusion that they were the same person, despite the fact that Yemo was wearing sunglasses on the day they first met. Yemo didn't understand why the girl was looking at him so seriously, suggesting that his magic symbol might not have the desired effect. The guy was stunned when he realized that he could turn into a fraud if the magic symbol simply did not work in this world. The police officer called out to Ms. Su and the girl turned away from Yemo and looked at the man in uniform. She remembered what she wanted to ask the policeman and wondered what crime this suspect had committed. The police officer said that the guy is suspected of intentionally causing injuries, but it could also be self-defense, since the victims are a gang of hooligans. Jingwen asked the police officer if there would be any problems if she vouched for the suspect. Yemiu breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that the mayor's daughter had come to vouch for him, and the policeman didn't mind her doing so. Soon Yemo and his savior were already riding in the car. Our hero thanked Mrs. Su for her help in this situation. Jingwen refused to thank him and said that it would be more correct if she thanked Yemo. The main character was surprised. He looked at the girl and asked what she needed to thank him for. The mayor's daughter looked back at Yemo and asked if he was the one who sold her the magic symbol the day before. Yemo laughed and replied that he was just a student, not a master of magical symbols, and handed the girl his student ID card. Jingwen was shocked when she checked his documents and found out that he was just a student, because he seriously looked like that guy. The girl agreed to consider that she had made a mistake, but it didn't matter now because they had already met, and she suggested that they continue their acquaintance. Yemo felt awkward, and the mayor's daughter handed the guy her business card and introduced herself as Su Jingwen, and asked the guy to call her if those hooligans were still looking for him. The guy replied that it would be extremely inconvenient to agree to this help, and Jingwen said that she might also need Yemo's help soon. Soon our hero went to class. He sat thoughtfully at his desk. A student sat down next to him and called Yemo. The student assumed that Yemo had moved somewhere because he hadn't seen our hero in the dorm recently. The guy wondered if all these changes were caused by that shameful situation with Yan Yan. The main character was indignant and asked his classmate why he should communicate with Yan Yan, a petty and narrow-minded girl. The student chuckled thoughtfully and agreed with Yemo. And suddenly a large shadow of a man loomed over the classroom. It was Yan Yan, who asked with her demonic eyes flashing who had insulted her. And then a quarrel broke out between her and Yemo. Shisuo stood up for Yemo and asked the girl why she was so indignant. And Yan Yan began to humiliate the guy, asking who he was. Now a loud squabble broke out between Shisuo and Yan Yan, and the protagonist simply watched the quarrel from the sidelines. Yan Yan was extremely indignant and went mad with anger when Yemo asked his friend not to talk to that ugly woman. Yan Yan screamed, deafening Yemo with her wild roar, and asked if our hero really knew women who were better than her. There was a knock on the door, which interrupted the girl's screams, and Madame Su entered the room and called out to Yemo. The protagonist was surprised when he saw Su Jingwen in front of him. He didn't understand why the mayor's daughter came here. Yan Yan was stunned when she saw the girl, and Shisuo stared at Su Jingwen and stuttered as he said that she was very beautiful. Tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, Jingwen smiled seductively and asked Yemo if he could walk her out, causing our hero to flinch in surprise. Yemo immediately agreed to fulfill the mayor's daughter's request. She came closer to him, looked into his eyes, tilted her head, and asked if they could go already. Our hero escorted the girl to the exit of the office and followed her, warning Shisuo, and his friend quietly envied our hero. Yan Yan was furious that Yemu had left with another woman, and Shisuo began to encourage his friend, saying that he should be a real man. Already in the corridor, Yemo asked if Jingwen had come to invite him to her birthday party. And then he felt awkward when the girl asked if he thought anything different. Jingwen handed Yemo an envelope with an invitation to the party that would be held tomorrow night and expressed her hope that the guy would come. The next day, the protagonist looked at the invitation on the street at night to read the address. It was the Junhao Hotel on Yan'an Road. Yemo walked to the designated location and looked at the tall, luxurious hotel, guessing that the party was taking place there. He wasn't very happy about going there, because human emotions made him nervous, and celebrating something with mortals irritated him. The guy was impressed when he walked into the lobby of a luxury hotel and realized that the party would be attended by only rich people. Yemo turned around when he heard someone behind him complaining that someone had let this poor guy into the hotel. The guy asked Yemo what he was staring at and wondered what a poor scumbag like our hero was doing in this hotel. The main character didn't answer for now, but he wondered where this fool came from at the party. Suddenly, a couple of a girl and a guy appeared. The girl with ponytails told the rude guy that it was not nice to say such things to strangers. The guy with blue eyes who was pestering our hero heard the remark and looked sharply at the girl. He walked closer to the boy and girl, gasped and smiled, pretending to be glad that Brother Shu and Xiaomei also came to the party. The girl stood up for Yemo and warned Zhao Hong that our hero was personally invited by Sister Jingwen, so there was no need to spoil her holiday. Zhao Hong finally realized who he had just been rude to. He was dumbfounded when he realized that it was that same Yemo in front of him. Meanwhile, Wang Shu, a guy in a formal suit, approached our hero and extended his hand, introducing himself. The protagonist shook Wang Shu's hand and greeted him, introducing himself to the guy as Yemo. Wang Shu smiled back in a friendly manner to show his friendly attitude towards our hero. The handshake continued, and then Yemo noticed that Wang Shu's palm was emitting dark energy. The main character visibly tensed up. He became interested in what exactly Wang Shu was trying to do now. Yemo smirked, thinking that the guy wanted to test his patience, and mentally promised him that he would be tested thoroughly now. Wang Shu squeezed our hero's hand very tightly in a greeting handshake, with such force that it suddenly broke. Xiaomei was startled when she saw Yemo's hand turn red, and Wang Shu was also startled, thinking that it was broken. Our hero's hand instantly turned red and swollen, and a worried Xiaomei screamed, offering to call an ambulance. The main character refused help. He simply blew on his palm to heal it. The guy showed that his hand was now completely fine and said that it was just a joke. Xiaomei and Wang Shu were stunned. The guy said that Ye Mo really had very interesting abilities. The birthday girl entered the room, dressed in a festive outfit. Jingwen asked the guests if everyone had arrived yet. Xiaomei was delighted when Jingwen appeared. She shouted that the girl looked absolutely amazing today. Ye Mo, however, was indifferent to the birthday girl's appearance. He cast a cold glance at her and chuckled ambiguously. The birthday girl came closer to the crowd of guests who came to her party and announced that she would now introduce everyone. The first thing Jingwen did was introduce Ye Mo to the public. Wang Shu told the birthday girl that she shouldn't do that since they already knew each other. Zhao Hong agreed that there was no need to introduce them and stated that he had prepared a special gift for the girl today. He handed her the jewelry in a box and said that it was an agate pendant he had brought from England, and expressed the hope that she would like it. Xiaomei also gave her a gift. She said that she had specially ordered a limited edition perfume for her and congratulated her on her birthday. Yamu walked up to the birthday girl with a smile and announced that he also had a gift for her that he had prepared in advance. The main character congratulated the girl on her birthday and presented her with a bracelet made of blue beads. Zhao Hong snorted in displeasure, saying that Ye Mo, although a beggar, had prepared a worthy gift for the girl. The boy was taken aback when Jingwen responded with delight to Ye Mo's gift, saying that the bracelet was simply beautiful. The girl, beaming with joy, thanked our hero and said that she really liked this bracelet. Xiaomei approached her sister and asked her to stop looking at the defective thing, asking who she would be dancing the first dance with. Zhao Hong intervened in the conversation and shouted deciding for Jingwen on his own that the girl would definitely dance with him. When Wang Peng appeared in the hall and snorted, Zhao Hong shouted indignantly, asking why he came here. Wang Peng declared that he would be the coolest guy today, and Jingwen surprised Ye Mo by asking if he would dance the first dance with her. The girl didn't wait for an answer from our hero. She grabbed Ye Mo's hand and led him along. Wang Peng and Zhao Hong were taken aback when Jingwen chose Ye Mo over them and took him by the hand to dance. The party started, everyone split into pairs and started slow dancing. Ye Mo danced with the birthday girl. The main character accidentally stepped on a lady's foot, and then awkwardly admitted that he was actually a bad dancer. This was no problem for Mrs. Su. She offered to teach Ye Mo how to dance, which left our hero dumbfounded. Zhao Hong and Wang Peng stood to the side, angry at that damned Ye Mu who had taken away their Jingwen. Xiaomei also noticed that Sister Jingwen was different from usual today, and Wang Shu, drinking wine, agreed with her. After the dance, Ye Mo walked away from the crowd, complaining about how boring the mortal party was, but then someone stopped him. The protagonist stopped and turned his wary gaze back to see who was addressing him. It was Jingwen. She asked if Ye Mo was leaving already, and the guy replied that he still had things to do. The birthday girl confessed to our hero that she feels happy today, even very happy. Without turning around, the main character walked towards the exit of the hotel, and Mrs. Su thanked the guy for lifting her spirits. Ye Mo waved his hand and refused the thanks, saying goodbye to the girl, and Jingwen wondered if they would see each other again. The guy, as he was leaving the hotel, heard two young men talking about how Ning Qing Shui had come to Ninghai to attend this party. Ye Mo's ears perked up when he heard about Ning Qing Shui, while the boys were discussing how beautiful she was. The main character became curious as to why his bride had come to Ninghai so unexpectedly. The rumors turned out to be true. Ning Qing Shui had indeed arrived in the city and was already standing on the street with a suitcase. The main character was startled when he was walking home and heard the sound of heels, and then saw his bride in front of him. Ning Qing Shui was happy to see her fiancé. She smiled softly and said that she had finally waited for Ye Mo. Ye Mo walked closer to the girl he was supposed to marry and asked who she was, to make sure it was Ning. The girl with bright blue eyes confirmed that she was that same Ning Qing Shui. The main character walked past indifferently and asked, without looking at the girl, why she needed him. Ning Qing Shui turned around to answer the guy. She hesitated before admitting that she wanted to marry Ye Mo. The girl looked at our hero with her bright blue eyes after making such an important statement. Today, the Sui family sent their people to the girl again. It went too far, so Ning decided to come. The girl's father had told her the day before that they now had only one way out of the current situation. Ning Qing Shui told Ye Mo about all this and said that the only way to resolve the problem with the Sui family was through marriage. The main character was noticeably surprised. He stared at the girl with wide eyes and asked if she really wanted to marry him. They decided to continue the conversation at home. Ye Mo brought the girl to his modest apartment and allowed her to sit wherever she wanted. Ning Qing Su sat down at the dining table. The protagonist sat opposite her, crossed his arms over his chest and ordered her to speak. The main character looked at the girl with a distrustful look and asked what, in the end, she wanted from him. Ning replied that she wanted them to register their relationship as soon as possible, and Ye Mo asked why. The girl was ready to tell everything, but she felt uncomfortable because she did not expect that one day she would have to ask a man to marry her. The day before, the girl's father ordered her that she should go to Ninghai as soon as possible and find Ye Mo there to marry him. So, according to her father, the Sui family would not touch her. And then he suggested that his daughter divorce Ye Mu, even though it would damage the girl's reputation. She looked at her dad with fear as he told her not to worry because he knew Ye Mo couldn't have children. Lost in her memories, the girl forgot to answer Ye Mo's question. He shouted at her, and then she came to her senses. She expressed hope that the guy would stop asking her questions about why she really needed to marry him. Ye Mo had long known that the girl needed him as a shield, which was why she took the initiative to marry her. And he concluded that the Sui family was pressuring her. He leaned back on the chair and asked Ning Qing Shui what benefits he would receive from this marriage. The girl handed him a gold bank card and said that it contained 500,000, which would be compensation for Ye Mo. The main character realized that this amount was not small for him, and 500,000 would be a great help for his training. Therefore, Ye Mo immediately agreed and took the card, and Ning Qing Shui asked if he agreed. The guy smiled and said why should he refuse? Because besides his wife, he also gets money. Ye Mo added that he wanted to state that it didn't matter to him what the girl was going to do, because she had to decide her own affairs anyway. Ning Qing Shu then realized that Ye Mo really was the completely frivolous man that the rumors said he was. The protagonist stood up from his chair and walked towards the door, throwing his bank card into the air. And Nin asked where he was going. Yemo said that he still had things to do and allowed Ningqing Shui to sleep on his bed while she slept elsewhere. After talking with the girl, the guy went to the roof of his house, where he made a fire and began to brew a potion in a cauldron. He saw that there was very little time left before the end of cooking, opened the lid, and the mixture in the pot began to hiss. Meanwhile, Ningqing Sui was indignant in the guy's apartment. She complained about how badly the blanket and pillows smelled. The main character heard the screams of his future bride and got angry, saying that this woman brings him nothing but problems. Yimu concentrated on brewing the potion again when he heard the mixture boiling so much that the iron lid began to rattle. He opened the lid and realized that all that was left was to add the silver heart herb to make it ready. The guy took it out and said that he had been growing it for several months, so the silver heart is a special spiritual plant for him. He threw it into the cauldron, knowing that only this plant would help him reach the second level of practice, and soon the potion was created. The protagonist took a sip and complained about how bitter the potion was, and then noticed how hot his hands were. Yamo decided that it would be better for him to sit down, because that way he would feel the medicinal effect of the potion on his body faster. The guy sat down and closed his eyes, and then took a deep breath and realized that the silver heart had begun to work. The protagonist felt something in the area of the meridian point dantian, and then his expression changed to panic. Yamo suddenly felt unwell and started coughing. The potion he had brewed had some side effects. He stood up and sat down near the wall, leaning against it, and decided that he needed to find a way to cleanse his body of this substance. When the hero returned to the apartment, he saw that there was freshly cooked food on the table, so he immediately called Ningqing Sui. He walked up to the door and pulled the handle, wondering if the girl hadn't gotten out of bed. Meanwhile, Ningqing Shui was indeed fast asleep, the girl lying in bed with a peaceful expression on her face. The guy opened the door and found that his future bride Ningqing Sui was still fast asleep. A slight sadness appeared on the protagonist's face. He realized that Ningqing Shui had indeed had a hard night yesterday. Indeed, Ningqing Zhu was uncomfortable sleeping with our hero. She forgot to take her night mask and could not fall asleep for a long time. Meanwhile, Yemo went to the ATM, entered his password, and saw that his balance was 500,000 yen. However, the guy was extremely outraged because the available balance was exactly zero, and he could not withdraw cash. The protagonist immediately assumed that Ningqing Sui had handed him a bank card with frozen funds. Yemo returned back angry. At this moment, he simply hated the girl who he thought was playing with him. He decided to find out everything and returned home again. The guy opened the door and called Ningqing Shui to talk to her. When our hero returned, he entered the room and saw that Ningqing Sui was still sleeping, which made him irritated. Yemo guessed that the girl was currently having some kind of bad dream because there were tear stains on her face. The main character sighed heavily and left because he couldn't watch women cry. He decided to leave Ningqing Zhu alone and walked out of the bedroom, deciding that he would rather go cook. Our hero went to the kitchen. The first thing the guy did was stand at the sink and start washing the greens he had just bought. Ningqing Shui finally woke up and walked out of the bedroom. The first thing she did was ask Yemo when he returned home. The protagonist looked at the girl and replied that he returned while she was sleeping, which left her shocked and confused. Yemo asked her to clean herself up and come for breakfast, and Ningqing Sui was embarrassed and indignant that the guy had spied on her while she was sleeping. The boy wanted to tell her something and was taken aback when Ningqing Sui suddenly ran away, telling him not to peek next time. The main character successfully coped with preparing breakfast. There were 3 fresh and aromatic dishes on the dining table. Ningqing Zhu sat down at the table in a sullen mood. Yemo sat opposite her and invited the girl to start breakfast. The girl agreed to try her future groom's cooking. She took a piece of meat with chopsticks and put it in her mouth. Her eyes widened as she tasted the incredible taste of the dish. Ningqing Sui thought that it was a real delicacy. Ningqing Sui looked at Yemo with a smile. She couldn't believe that the guy in front of her actually knew how to cook. The girl said that she didn't expect the food Yemo cooked to be so delicious, which made him indignant. The protagonist did not respond to Ningqing Sui's words and advised her not to rush during the meal. Ningqing Sui looked at him with suspicion. Yemo didn't seem like the moral monster that many people gossiped about. Yemo was thinking that he needed to spend some time with the girl before he reached the second level of Qi training. The main character, chewing his food, knew that he would not be able to stay here for long, because soon he would have to leave the city. Soon, the news that Ningqing Sui and the trash from the Ye family had gotten married was announced on the news broadcast all over the street. The big screen showed Ye Mo and his new wife holding marriage certificates in their hands for the entire city to see. When Ning King-soo got out of the car, she was immediately met by reporters asking for interviews. Journalists asked what she could say about this, since her wedding was a sudden event that shocked many. The girl responded into the microphones that the wedding between her and Ye Mo reflected their own will and desire. She took her new husband's arm and asked if she was right, and the embarrassed Ye Mo agreed with his new wife. Then the main character saw an interview with his wife on a large screen that hung on a city building. Ye Mo was not happy about him and Ning Qingshui being shown on TV, calling the whole situation stupid. He folded his arms across his chest in displeasure and said that it was very shameful for him to play a comedy with this woman. While walking in the park, Ye Mo thought that everything was very confusing, especially the fact that the Song family reacted calmly to their marriage. Suddenly, someone shouted that an urgent package had arrived for Ye Mo, which even scared our hero. He saw a whole pile of cardboard boxes outside his house. His wife was spending money very recklessly, and he was afraid that his meager deposit would soon be completely empty. Another problem for Ye Mo was that the effect of the silver heart plant was very strong. As a result, true qi is now growing very quickly, so it is necessary to do bloodletting every day to reduce it in the body. The protagonist decided what was the best way for both worlds to solve this problem. Soon the guy was standing in front of a majestic building called the Apollo Private Men's Hospital. Ye Mu walked inside and sat on a chair to donate his blood. He was given an IV and told to relax. When the guy left, the nurse was surprised because she remembered that the same young man came to the hospital yesterday. The main character happily counted the bills. Donating blood every day did not bring in much, but it was still a significant additional income. Meanwhile, in broad daylight, hooligans were on the streets of the city. Two were walking down the street. The big guy was holding a bag with a man on his shoulders. Unfortunately for the villains, our main character was nearby and noticed these two guys walking from around the corner. Ye Mo immediately recognized the villain as the guy he had beaten up earlier and guessed that he was about to commit an immoral act again. Our hero saw that two hooligans loaded a bag into a red car and gave the driver the order to leave as quickly as possible. The guy decided to follow them because the thing they dragged into the car looked a little strange. The driver told Zheng Xiao that he didn't expect things to go so smoothly this time, and Zheng Xiao replied that they would have enough fun soon. The red car sped along the road, the hooligans laughed loudly, and our hero followed them, jumping on the roofs of houses. Ye Mo noticed that his Cloud Shadow step ability had improved greatly, indicating that Silver Heart was working very effectively. Jumping between the roofs of houses, he realized that he was not far from the second level of Qi. The main thing was to wait until she fully acquired the spiritual power of the plant. Ye Mo stood on the parapet between the apartments and easily found the apartment where the scoundrels were hiding. At this time, Zheng Xiao and his accomplice were eagerly opening the zipper of the bag to prevent the kidnapped man from suffocating. It turned out that these villains had kidnapped a girl. In the bag lay a woman with glasses and long blue hair. The big man with freckles drooled and told Zheng Xiao that this girl looked absolutely gorgeous. Ye Mo recognized the kidnapped girl as Yun Bing, an English teacher from his institute, and he didn't understand why they kidnapped her. Meanwhile, the hooligan's eyes turned into hearts. He was amazed by the magnificent figure of the kidnapped Yun Bing. Zheng Xiao began filming everything that was happening on a tiny camera in order to later blackmail the kidnapped girl. The blonde wanted to say something when he turned around and noticed a stranger appearing in the apartment. But he didn't have time to say anything because a moment later he received a strong punch to the face. The fair-haired boy with blue eyes was unable to fight back. The strong blow sent him flying straight into the wall. Ye Mo approached him and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and his accomplice asked our hero who he was and whether he wanted to kill Zheng Xiao. The main character looked at the big guy with a predatory gaze and asked if he was tired of living too. Zheng Xiao was furious and shouted at his accomplice to quickly kill Ye Mo with the dragon fist, and he agreed. The big guy first put his hands out, wanting to use the first move of the dragon fist, but then he started running. When Ye Mo walked towards the sofa where his teacher was lying, he realized that the girl was still not herself. Zheng Xiao was furious. He was disappointed with his accomplice and was ready to flee, but he was also very angry with Ye Mo and threatened to kill him. Ye Mo's eyes turned demonically red as he asked the boy if he still dared to open his mouth and guessed that he hadn't seen the tears falling on the coffin lid yet. Yun Bing slowly began to come to her senses. When the girl opened her eyes, she recognized the guy in front of her as Ye Mo. Ye Mo walked up to Zheng Xiao and looked down at him, and the blonde man asked what he was going to do now. The hero replied that he wanted to send Zheng Xiao to the place he deserved. and the blonde tried to stop him and offered money. Zheng Xiao's eyes were filled with horror. He turned pale and began to tremble in fear. He repeated several times for Ye Mo not to do this. When Ning Qingsu was watching the news, she heard that 2 patients from the mental hospital had escaped and were roaming around the city. Zheng Xiao was shown on TV playing in a playground with his underwear on his head, and the host asked him to spread the word. The girl commented that many strange things had started happening in Ninghai and was outraged that the mentally ill were being let out to walk around the city. Ye Mo returned home and announced this. He said that he had bought a chicken and intended to cook it for dinner that evening. Ning Qingsu was indifferent to her husband's appearance and immediately asked him to lend her 2,000 yuan. Ye Mo asked his wife where he had ever seen a wife asking her husband for money at the door. It infuriated him that she did nothing but do that. Ye Mo felt uneasy when Ning Qingsui came over and explained that she had been in a hurry to leave and had not taken much money, and began to accuse him of not acting like a man. The guy realized that the girl didn't yet know that there were problems with her bank card, but he still gave her 2,000, asking her not to waste the money she had earned with blood and sweat. Ning Qingzu got angry and called her husband a cheapskate because she thought that this hard-earned money was her 500,000. The girl received a message that there was no response from the Song family yet. The immigration issues had been resolved, and in a week all members of her family could leave the country. Then the girl realized that it was time to end this farce with the fake wedding with Ye Mu. Meanwhile, in the car, someone told the Song heir that a small family like them couldn't turn down the Ye family's offer. At this time, Heir Song was sitting in the back passenger seat of the car, holding the phone to his ear as he listened to the Ning family representative's excuses. The guy asked old man Ning to stop because he knew what he really wanted to do, and asked if Qingsu had already completed her immigration papers. Song asked if the Ye family was orderly while his family was a mess, and old man Ning justified himself by saying that that was not what he meant. The guy sitting in the back seat of the luxury car started threatening old man Ning to file some case tomorrow. With a malicious grin on his face, young Master Song warned that otherwise, he would destroy their Ning family. Old man Ning tried to get through to the young heir, but the boy hung up and told his driver to drive. The driver looked at his master warily and asked the heir of Sun where they were going. The guy told the driver to go to Ninghai City. He wanted to see Ning Qingsui in person. Meanwhile, our hero sat on the roof. Another week passed, his vitality grew, but there was no particular progress. Ye Mo trained and thought about why it was so difficult to restore strength and cultivate qi in this world. Suddenly, the main character's expression changed. Horror and strong fear appeared in his eyes. A bright blue beam shot into the sky. Ye Mo finally achieved it. He shouted that his spirit was increasing, and he was now at the 2nd level. However, something alarmed our hero. The guy looked at his palms, emitting a bright white light. He knew that in the past, such an achievement was a normal thing, but in this world, he was so worried about such a trifle. So it was time to leave the city. The guy decided that he needed to find a stronger spiritual place, because the 2nd level of qi on this planet was now his limit. Ye Mo returned to his apartment. He told his fictitious wife to wash up and start eating breakfast, which was already on the table. Ning Qingshui told her husband that she wanted to talk to him about something. Ye Mo immediately looked at the girl questioningly. The girl admitted that she would be forced to leave this place tomorrow, and there was a hint of sadness in Ning Qingsu's voice. She admitted that her life together with Ye Mo here was much better than Ning Qingsui had imagined. The main character chuckled and reacted indifferently to his wife's confession, which drove the girl crazy. He didn't understand what he had said wrong now, and why the big girl was showing her character again. Ning Qingsui ran to the bedroom and began packing her bags. She was angry that Ye Mo didn't even say anything to her before saying goodbye. The girl understood that Ye Mo was a good person, even though their marriage was only for mutual benefit. The hero did not understand what was wrong with her and why she was so irritated, assuming that it was because of her yesterday's request to give her money. It was night outside. Ye Mo, thinking that Ning Qingsui was already asleep, decided to leave the apartment because he needed to prepare to leave the city. On the roof, the guy ground up several medicinal herbs in a mortar and realized that the only thing he needed now was a sealed container. Meanwhile, a black car was racing down the street nearby. The heir ordered the driver to stop here. The main character became interested in who was making the noise because it was late at night outside. The car stopped in front of Ye Mo's house. Song Shaoan and his assistants got out. The heir was curious about who this trash Ye Mo was. Ye Mo's mouth twisted when he saw who had unexpectedly come to visit him. He realized that the person in front of him was just trash. The short-haired boy asked Song Shao how they should deal with that Ye Mo and Ning Qing Shui. Song Xiao smiled and replied to his assistant that he first needed to turn that boy Ye Mo into a cripple. With an evil grin, Song Xiao added that he was going to have some fun with Ning Qing Shui today. The main character decided to jump off the roof, pushing off from the edge. He said that he heard that they were looking for him. Song Xiao asked Ye Mo what the bunch of onions in front of him was, and our hero proudly introduced himself to him. The young heir gave orders to his assistants Fa and Wang Chuan to first cripple our hero. The strong guys were not against it. They immediately agreed to carry out their master's order. Song Xiao asked Fa to hit Ye Miu lightly so as not to take his life, because he wanted our hero to watch Ning Qing Sui suffer later. The two big guys rushed forward to attack the protagonist, their faces expressing confidence in their abilities. Ye Mo saw that they had strong physiques and the guys were very agile, and soon Fa approached, shouting that the guy was about to try his Kirin hand technique. The main character wasn't worried because the guy's speed was like that of an ant, and he stunned Fa by disappearing unnoticed. Song Xiao was angry at his assistants. He shouted, calling them shit, that Ye Mo was now behind them. It was too late. Our hero, incinerating everyone with glowing red eyes, was already ready to attack Fa from behind. The big guy didn't have time to turn around, and a moment later he received a strong blow and screamed throughout the street from the sharp pain. The second accomplice was afraid for Fa, and our hero meanwhile pushed off the ground to deal with the rest. Song Xiao was scared like a child when our hero flew past him and looked at the guy for a moment with a grin. The next blow landed on the second assistant, Wang Chuan. Ye Mo attacked the bully with his fist in the face. The impact was so strong that Wang Chuan was sent flying backwards in a spiral trajectory with a crash. A look of horror appeared on the young heir of the Song family's face, and he was frightened when he saw how Ye Mo easily dealt with his goons. The boy gritted his teeth in anger. He realized that Ye Mo, who possessed such phenomenal physical strength, was not a human at all. Song Xiao realized that there was no chance and decided to run away, while our hero jumped around the yard with a speed that was imperceptible to the human eye. Ye Mo realized that the second level of Qi training was really serious and couldn't be compared to the first level at all. In addition, his spiritual consciousness perfectly predicts the actions of his opponents, and gradually he acquired the feeling of a real person. As he ran away, Song Xiao asked his men how they were going to catch him if they couldn't even see the shadow of this boy. Angrily, he said that he would have at least taken a gun with him for self-defense if he had known earlier, and continued to run away. It wasn't possible to run far from our hero. Ye Mo easily caught up with the villain and attacked him with his fists several times. Song Xiao himself was shocked at how Ye Mo managed to do this. In 1 second, the heir lost his balance and fell to the ground. The guy became scared to the point of trembling. He asked Ye Mo not to approach him, but he did not listen. Song Xiao tried to back away. The protagonist looked at him with a crazy look and said that for him, the Song family was trash, and Xiao was the worst of trash. Ye Mo, his eyes clouded with anger, looked at the boy and wished for his death. While the boy screamed, begging him not to do it, another voice was heard. The young master's beaten partner extended a trembling hand, asking Ye Mo to wait. The protagonist smirked, mocking the fact that Assistant Song still had the ability to say anything. Wang Chuan asked our hero not to hit him because he wanted to tell him something first. Seeing that Wang Chuan was not dead, Song Xiao shouted for him to quickly save him, and Ye Mo kicked him because no one allowed him to speak. Wang Chuan offered our hero to give him as much money as he wanted in exchange for simply letting Song Xiao go. A light bulb went on in the protagonist's head and he grinned when he heard the offer of money. Putting his hands in his pockets, he menacingly asked the young heir whether they had arrived here by car. Overjoyed that he had a chance to survive, Song Xiao confirmed that they had come here by car. The protagonist walked towards the black car and waved his hand at the others to follow him. After a while, the Song family heir's car moved off, and the four boys left Ye Mo's courtyard. Wang Chuan asked Ye Mo where he wanted to go so late, warning him that the banks were already closed if he wanted to borrow money. Ye Mo explained to the boys that they were going to Guilin, and the driver was outraged because that city was a whole 1,000 kilometers away. Song Xiao scolded him, ordering him to do as Heir Ye commanded, and Wang Chuan immediately stopped complaining. Trembling with fear, Song Xiao admitted that he had greatly offended our hero and justified himself by saying that his Song family was very strong. The young heir warned that our hero would not be able to escape from him, even if Ye Mo went very far. Ye Mo threatened to throw the guy out of the car window because he was chatting again, and Song explained that he meant that they could discuss anything with him. The protagonist ordered them to take out all their cash, and Song Xiao remembered how his wife, Ning Qing Sui, loved money. Soon the boys arrived in Gilin. Yemo was asked why they came here, and Song was curious where this winding road led. Yemu decided to scare Song Xiao and said that naturally this winding road leads to hell. Yemo succeeded. Song was seriously scared and asked what the guy was talking about because all they wanted from him was money. With a demonic smile, Yemu declared that he had shown them his kindness and chosen a place with a beautiful view. Screaming in fear, Song Xiao demanded to know what Yemo ultimately wanted to do with them. And then our hero extended his hand forward. Instead of hitting, the protagonist touched Song Xiao with one finger, rendering him speechless, and did the same to the driver. Wang Chuan didn't understand what was happening. The man couldn't move, he couldn't even speak, and so he lost control of the car. As the car pulled off the road, Song Shuang trembled in terror. He realized that he, the great Song Xiaowen, could die right now. A moment later, Mr. Su's black expensive car crashed straight into the concrete barrier, causing a loud roar. The main character jumped out of the car and told the guys that they didn't need to see him off, and the car with them fell into the abyss and exploded. Ning Qingxu came out of her room and the first thing she did was ask where breakfast was, and then she became indignant when she found no food on the table. She thought that even on the last day, her husband was skimping on breakfast, and said that Ye Mo was really a miser. The phone on the table rang. The girl came up and answered the call. It turned out that it was Li Mumei calling her. Ning Xingshui grimaced and put the phone away from her ear when Li Mumei shouted that she had some big news to tell her. She said that yesterday in the area of Seven Rocks, Song Xiao's car flew off the road and crashed. The guy and his assistants died. The girl replied that the news was good and could not believe that such luck had come her way, and asked her friend how she knew this. When Ning Qingshui saw the official news with her own eyes, she was shocked. The girl still couldn't believe that it was real. She realized that the Song family would now be busy investigating this tragedy, and would leave her and her loved ones alone for a while. Ning Qingzhu did not express any sympathy for the dead, saying that the deaths of these scum of society were more than deserved. Since Ye Mo didn't leave any breakfast, the girl had to grab street food, and she admitted that her husband's cooking was much better. Sitting on the sofa, she didn't understand where Ye Mo had gone, because it was noon, and the guy usually didn't go shopping for so long. Ning Tingxu chuckled and asked herself why she was worrying about this and interfering with this person's affairs. But then she decided to find out where Ye Mo had been spending the night all this time, since she had never asked him directly about it. The girl left the apartment and entered the utility room of the house. She said hello and asked if there was anyone there. Ning Tingxu snorted when she saw that there was no guard sitting behind the chair in front of the surveillance monitors. She decided to try to search for CCTV footage from the month she lived with Ye Mo on her own. The girl found a video of Ye Mo standing on the roof, and she began to doubt that this man was in his right mind if he spent the night there. Ning Qingsu was angry, thinking that Ye Mo was so stingy that he decided to live on the roof without using the 500,000 she gave him. She decided to see where he went last night if he hadn't even returned yet, and saw that on the roof, Ye Mo had simply disappeared in an instant. The girl also noticed on the surveillance camera that there was a stranger in their yard yesterday, and she immediately recognized him as Song Xiao. She definitely didn't expect what she saw on Song Xiao's recording yesterday, and it turned out that the guy was looking for them. She was afraid that after the fight, Ye Mo got into Song's car and then the car got into an accident, and she had a terrible suspicion. A man appeared nearby. The security guard was returning to his workplace. Ning Qingsui heard someone's footsteps and became alert, realizing that someone was coming. She clicked the mouse to turn off the recordings. She decided that she needed to quickly delete the recording that featured Song Xiao, and when she escaped, the guard noticed her. Soon a white SUV was already standing in the yard. The heroine was ready to leave the apartment. Li Mumei met her on the street. Her friend asked Ning Qingsui if she had already packed all her things. Ning Qingsui's face showed that she was not in a good mood, and she replied to her friend without even looking at her that she would collect everything now. Ning Qingsu asked Li Mumei if there were any other people in that car yesterday, and her friend replied that there were not. Li Mumei said the medical examiner's report said there were only 3 people in the car, which made her happy. The friend suggested talking about Ye Mo, and said that the guy deserved compensation because Ning Qingsui had been using his help for a long time. Ning Qingsui was indignant and replied that there was no need for that, since she had already given him 500,000, so she didn't owe him anything. Li Mumei was shocked. She asked where the girl got such a huge amount of money, and suddenly Ning Qingsui became scared. Ning Qingsu asked her friend if she was the one who helped her get that bank card. Mumei replied that the card could not be used and was frozen, but the girl forgot to tell her about it. Ning Qingsui's face showed a look of fear when she heard that the bank card with 500,000 could not be used. She realized that all this time they had only been spending Yemo's personal money, so she decided to check her husband's personal belongings. The girl was shocked when she found a certificate stating that Yemo had donated blood in exchange for money. Ning Qingsui remembered how she once scolded Yemo for throwing some leaflets on the dining table. Then, Yemo told the girl that he would soon remove the paper himself, and told the girl to wash her hands because they would soon be eating. The girl waved her hand and said that she would put the flyer in the box herself, and added that she didn't expect that Yemo would go and donate blood. The situation moved Ning Qingsu to tears. A drop of tears fell on the certificate, and Li Mumei, worried about her friend, asked what was wrong with her. The girl was shaking from an excess of emotions. She cried, turning to Yemo, and begged for forgiveness from her fictitious husband. Meanwhile, our hero was on the highway. The signs said that it was 200 kilometers to Qi City, and the arrows to the right pointed to Sanming Uping and Nanyang Longhai. Yemo was walking and complained that it was impossible to move for a long time with Cloud Shadow Step, so he decided to make a pass in the nearest town. When he arrived, he saw a sign that said, "Welcome to Ulin," so the guy decided to just walk around first. The first thing he noticed was the bus station. Yemo was surprised, not expecting to see such a big building in such a small town. He understood that he couldn't go on the bus because if there was a document check, he could get into big trouble. A driver standing next to his work vehicle approached him and asked if Yemo would be boarding the bus. Yemo asked where they were going, and the driver replied that they were going to Qi City and the ticket only cost 55 yuan, which surprised the guy. The hero wasn't afraid of being chased by the Song family, but he needed to find a suitable place where he could grow plants in peace, so he decided to take a private bus. The driver asked the guy again if he was going to ride the bus, and the main character agreed to join the trip. At the beginning of the journey, the driver warned the passengers to fasten their seatbelts and keep an eye on their personal belongings. Yemo sat down and breathed a sigh of relief. He felt very comfortable on the bus. After all, the Cloud Shadow Step required too much physical strength. The main character was startled when a beauty who attracted attention suddenly entered the night bus. The guy, looking at the girl, thought that this young lady simply knocked him down with her beauty. Other passengers began commenting on the girl's appearance out loud, saying what an attractive figure she had. The big guy hit his friend for such a comment, saying that he was a pig who couldn't control himself. It was night outside, and the following actions took place in the mountainous area of Guixiandaling. The girl told the driver that she wanted to get off here, and he replied that there were no settlements or shops in Guixiandaling. Yemo also decided to get off here because he could cross the mountains to Huzhong without being discovered. The passengers began to pester the girl, asking why she wanted to get out here alone, and laughed, thinking that she wanted to find a camp of savages. The main character told the driver that he wanted to get out here too, and said that his friend was meeting him nearby in a car. The driver waved his hand and agreed to drop them off here, but warned them not to look for him if they had any problems. When the driver stopped and opened the door, he warned the girl to be careful because there was a step at the exit. One of the passengers suddenly shouted at the driver not to close the door because he and his friend had also decided to get out there. The driver was only glad because he saw that these hooligans were definitely not from the best strata of society, so this only played into his hands. Afterwards, the driver rushed forward and shouted at Yemo to take care of himself because he himself wanted to get off this bus. The main character concluded from these words that the driver understood why those hooligans got out after them. Two hooligans, giggling, approached the defenseless girl who stood alone, one of them looking at his reflection in the blade of a knife. The big guy advised the girl to be obedient because he didn't want her to see her own blood. Yemo realized that they were going to rob her, and the villain shouted at Yemo to get out of here, leaving the money, and the hero waved his hand and left. The girl, without showing fear in front of the couple of villains, still asked our hero to stay and wait a little. The main character still stopped, listened to the unfamiliar girl, and asked what she wanted from him. The girl called Yemo little brother and said that she needed his help, and the guy replied that he didn't want to fight. The stranger decided that the robbers definitely had problems with their heads, and they became indignant and screamed because they were the bad guys and not just empty space. Yemo became wary when the girl said that she didn't need him to fight. She just wanted to ask for a small favor. A moment later, the girl, who seemed defenseless, attacked the big guy, hitting him in the Adam's apple with her elbow. She then grabbed the villain by the wrist. Her grip was so strong that the villain was injured by his own weapon. The dark-haired big guy screamed in pain as he received a serious wound in the chest area from his own knife, and his friend was very scared for him. Seeing what the stranger was doing, Yemo realized that she was fighting quickly and without mercy, and if it weren't for his second level, he wouldn't have been able to notice her movements at all. After the bloody massacre, the girl turned her head as if nothing had happened, smiled sweetly, and turned to her little brother Yemo. The main character realized that he didn't need to create problems for himself and offend this girl, even though he had his own things to do. The stranger threw the knife back and it stuck into the tree trunk. She asked him not to be afraid and to help her hide the bodies for a reward. Yemo asked what if those two had no money, and the girl was surprised that the guy was so calm. Since she had taken the lives of two people in front of his eyes, the girl rummaged through her red handbag and pulled out a wad of bills, promising that in that case they would be his. The main character fulfilled the request. Unfortunately, the hooligans turned out to be beggars, but at least he was glad that he took the knife from them. Yemo used his magical powers to create a fireball to burn the bodies and leave them here in the forest. Everything around burst into destructive flames, but then Yemo noticed that there were still traces of the scoundrels left. Afterwards, he regretted that he had not yet reached the third level, because then a fireball would have turned them into ashes, and he went to the exit of the forest. Looking around, he noticed that the stranger was still there. She was hiding behind a tree, and he thought that she was waiting for him. In any case, he felt that he didn't owe her anything anymore, so he decided to leave, and the girl noticed that Yemo was running away. The main character started to run, and the stranger ran after him, screaming for him not to run away from her. Yemo asked what else she wanted, and she asked him not to be afraid of her, and the hero replied that he had no need to be afraid of her. The girl asked him to stand to discuss something. It was hard for her to keep up with him. She saw how fast he ran. The main character slowed down, agreeing to talk. He asked the stranger what business she wanted to discuss with him. She offered to get acquainted and introduced herself as Wen, and then suggested doing some business and making friends. Wen said that she had a car near that mountain, and they would use it to go north to Xianshanling, and Yemo needed to carry her things in exchange for 50,000 yen. Yemo immediately agreed because the task seemed simple. He would need the money, and he would also be able to train along the way. Wen ran ahead and called her little brother to follow her, warning him that moving in the mountains was completely different from moving on level ground. The boys ran up the mountain. Wen thought that Yemo was strong, and she wondered who this unusual person was in front of her. Soon the boys came to a car parked in the forest, which belonged to Wen. It was a silver expensive car. The main character asked the girl if they would continue their journey in this car when they approached her. Wen replied that their destination was not that far away, but it would still be much easier to get there by car. Yemo thought that this woman was too mysterious, so he decided to play it safe and see what she had using magic. The boy's eyes lit up as he used magical vision, a supernatural ability that allows one to see through any object. He saw that it was just a car, and in two boxes inside the car there were weapons and things, most likely goods for a deal. As they got into the car, Wen explained that they needed to get into a house where they would have to exchange boxes with the opposite side. The girl stepped on the gas pedal and told Yemo to get comfortable before they started driving. The car jerked away. Wen warned our hero that to save time they would drive a little faster. She was worried that this guy was too calm, so she decided to drive even faster along the dangerous road to see if he would get scared. The girl herself began to be afraid when she increased her speed, and she was surprised that there was no reaction from Yemo. Distracted by the passenger, Wen almost got into an accident. The road was dangerous, and the car almost fell off the cliff. Wen was sweating and shaking from fear. They almost fell down, but she praised herself for avoiding an accident. Meanwhile, the protagonist did not have a hint of anxiety in his behavior. He spoke because he wanted to tell her something. The girl thought that Yemo was scared and asked him to relax because she knew how to drive, but she could slow down if he wanted. She was shocked when Yemo asked her to drive faster because at such a snail's pace they would be driving for a long time, and he still had things to do. A stunned Wen said that safety comes first, but once they hit the highway, the girl would drive even faster. Ning Qingshu was resting in Yemo's apartment, lying on the sofa, when suddenly someone started to open the front door. The girl immediately opened her eyes upon hearing the sound, and the hope that it was Yemo who had returned settled in her heart. She was disappointed when she saw Yemo at the door and her friend Li, who happily showed up at the apartment. Ning Qingshu's friend asked her why she hadn't packed all her things yet, since 2 days had already passed, and it was time to leave for Yuzhou. The girl looked very depressed. She was surprised when she heard that 2 days had passed. Ning Qingshu confessed to her friend that she intended to buy this house, no matter how much the apartment cost her. Lee asked why, to which a dejected Ning explained that she had a feeling that she had lost something here, and she wanted to find it. The girl couldn't stand the influx of negative emotions and burst into tears right in front of her friend, tears rolling down her cheeks. Lee was scared for her friend and asked why her little princess was crying again. Suddenly, the mayor's daughter entered the apartment, and Mrs. Su asked if she would disturb them with her presence, since the door was not locked. Lee Mumei happily greeted Mrs. Su and hospitably allowed her to enter the apartment. The mayor's daughter immediately confessed to the girls that she was looking for Ye Mo here because she had some questions for this guy. Ning Qingsui said that Ye Mo left without even saying goodbye, and she hadn't seen him for several days. This made Mrs. Su wary, and she asked the girl if they couldn't even contact Ye Mo on the phone. Li Mumei complained about Ye Mo, saying that he was like a stomachache because he didn't even have a phone, and Ning was now killing himself because of him. The mayor's daughter had no idea what had happened to Ye Mo or where he had disappeared to, and she assumed that some of the rumors were true. When Madame Su was looking for Ye Mo earlier, she heard from the girls that Ye Mo was trying to commit a crime against Yunping. Then Ms. Su stood up for the boy and told the students that Ye Mo was not that kind of person, and there was no point in spreading false rumors. The students said that these were not rumors at all, because they themselves saw that the teacher wanted to hit Ye Mo, but he intercepted her hand. They left insulting Mrs. Su because she herself does not understand anything and says that they are spreading rumors. Su couldn't believe that Ye Mo could do such a thing, but she didn't understand why Yunping needed to deceive her students. She wondered if he really was that kind of person and was just skillfully pretending to be good, or if he had contacted her for his own benefit. Now Ning Qingsui told Su that her marriage to Ye Mo was a scam, but she still had some debts to him. Ning Qingsui said that she heard that Ye Mo had recently given Su a bracelet for her birthday, and she doubted that the girl liked it. Mrs. Su perked up when she heard about the bracelet Ye Mo had given her for her birthday. She again recalled the moment with the female students who insisted that Ye Mo was a vile person, and teacher Yunping could confirm this. The mayor's daughter trembled as she recalled Ye Mo. There were conflicting feelings in her heart. She was starting to believe those students. So she agreed to give the bracelet back to its original owner, his wife, and began to remove it from her wrist. But Ms. Su added that the bracelet has special meaning to her, so she is only willing to give up half of it. She took apart the bracelet, removed 3 beads from it and held them out in her palms, saying that she would give the girl only these. Ning Qingzu was in a stupor. She wanted to say something else to Madame Su, but then the woman interrupted her. The mayor's daughter turned around and walked towards the exit, saying that she was leaving since Ye Mio was not there. Halfway there, Madame Su stopped. She wanted to tell Ye Mo's fictitious wife one last thing. The girl turned around and asked Ning to remind Ye Mo of something if he came back, but she didn't explain what it was. Madame Su asked Ning to forget about it and left, saying goodbye and saying that she had already bothered them too much today. The next action took place near the city of Tandu. A sign said that there were 2 kilometers left to go to the town. The main character and Wen were riding in a car. The girl said that there was an alley ahead of them. They would turn there and be there. As they were leaving, Wen said that Ye Mo would carry the big box and she would take the smaller one. And when the guy started rummaging around in the car, she asked what else he was looking for. It turned out that Ye Mo was late because he was looking for his sunglasses. So he put them on and explained why he was late. Wen wondered if Ye Mo was really that afraid of being pursued and ordered him to follow her and obey her orders in everything. The master of the house laughed and greeted Madame Wen, saying that true heroes never lose, and he, Gong Mu, had been waiting for her for a very long time. The girl entered the spacious house accompanied by our hero and told Mr. Gun that they had not seen each other for a long time. Mr. Gong invited the guests to come in and gave orders to his subordinates to receive Mrs. Wen and pour her some tea. Wen waved it off, saying that tea was not needed because she wanted to quickly complete the deal and leave immediately. Ye Mo saw that this old man had a smile on his face, but he still looked suspicious. So he decided to use magical vision. With the help of his magical abilities, our hero saw that there were 2 more people hiding behind the screens, and 2 more behind the doors. Ye Mo realized that without magical vision, it would be difficult to make money today, since there were 4 armed men against them. Gong Mao asked Mrs. Wen not to rush, and suggested that he check her goods first, and the girl agreed to this. Hearing the stranger's footstep, Wen realized that his people were still here, glanced at Ye Mo, and he replied that he already knew everything. Mr. Gong Mao began to laugh long and evilly, fingering the red rosary beads in his hands. The old man said that he knew Wen was a very cool girl, But to become cooler, she needed to get her weapon out in 10 seconds. But he would definitely kill them in that time. Wen reproached the old man for ordering his men to hide behind the doors and for wanting to play unfairly. Gong Mao clapped his hands and said that Wen was as cool as before, but now this public morality was completely useless. Mr. Gun ordered his men to leave, and 2 men in black suits with machine guns appeared in the room. Yemo noticed that 2 people had come out, but there were still people hiding behind the screens. He doubted that she would be able to dodge the bullets at the second level. Wen stated that she was fine with everyone leaving and took out a small device, saying that she had a time bomb in reserve. The protagonist was confused. He didn't understand when a bomb could appear in the box, and he definitely didn't want to die with it. Gong Mao laughed and immediately ordered his men to lay down their arms because it was very impolite to the guests. When Gong Mao's men agreed to put down their weapons, Wen realized that this was a great opportunity and opened the handle of the suitcase. The girl quickly took out a machine gun from it, instantly brought it to combat readiness, and aimed it at the old man, asking Yemo to stand behind her. Yemo realized that Wen hadn't noticed that there were more people behind the screens, and he knew that they would be open to attack from behind. So he had to think of another way. Gong Mao agreed to stop talking nonsense and offered to check the goods again, jabbing Wen for taking out her weapon right away. The man clapped his hands, which was a signal for the man who came forward holding a suitcase. Mr. Gong's assistant put down the suitcase and opened it, and inside were stacks of American bills. A fair-haired guy in a black suit, holding a suitcase with money in his hands, asked Mrs. Wen to look at it. Taking a quick glance at the money, the girl told Yemo that there was no problem with it, so the guy just needed to show them the goods. Yemi walked to the table, put down the suitcase and opened it, asking Mr. Gong's representative to check the goods. The fair-haired man silently approached the black case and looked at the goods with a tense expression on his face. The guy asked the man if he had already checked the goods, and then quietly tore off a piece from the wooden furniture. The man, having examined the goods, turned to his master and said that there were no problems with them. Gong Mao smirked when he heard this, turned his back to the guys, and was ready to declare what they would do now. Mrs. Wen tensed up because she could tell from the old man's voice that his tone was wrong, which meant that everything was not going according to plan. The girl was right, because right now a sniper she hadn't noticed was holding her in his sights. The protagonist was ready. He noticed the man who was holding the girl at gunpoint and threw a small piece of wood. Yemo's skill was astounding. He managed to throw a small piece of wood in such a way that it took the sniper's life in an instant. The armed man's partner became alarmed when he saw the second guard suddenly fall backwards. He didn't understand what was happening. He pulled the trigger in a panic, and Yemo was ready to deal with another scoundrel. Seeing the second sniper fire, the protagonist shouted for Mrs. Wen to duck. Wen reacted in time, tilting her head back and looking in fear at the bullet flying right over her face. The sound of gunshots continued to echo throughout the hall, and Yemo realized that he was a little late and threw something else at the armed guy. Mr. Gong panicked when he saw Yemo masterfully deal with another one of his subordinates. There was silence in Gong Mo's mansion. Yemo had eliminated all the villains, and the armed guy hidden behind the screen had been killed. Gong Mao was in a stupor, the old man standing silently in the middle of the hall while the bodies of his assistants surrounded him. Wen realized that Yemo was truly an unusual person, because he knew about the secret of the screens and also saved her from death. Now Mr. Gong was not so confident in himself. Panicking, he told Mrs. Wen that there was some mistake. He began to beg to explain everything to the girl, but Wen asked if he was really going to take her life for just $1 million. Gong Mao tried to justify himself by saying that he didn't want to do it, but Wen was merciless, and with one shot the girl sent the old man to hell. Yemo and his new acquaintance left the house. The guy asked if they weren't even going to clean up after themselves on the battlefield. Wen asked the guy who told him they wouldn't clean up after themselves, and then pressed the button on the remote control. The protagonist was stunned when the next second a deafening explosion was heard behind him, destroying the Gong mansion. A shocked Yemo asked where she got the bomb, to which Wen explained that the weapon case was the bomb. Yemo tensed up. Up until now, he had still been in control of the situation, but now he realized that he could get $50,000 in exchange for his life. Back in the car, Wen asked why Yemo didn't fly to Gillen by plane, to which the guy replied that he didn't have an ID. Wen said she would take care of the guy's ID, thanked him, and offered to give him the briefcase, although she doubted he would keep it intact. Yemo replied that the money she had given him earlier was enough, but now he desperately needed an ID. Having stopped, the girl got out of the car and told the guy to wait for her there while she took care of his paperwork. The protagonist was surprised that she actually went to make him a passport, and soon Wen left the police station with a ready document. She asked the guy not to ask where she came from and where she was going next, called him an interesting person, and asked if he had a phone number. Yemo smirked and replied that he liked peace and quiet, so he didn't have a mobile phone. Wen found it strange that in our generation there was still someone who didn't have a phone, and gave Yemo the case and ID card, asking him to keep it safe. Afterwards, the girl returned to her car and drove off, saying goodbye to our hero. Yemo continued on his way by bus. When they passed the sign, the guy saw that there were 30 kilometers left to Xianshan. He realized that this was a good opportunity to rest, because with a new ID, the Song family would not find him, and Ninghai was 1,000 kilometers away. Walking around Xianshan town, the boy said that he didn't think such a small town would be so lively. Yema bought a pack of nails. He was happy that he could now fix the furniture in his house, and then he turned his attention to the thief. Tossing the pack of nails in his hand, Yemo said that the thief had no skill whatsoever to steal like this. The scoundrel came up from behind and slapped our hero on the shoulder, telling him to get lost because he was looking at them somehow insolently. The protagonist turned an angry look to the big guy and asked the short-haired man if he was looking for death. Before the big man could respond, Yemo attacked him, sending the man flying backwards, crashing into a concrete wall. The beaten man was trembling with fear. He didn't even notice Yemo hitting him. Moreover, an unknown force threw him down. So he decided that this person was definitely strange. The thief, who noticed that his boss had been beaten, became afraid for him and shouted, asking if he was okay. The pickpocket ran up to our hero, holding a knife at the ready, shouted at Yemo and asked how dare he hit his boss. The beaten boss tried to stop his subordinate. He shouted at him not to do it, because he was not an ordinary person. A moment later, the thief received a blow from our hero. He flew into the wall, leaving behind cracks, and dropped the knife from his hand. The knife spun and flew high into the sky. The thief screamed in pain, and the boss asked his brother if his wound was serious. The protagonist, having dealt with the villains, left, and the guy they tried to rob was delighted with Yemo's abilities. The guy in the blue shirt ran after our hero, trying to stop him. Yemo stopped, turned around, and asked what he wanted. He introduced himself as Zhuo Aiguo and thanked our hero. He handed him a business card and asked Yemo for help. Believing that their chance meeting was fate, the protagonist apologized to the guy and said that he was very busy, refusing to fulfill the request. Yemo walked on, and Zhuo Aiguo followed him, talking about our hero's unusual abilities, and offered him any amount of money for Yemo to go with him to Guilin. This interested our hero, because Guilin was on the way, and he could also earn money, so he asked why they needed to go there. Zhuo Aiguo explained that he wanted to go to Liushe, a town on the border of Guilin, a restive area where a local indigenous minority lived. The guy said that he had bodyguards, but Yemo seemed much cooler to him, and once again promised to pay him any amount. Yemo replied that he now thought it would be even better for him to go to Liushe, but he didn't need the money. In return, he wanted help with housing. Zhuo Aiguo waved his hands, explaining that Liushe was too dangerous and it was impossible to stay there for long, and advised them to stop in Guilin. This only caused a grin to appear on the protagonist's face, and he replied that a dangerous place meant new meetings and a new road. Soon, Zhuo Aiguo's black car was already racing along the highway. The man and his new bodyguard set off on their journey. Zhuo Aiguo told Yemo that they would arrive in Liushe in an hour, to which our hero replied that they had not seen a single village in 2 hours. Suddenly, the driver who was carrying Zhuo Aiguo and our hero applied emergency braking and the car stopped abruptly. The driver warned his owner, Zhuo, that there was a man standing on the road in front of them who was blocking traffic. Zhuo tensed up, complaining that he had no peace from the robbers today because he thought they had run into villains again. The boy and girl were talking to the robber. The young man politely asked him to let them go, because they had already given him the money. The robber let the guy go but told the girl to stay. But the young man did not agree to leave the girl there. In a second, the robber put a gun to the guy's forehead and said that he would count to 5 for him to leave, and the terrified man immediately agreed. The young man immediately got into his yellow SUV and drove away, leaving the girl alone with the robber. Now the robbers turned their attention to Zhuo's black car, and the villain ordered the people in it to go outside to Daddy. Yemo asked the driver who these people were, and he said that they were thugs from the 13 Taibao gang, and that this was their point where they caught travelers, robbed them, and killed them. The main character realized that he was dealing with bad guys, so he asked to be assigned to deal with the villains. One of the gang members approached the car with a gun and told them to get out of it quickly if they didn't want to die. And then Yemo started to open the door. Zhuo Aiguo climbed out of the window and advised Yemo to be careful because they had weapons. but our hero calmly walked towards the robbers, keeping his hands in his pockets. Yemo walked closer to the bandits and asked Daddy what the thief wanted to call himself, what he wanted from him when he got out of the car. The bandit only became even more angry at Yemo's behavior. He pointed his gun at the freak and asked what he was talking about, and in response, he saw the demonic gaze of our hero. A moment later, the villain received a crushing blow to the solar plexus. The rest of the thugs noticed this mess and screamed, not understanding what kind of guy had just beaten up their partner. Before they had time to come to their senses, our hero was already running towards them at incredible speed to deal with the rest. Noticing this, the bandits from the 13 Taibao began to shoot at Yemo, but all the bullets they fired missed. The main character deftly avoided all the bullets. He jumped up in time and disappeared right before the eyes of the thugs. One of the bandits was shocked when he saw that our hero had disappeared in an instant. In just a moment, he noticed Yemo jumping towards him, covering a large distance in a split second. Before he could react, the thug received a strong punch to the face, and his cheek was crumpled into an accordion. The second bandit tried to get rid of our hero by shooting at him, but it didn't work because Yemo had disappeared again. This guy saw Yemo's face in front of him in an instant. Our hero's eyes were emitting a dark red light, and then a bang was heard. Something crunched, and the second bandit also received a blow from Yemo. He dropped the gun from his hands and flew back. The girl who was standing nearby screamed in delight. She was shocked at how strong Yemo was. Zhuo was delighted by Yemo's ability. He saw that this guy had really cool skills, and when he got out of the car, the girl recognized him. The girl was very happy to see Uncle Zhao. She started shouting at him and waving her hand so that he could see her. Zhuo Aiguo approached the girl and asked if she was okay. The man was clearly worried about her. The man introduced the girl to our hero. He said that she was journalist Xiao Lei, a friend of his niece Zhao Yingjing. He asked Xiao Lei what she was doing in a small town like Liushe, since the place was full of scumbags. The girl replied that she had heard that tourists often go missing here, so she came to investigate. Uncle Zhao suggested that she wait so that they could leave together since it was dangerous to travel alone. And Xiao Lei glanced at Ye Mo. Someone called Ago. He picked up the phone and was told that Manager Fang had been waylaid by the 13 bandits to take away their goods. Zhuo was very worried and asked Ye Mo for help, telling him everything because this product was very important to him. Ye Mo drew the man's attention to the bandit who was lying nearby and begging for help, believing that our hero would finish him off. The protagonist said that it seemed like they left one of the bandits alive, which meant he could show them the way. The guy was delighted. He suggested collecting a full set, since these bandits were just a mistake of nature. But Zhuo was not delighted. He suggested calling for reinforcements. After some time, Uncle Zhuo's black car had already arrived at the city, and the man announced that they had arrived in Lushi City. He said that recently all civilians were evacuated from here because of the war, so the state did not monitor the territory, and scumbags settled here. The driver drew the boss's attention to the sign. It said 13 bandits, and one of them confirmed that this was their headquarters. Meanwhile, near the headquarters of the criminal group, some kind of mass fight broke out, and screams were heard. Xiao Lei asked the driver to park discreetly nearby so she could take a few photos for her news, and the man agreed. Yemo was wary when he heard the news because it might give him away, and he had to be more careful from now on. He told Boss Zhuo that he would go alone, and they could all wait in the car. But the man was against it. He didn't want to let Yemo risk his life alone. Zhuo said that Yemo got involved in this because of him, so he couldn't just sit there and do nothing. Plus, he needed to show the guy who was Manager Fang. The protagonist agreed. He asked Uncle Zhuo to stand behind and be careful, and then took his sunglasses. Putting on his sunglasses, the hero got out of the car. Uncle Zhuo was behind, and Yemo asked the 13 bandits to show up. The bandits noticed Yemo's appearance and were outraged, not understanding where this stupid guy came from. The main character was extremely furious when he heard insults directed at him. He destroyed the asphalt beneath him with his foot. Asking who he had just insulted, our hero swung his fist emitting a magical light, and the bandit laughed. The bandits and Yemo's fists collided. A loud crunching sound was heard. Our young hero's punch was much stronger than that guy's. The villain immediately screamed and trembled in pain. He looked at his crippled arm, which was broken. The bandits got angry and started shouting to call everyone else to finish off the main character as a crowd. Yemo smirked and said that the bandit was just a pile of trash that was begging to be thrown into the dump, despite all his serious talk. The courtyard outside the 13 bandits' headquarters was filled with cries of pain. Yemo had thrown the scoundrels against the walls in a matter of seconds. Afterwards, He asked Boss Zhuo how many bandits they had gotten rid of, and he happily replied that they had gotten rid of 8 already. The protagonist said that they were just a bunch of weaklings. Although he believed that people from a gang with such a name would fight better, 2 doors suddenly opened. Shots were heard from the darkness. These were the bandits who had been hiding in the building until then. Yemo was momentarily startled when he heard the gunshots, but he managed to quickly move to the side, causing the bullets to fly past him. In response, the main character jumped up and threw several nails at the villains, which flew straight to the target. A few small nails were enough to get rid of the remaining bandits. The armed men screamed in pain. Uncle Zhuo was astonished. He admitted that it was amazing, and he was very lucky to have met Brother Yemo. A surviving bandit came out into the street. He asked to let them go, admitting that they were surrendering, and offered to take everything, just not to kill them. Without saying anything, Yemo went inside and called Boss Zhuo to follow him, saying that they needed to return the goods and free the hostage. Yemo took off his glasses and warned the bandit that they could kiss their lives goodbye if he saw them wandering around the city's districts. The protagonist became wary when he sensed that an unknown object inside the building was emitting powerful spiritual energy. After entering, Yemo realized that the spiritual energy was coming from the red box that was on the table. When he opened the box, he saw that there was a purple heart vine inside. He was shocked because he didn't think he would come across it here. The guy knew that this thing was really useful for training, and he was surprised by the find. Because the spiritual energy of this world is limited, they soon found Manager Fang, who thanked Yemo for saving him and asked Zhuo why Loza was so important that he would risk his life for her. Zhuo said his son had suffered complications with his brain development, and a traditional medicine doctor advised him to find the plant to save the child. Yemo shocked Zhuo when he said that he knew of this plant, but it would not help his son, but would only make his condition worse. When Zhuo asked how Yemo knew this, the boy waved it off, saying that it was a long story, but he could help his son if the man gave him the vine. The worried father asked Yemo if he could really cure his child, to which the boy replied that of course he could. Zhuo knew that Brother Ye was a serious fighter and would still take the plant if he wanted to, so it was unlikely that he was lying now and would really be able to save his son. The man happily agreed to give Yemo whatever he wanted and declared that he was now forever in the boy's debt. Manager Fang said that this was not a place for casual conversation, so it was worth going up to the Pudao Association to continue the conversation there. Meanwhile, in Yanjing City, at the Song family headquarters, a man put out a cigarette and asked how the investigation was progressing. The subordinate reported to the master that they had used all their levers of influence and asked to see what they had found out. Showing the map, he said that the young master had arrived in Hefeng a week ago, and then went incognito to Ninghai with Fa and Wang Chuan. According to the man, the younger Song came to see the girl, and the Ye family claims that Ye Mo disappeared without a trace, and the security footage showed nothing strange. When asked whether the driver would have been drunk, the man replied that it was unlikely, and the driving style in the recordings did not confirm this version. The head of the Song family, Sog Chi Ming, asked the man if they knew anything about Ye Mo's current location. The man replied that they had no information because all the video surveillance data from the guy's apartment had been erased, and they were now trying to restore it. Just at that moment, another subordinate entered the office and announced that they had recovered the data from the damaged computer. They played the footage from Sunday, which showed Ye Mo moving towards the black car that belonged to the younger Song. Mr. Sog Chi Ming immediately realized that the scum from the Ye family was indeed somehow involved in the death of the young master. He slammed the table. Everyone around him was also angry and shouted that they couldn't let him get away with this, and Ye Mo had to pay for the young master's death. The men decided that the girl from the Ning family definitely knew something. Otherwise, she wouldn't have needed to erase the CCTV footage. The gentleman said that the girl was guilty even if she was not involved, and the Song family should not let her go. But right now, the main target is Ye Mo. Meanwhile, Ning Qingsu was grieving in Ye Mo's apartment. She took a photo of them together and asked the guy where he disappeared to. She decided that it was all because of what she said then, and began to blame herself for the fact that he disappeared because of her constant nagging. The girl recalled how she insulted him as a miser, accused him of holding back meager money for her, and claimed that the guy had no heart. The curtain by the window began to fly around the room. The wind picked up. The girl turned her head and noticed that the weather was getting worse. Ning Qing walked to the windowsill and noticed a potted plant. She recognized it as Ye Mo's favorite plant. The girl picked up a small pot with a small sprout in it and declared that she had to take care of it until Ye Mo returned. Meanwhile, in Ninghai, in Yunbing's apartment, our protagonist's teacher was taking a shower. Even during water procedures, the girl remembered Ye Mo. She repeated his name and claimed that it was all because of him. She decided that our hero was too ashamed to show himself to her, because she had not seen him since that day. She remembered the moment when she screamed at Ye Mo and demanded an explanation from him, asking how the bastard could do such a thing to her. Then, Ye Mo, remaining calm, looked at the teacher and told the miss that she was simply mistaken. Yunbing began to doubt. She thought that maybe she really had accused Ye Mo in vain, and that the culprit was someone else. However, she clearly remembered that the first person she saw when she woke up that day was Ye Mo, and she didn't understand why he was there. While the girl was still unconscious, she heard other voices. So Ye Mo wasn't alone there, but she couldn't imagine what the guy was doing there if he wasn't related to the incident. Yunbing's eyes widened as she remembered seeing the video camera that day. That video camera was still with her. Yunbing took out the memory card from there and inserted it into the laptop to check what recordings were on it. The girl was angry when she saw that besides Ye Mo, Zheng Xiao was also on the recording. In the video, Ye Mo approached him after beating him. The footage showed Zheng Xiao shaking in fear in front of Ye Mo, promising to give the boy as much money as he wanted. Yunbing was stunned when she looked at the recordings and realized that Ye Mo was not actually the villain, but the one who saved her. Soon, Fang, Ye Mo, Zhuo, and Xiao missed each other because Fang had to catch a morning flight and asked Zhuo and Xiao to contact him if anything happened. Uncle Zhuo waved goodbye to the guys and said, "See you soon," to our hero and his manager Fang. Fang and Ye Mo were left alone. The manager offered to help the guy with housing in Luche, and the hero replied that it would be better for him to stay in a quiet place. The protagonist had one more request. He asked Fang to tell him how the man managed to get the purple heart vine. Fang said he came across it 7 years ago when he was on the run and hiding in a cave near Vietnam, and the plant was lying on the body of a Tibetan Lama. He said that the vine was securely locked in a box, and he didn't know what it was, but the plant looked valuable. So he took it and later arranged a funeral for the monk. Ye Mo asked the man if he remembered where the old man was buried, and Fang replied that he even had a map with the exact location of the grave. As night fell outside, our hero went to the backyard to plant a plant, and as a last step he patted the soil with his palms. He let out a sigh of relief when he finally finished, and hoped that the land here was suitable for growing large stalks of silver heartgrass. The guy wondered what he should do during this time, since the seeds would only sprout in a month. At first, Ye Mo thought that this world was completely simple, but he was wrong, because Wang Shu and Wen Dong were people with abilities. He decided to check the burial place of the Lama to find something useful there that could help him advance in his training. Soon, in a forest near the border with Vietnam, a crowd of people ran, searching the area. The leader ordered them to speed up. The leader ordered the soldier to go that way because the guy they were looking for had injured his leg and couldn't run far. The soldiers searched the forest. They were ordered to check under every stone, and in the meantime the one they were looking for was hiding nearby behind a tree. The soldier was very worried because he was almost discovered, and then became wary when he smelled a strange smell. Meanwhile, our hero was sitting nearby by the fire. Something was boiling on the fire, which was emitting a strange aroma. Ye Mo caught an animal in the forest and began to cook it over a fire to have dinner after a hard day. The soldier's mouth watered, and he asked who came up with the idea to have a barbecue in such a place. The boy's stomach began to rumble and he grabbed it, complaining about how incredibly hungry he was just from the smell. One of the soldiers, noticing someone, immediately shouted to the captain, declaring that there was someone in that direction. The guy they were looking for immediately became wary when he heard his voice and thought he had been discovered. The soldiers ran forward, thinking they had found the fugitive, but our hero was there, and they asked him if anyone had run past here. The main character was indifferent to the appearance of the crowd of soldiers. Looking at the fire, he answered the guy's no. The soldier took out his gun, indignant at the tone in which Ye Mo responded to him, and asked if he wanted to try the weapon. He pointed a gun at him and began to threaten that he could leave a bullet hole in him, which greatly angered our hero. The soldier who was being searched for became worried about Ye Mo. He saw that this guy was in trouble. The soldier who threatened the protagonist pulled the trigger so that his threats would not seem like empty words. The wanted soldier immediately ran out, shouting for them not to touch the civilian, and the serviceman replied that he would now send them both to meet their forefathers. Ye Mo's eyes flashed with a red demonic light as he declared that he hated it when someone threatened him with a gun. He dealt with the villains with one blow of his knife and said that Wendong's dagger felt surprisingly good in his hand. The wanted soldier was stunned. He did not understand what had happened and why 2 Vietnamese were suddenly dead. The guy was horrified when he heard a demonic voice behind him asking if it was true that he was not on the side of those guys. The soldier, who was on the run, was so afraid of the unknown that his legs began to tremble. The young man could not cope with his emotions. They overwhelmed him so much that he began to lose consciousness. A moment later, the soldier passed out and lost his balance, falling to the ground. The protagonist saw this and immediately assumed that the soldier passed out because he lost a lot of blood. When the soldier woke up, Yemo told him what had happened and how he had healed his leg with spiritual chi, and also suggested that he eat a rabbit leg to restore his strength. Falling to his knees, the boy confessed that his squad had fallen into a trap, and that he was the only one who had gotten out, and began to beg Yemo to help him save his squad. The protagonist apologized to the soldier and said that he would be glad to help, but now he was busy looking for one thing. Then the soldier offered him the help of his detachment, stating that they knew the area well and that they would find it faster. Yemo realized that this way they would save the soldier's friends and also get rid of a bunch of assholes, so he suggested that they go and not waste time. As Yemo moved through the forest, he asked the boy how much longer it was to go, to which the soldier replied that his unit was just beyond that hill. Soon they came to a cave. The soldier announced that his unit was in that cave ahead. On it was the inscription Hanchan Cave. He said that they were ambushed here after completing a mission, and now his squad is trapped. The protagonist remembered that Fang had told him about the Hanchan Cave the day before. The guys heard shots. The soldier became wary and said that if they were lucky, they would manage to find him and his fellow soldiers alive. He said that they were attacked by about 12 people, and now there are 5 or 6 of them left, and they probably broke through the defense now. Yemo said that he would go ahead and scout out the situation, and asked the soldier to wait here, after which he instantly disappeared and appeared on the ledge. Our hero decided to use his divine sense to look around, because there were too many blind spots in the forest. Using it, Yemo saw that there were 10 people in ambush, much more than Guo Qi had expected, but it was gratifying that they were gathered in one place. Suddenly something whistled over the boys' heads. It was a large grenade that the Vietnamese were using. Then there was a deafening explosion, and the space in the forest was filled with thick and acrid gray smoke. Guo Qi panicked. He shouted that the enemies were attacking and expressed his hope that our hero was okay. The attack didn't make the main character worry. He was only glad, because the use of a smoke grenade was a great chance for him. Despite the acrid smoke, Yemo ran forward because he wanted to take the chance to attack the enemies without being noticed. Armed Vietnamese soldiers went forward. The commander gave them the order to break through to the enemy rear. The leader then gave orders to his subordinates to watch their positions and beware of traps. Meanwhile, the main character deftly pushed off the ground and jumped up, after which he launched a handful of nails at the Vietnamese. They crashed into the enemy soldiers and eliminated them. Yemo saw that he had gotten rid of 2, and there were still 8 left. The soldiers realized that they were under attack. One of them shouted that the enemy had been detected at 12 o'clock and was rapidly approaching. The commander gave the order to open fire, aiming at the black spot, the silhouette of a man who was visible in the thick smoke. The protagonist dodged these bullets and jumped up again to launch a new batch of nails at the enemy soldiers. This time our guy was able to get rid of 2 enemy soldiers again. Small nails were enough to eliminate them. The shots at the dark silhouette continued. The captain ordered to open fire again and get that bastard. Now Yemo was injured. One of the bullets hit the guy because many soldiers were shooting at him with machine guns. The guy realized that these people were professionals compared to those bandits, and continued to dodge bullets. After landing, Yemo began to lament that the enemy had a strong numerical advantage, and he needed to raise his level urgently. Meanwhile, Guo Qi was worried. He wasn't sure if his squad and Yemo were okay after so many shots. Yemo emerged from the fog alive and turned to Guo Qi, telling the boy to go with him to get his buddies out of there. Guo Qi was shocked. He asked our hero how he did it and compared him to some kind of deity. The protagonist laughed and replied that it wasn't that bad, but there were many more soldiers than Guo Qi had expected. Guo Qi kept up with Yemo and demanded that he tell him how he managed to do it, and our hero asked why he was chatting instead of saving his guys. Meanwhile, one of Guo Qi's squad was sitting in the cave and talking about how grateful she would be to her lucky stars if Guo could escape safely. The others asked the girl named Wang Qin to hold on and said that brother Guo would definitely come back to save them. Wang Qin replied that it didn't matter. At worst, she would take the bastards with her, so Fang Wei and the captain should leave if anything happened. Guo Qi entered the cave and began shouting words to the guys in the squad. He asked them to come out because he had brought reinforcements. The guys from Guoqi's squad were stunned when they heard someone's voice. They immediately recognized it as the voice of their comrade. One of them started waving his arms and shouting loudly for Guoqi to find them in the dark cave. Guoqi finally found them, approached the boys and asked if they were okay, to which they told him that only Wang Qin was wounded in the leg. The soldier asked Guoqi how he got here and which of the troops was sent to help them. The guy was clearly surprised. Guoqi said that it wasn't a squad that came to the rescue, but a savior, a young martial artist who kicked the enemy's asses. He also told about the cut on his leg, which disappeared as soon as Yemo transferred some of his spiritual qi energy to him. A soldier from the squad asked Guoqi to quickly bring the young master here because they had a chance to cure Wang Qin. The captain asked Guoqi and Fang Wei to go ahead while he led the injured Wang Qin behind in case any of those creatures survived. Fang Wei asked Guoqi if he thought Yemo would take him as a disciple, to which Guoqi began to doubt, and the boy said that in any case he really wanted to meet him. Yemo, who remained outside, began to worry because Guoqi had been in the cave for quite a long time and still hadn't come out. Just as the protagonist was asking this question, a moment later he heard the voice of Guoqi, who appeared on the horizon. Seeing Guoqi, who had finally returned, Yemo told the guy that they all seemed to be in great shape. Fang Wei was delighted when he saw Yemo in person. He said that this guy looked really cool. The soldier suddenly fell to his knees in front of Yemo and thanked him for saving him, and also expressed his desire to become his disciple. In response, Yemo turned around and replied that he had simply caught the enemy off guard and that he was not good enough to be a teacher. Guoqi asked Yemo to wait, because he promised that he would pay the master in full for saving him and find what our hero was looking for. Yemo turned around and said that he was looking for 2 sacred lily flowers, and judging from the surroundings, they should be somewhere nearby in the mountains. The injured Wang Qin said that she knew where the sacred lilies were and could take the guy there, but she had problems with her leg. Guoqi was delighted and said that it was great that Wang Qin knew this, and asked Yemo to cure the girl in exchange for helping him search. Yemo ordered the girl to sit down on the ground so that he could examine the wound, and the guys sat Wang Qin down by a tree, asking her to rest there. The captain told Yemo that they were counting on him and said that he and Guoqi would deal with the loot and bodies for now. The main character realized that in front of him was a real soldier, skilled and determined, who did not even ask him anything about the methods of healing. Wang Qin turned to Yemo and asked him to treat her leg wound if possible. Yemo took a look and realized that it looked like a gunshot wound, and he just needed some chi to pull the bullet out. When Yemo hesitated because the wound was in a sensitive area, Wang Qin asked the guy why he was staring at her and asked him to treat her again. Our hero said he would be honest and stated that the injury was serious, so he needed to take off his pants or cut a hole in them in the area of the injury. A deep blush appeared on Wang Qin's cheeks, and she opened her eyes wide in shock and embarrassment when she heard that she had to pull down her pants. The protagonist said that he knew that it was a little uncomfortable for the lady and promised to come up with something else. The girl said that everything was fine and she was ready to undress, but she was embarrassed, so she asked Yemo to turn away for a while. Yemo turned away and soon asked if Wang Qin had finished, and she replied that she had, and asked him to start the treatment. The young man felt noticeably awkward, even though it was a medical procedure. He felt uneasy in front of the girl. The protagonist grabbed Wang Qin by the thigh, where she was injured, and began to transfer his qi energy to her. The girl opened her eyes wide as Yemo began the treatment process, and she was shocked by the sensation. It seemed to her as if a gentle warmth was spreading throughout her entire body, and the bullet that had been stuck earlier was being pushed out on its own. Wang Qin closed her eyes. The treatment process was very pleasant. She felt no pain or discomfort. The protagonist smiled when he easily managed to remove the bullet from the wound. He took it and showed it to the girl. When Wang Qin opened her eyes, she asked Yemo if Sir had managed to heal her injury. Yemo in turn asked Wang Qin what a girl like her was doing in the army, and in a combat unit at that. Wang Qin said that her grandfather and father were military men, and she had been interested in this since childhood and worked hard to get into the Falcon Squad, but had already been a burden on the team several times. She picked up a wooden comb and began to carve something on it with a knife, telling Yemo that she would give him the comb with her number on it. After standing up, the girl suggested that they go on a journey so that she could take him to the sacred lily, and Yemo agreed. Wang Qin walked with trembling legs. Yemo said that her wound was not completely healed yet, so he allowed her to hold on to him. Yemo asked how she knew where the lily grew, to which Wang Qin explained that it was a coincidence, and she just stumbled upon them while they were hiding in the ravine. The girl said that these plants looked very unusual. And then she opened her eyes wide, remembering that she had forgotten to tell Sister Lin something. She shouted to the captain that her leg was fine and would be back soon after taking Ye Mo to the Lily. And Lin was shocked that Wang sounded so cheerful. Fang Wei asked Captain Lu if Ye Mo had just taken Wang Qin away, and assumed that his eyes were deceiving him. The captain replied that his eyes were fine and the boys would be back soon. But Fang Wei continued to claim that it was a miracle that their Snow Queen allowed a stranger to hold her hand. Guoqi said that Ye Mo was a polite and valiant person, and Wang was usually withdrawn, but it could just be because of the wrong company. Fang Wei was delighted, guessing that their sacred Lily Qi Wan Qian would soon open her heart to someone. The captain was very angry at her subordinate and shouted at him to liven up and that Wang and Ye Mo's relationship was none of his business. When Ye Mo and Wang Qin were walking towards the lilies, the girl asked the boy if he thought she was too simple. The protagonist replied that he liked her sincerity and gentle nature, as well as her decisiveness in words and actions. Wang Qin admitted that she didn't know why, but she felt very comfortable around Ye Mo, and she talked to him much more than she did to her comrades. It was a miracle to Ye Mo that in this world he found a girl with such a strong inner core, and he told her not to adapt to others and to live as she wished. The girl perked up when she saw the sacred lilies in front of her, and she immediately reported this to Ye Mo. The main character saw that in front of him, 2 sacred lilies were indeed growing nearby. The unusual plants were emitting light. As he got closer, he realized that this was the place Fang had spoken of, and decided to use the palm technique to exhume the grave, but then changed his mind. Wang Qin was frightened when the protagonist exhumed the llama's body. In the grave lay a skeleton in a red robe. Next to him lay a transparent bag with a piece of parchment. Ye Mo unfolded it, surprised by the find. Ye Mo was delighted when he saw that there was a map drawn on the piece of parchment, with a cross marking one of the locations. What was annoying was that he couldn't read a single word, and he doubted that he would find anyone here who could interpret the map. The protagonist felt something soft. It turned out that Wang Qin came closer to him and pressed herself against him. She said it was Tibetan, which her grandfather had taught her, and she read that it said Lake Hu and Taklamakan, and then she realized it was talking about the desert. Wang Qin said the desert is known as the Sea of Death and is located in the Tarim Basin in southern Xinjiang. Ye Mo was surprised by the girl's knowledge and thanked her, and she replied that there was no need for thanks because she was glad that she was able to help the guy. The protagonist asked Wang Qin to sit down and rest while he reburied the llama's remains. Afterwards, he sat by the cliff and thought about the Taklamakan Desert, Lake Hu, the Royal Gate, and the Purple Heart Vine. Ye Mo honestly didn't understand what the connection was between all these things, and whether it was a coincidence that the map and the plant were in the same place. Bright green eyes appeared in the darkness. The main character turned his head and became wary, feeling for some reason a thirst for murder. He was scared because he was so focused on his problem that he completely lost his vigilance, and now he won't have time to dodge the snake. Luckily, Wang Qin came running to the rescue, shouting for Ye Mo to take care of himself, and grabbed the snake that was about to attack our hero. The protagonist shouted for Wang Qin to quickly throw off this snake because he understood how dangerous this reptile was. The snake hissed in the air. Ye Mo threw a handful of nails at it. Only one of them hit the body. The beast fell to the ground, but was alive. Ye Mo realized that she was about to attack again and was aimed at her. And then he noticed that the snake had legs. He threw another handful of nails at her because he needed to deal with the snake as soon as possible. Otherwise, Wang Qin would be in danger. Meanwhile, Wang Qin began to feel unwell. She sighed heavily and fell to the ground. The protagonist noticed this. He saw that things were bad because the girl's skin had already turned gray and the wound was emitting a poisonous aura. So it was not an ordinary snake. Horror appeared on our hero's face when he realized that it was not just a snake, but a basilisk. The rest of the soldiers came running to the scene and shouted, asking Ye Mo what had happened and what was going on. Ye Mo said that Wang Qin was bitten by a basilisk, which is often mistaken for a snake, but they have 4 legs and their eyes glow green at night. The guy said that the most important thing is that the basilisk has a very powerful poison, stronger than any snake, and Guoqi began to panic, begging him to save the girl. The protagonist, after examining Wang Qin, realized that things were bad because the poisonous aura had descended and was beginning to spread throughout his entire body. Ye Mo said that basilisks are attracted to qi energy, and it was aimed at our hero, but it bit Wang Qin because she was protecting him. The captain was horrified and asked what they should do now, since there was not a single hospital within 100 kilometers. Ye Mo didn't expect that the basilisk would appear in a world with such a low energy level, and he was angry at himself for not having the silver heart herb with him to treat it. The main character began to panic. He did not understand what to do, and then he remembered that some of the healing properties of the silver herb remained in his blood. Therefore, Yemo quickly injured himself to use his blood for treatment, shocking the bewildered Guo Qi. The guy explained that he had recently taken the medicine, and its properties were still in his blood, so there was hope that it would save Wang Qin. The protagonist gave the girl his blood to drink, hoping that its medicinal properties would help her recover. The soldiers were shocked when they saw Wang Qin coming to her senses. The girl began to slowly open her eyes. After tasting the blood, she was shocked. She stuttered as she tried to ask Yemo if he had let her drink his blood. Yemo explained that he was taking medicine, so his blood had medicinal properties, and told her to rest while he scouted the area for any creatures. The guy also asked her not to do any more dangerous pranks like that, because she was on the verge of death. Wang Qin admitted that if it happened again, she would jump towards the monster again since it could cure her, and Yemo began to argue with her. She screamed that she didn't care if he couldn't cure her of the poison because she couldn't let Yemo get hurt. The main character looked in bewilderment at the girl who claimed that she would protect him without hesitation. He decided that her feelings for him were not simple gratitude, but the captain was trying to reason with Wang Qin. Yemo said that the basilisk was not a high-level beast and could be tamed so that the snake would protect the girl. He asked the guys to wait for him here and promised to return, and Wang Qin immediately volunteered to go with our hero. Fang Wei told the captain that Wang Qin was clearly interested in this guy, and they went on a date. The captain replied that Yemo was a very unusual person, and girls would definitely fall in love with him and run after him in droves. The soldier then made the captain feel embarrassed by suggesting that Liu had also fallen in love with our hero. A dark, giant silhouette loomed over Fang Wei as the captain asked if he had the courage to be so insolent to his leader. During the walk, the hero remembered what he wanted to ask and asked Wang Qin why she was in the army and not studying, as girls of her age should. Wang Qin said her family arranged blind dates for her to marry, but she was against it, so she ran away to join the army. Blushing with embarrassment, the girl found the courage to ask Yemo if such an amazing guy like him had a soulmate. Surprised, the protagonist replied that he didn't have a girlfriend, which caused genuine joy in Wang Qin. Yemo hesitated before telling the girl one thing, but he looked into the distance, thinking about something. Afterwards, he looked at Wang Qin and admitted that he had a wife, not a girlfriend. Wang Qin was devastated, with hundreds of questions in her head about what a married guy was doing in such a remote place, why he got married at such a young age, and why God was so cruel to her. Then the stunned girl screamed loudly. She was in shock, asking again if our hero was really married. Yemo said that his wife's situation was similar. One day she came to him with her things and arranged a marriage with him because she was not satisfied with her family's choice. The protagonist said that his wife simply needed help, and he would be happy to help Wang Qin if she needed it. With memories of his master in his mind, Yemo hoped that whoever was currently next to his teacher would lend her a helping hand if she needed it. Wang Qin asked Yemo if everything was okay and suggested changing the topic, regretting that she had started to babble too much. The protagonist became wary, his eyes glowing blue when he heard suspicious sounds in the forest nearby. Using his magical vision, Yemo saw in the bushes the same basilisk that had attacked the boys the day before. Yemo immediately filled his palm with chi to subdue the creature. He realized that the basilisk had been watching them from the shadows all this time. He didn't think that the basilisk could be so cunning, and he understood that he couldn't attack the beast now, because there was a girl nearby, and it was dangerous. Our hero had an idea. He suddenly grabbed Wang Qin's hand and dragged her along. The girl was surprised and blushed. The basilisk watched its victims, and Wang Qin asked Yemo where they were heading. The magical beast looked at the couple intently, and then decided to attack, hissing and opening its mouth. The protagonist turned around and looked at the beast with a wary gaze, noticing that the basilisk intended to attack them. Yemo took advantage of the moment, quickly approached the snake and grabbed the basilisk by the throat, not giving it a chance to attack. The boy asked Wang Qin to bite her finger quickly because it looked like the beast was calling the others to help. The girl began to stutter in fear, but replied that she understood everything, trying to quickly follow Yemo's instructions. Charging his finger with chi energy, Yemo smiled evilly and told the basilisk that he would now teach it a little lesson. The basilisk was frightened, but was helpless in Yemo's hand. A blue streak of light wounded the beast. It opened its mouth. Yemo ordered the girl to quickly drop a drop of her blood on the top of the snake's head, and Wang Qin agreed to do so. A few small drops of the girl's blood fell directly onto the wound on the basilisk's head and immediately began to affect it. Meanwhile, our hero took out a magic symbol and recited a spell, dividing the heavens between the sun and the moon. And even the gods will not be able to reverse this. The boy placed the seal on the top of the basilisk's head to make his spell against the magical beast work. The magical snake began to emit a blue aura. It closed its mouth and fell silent, but nothing else changed about it. Wang Qin also noticed this and told the protagonist that she did not see any changes in the basilisk. But a moment later, everything changed. The basilisk opened its eyes wide, as if everything in its mind had turned upside down. Yi Miu loosened his grip, and then the snake, which was no longer so aggressive, began to calmly slip out of his hand. Wang Qin was frightened and screamed, telling the boy that the basilisk was crawling towards her. The girl was horrified to see the basilisk crawling on her, but the beast did not want to attack. It was friendly. The soldier was shaking with horror and screaming. She asked the protagonist if he was sure that the basilisk would not bite her. Yemo asked her not to be afraid, because the basilisk, having absorbed her blood, recognized the girl as its master, and now it would attack anyone at her command. The girl asked him what he ate, to which Yemo replied that these animals loved bamboo shoots, but he could also get his own food. Wang Qin was shocked that this scary beast was a herbivore, and Yemo said that they needed to go back because the sun was already rising. The forest was filled with the first rays of the sun. One of the local lizard inhabitants crawled out of its shelter onto a moss-covered stone. Wang Qin walked out onto the cliff and spread her arms out to the sides, enjoying the morning sun caressing her skin. The girl looked dreamily at the sky. She was most interested in what the elder Yemo was doing at that moment. Footsteps were heard, and Wang Qin was startled when the captain quietly crept up to her and asked what the girl was doing. Captain Liu walked up to Wang Qin, jokingly bumped her shoulder, and suggested that she was thinking about her beloved Yemo again. Wang Qin felt awkward. Her cheeks turned red. She hid her gaze and asked the captain to stop making fun of her. She admitted that the couple of days Wang spent with Yemo were the best in her life, and our hero is kind and sensitive, even though he looks cold. The girl said that Yemo not only caught the basilisk for her, but also taught them several defense techniques before leaving. The night before, Wang Qin asked the boy sitting next to him at the cliff when he was going to leave. Yemo then responded, shocking the girl that her wounds had already healed, and he had been here for a long time, so he wanted to leave tomorrow morning. The girl, blushing from embarrassment in front of the guy, finally asked Yemo to always carry her number scratched on the comb with him. The main character also felt awkward. He looked at her, blushing a little, and asked her to take care of herself. Now the captain, after listening to Wang, said that her beloved Yemo was a man with a capital letter, and made her happy by promising to talk to her superiors so that Qin could get a vacation and visit Yemo. Meanwhile, a scream arose in one of the mansions, and Brother Nan was informed that there was a problem. The Vietnamese and Filipinos were heading there. The boy told the boss that the gangs were hostile, so Brother Nan had to come up with something. Brother Nan became angry at his subordinate's panicked mood, and he loudly slammed the table and shouted, telling him to calm down. Nan stated that their Pudao association had held a firm position in Liushe for years. They were not weaklings, and they had also taken control of the remnants of the 13 bandits. Fang ordered Shido to deal with the gangs. The guy in the red bandana turned to the brothers, offering those who wanted to fight to come with him. Many strong guys in t-shirts happily agreed to join Shido. They were ready to destroy the gangs. Shido stated that they were stronger than ever, with all the assets of the 13 bandits, so they had no reason to fear the Vietnamese. The guy who came to report disagreed. He said the Vietnamese sent a lot of people and the Filipinos were well armed. Brother Nan pulled out a pistol and shouted that it was just wonderful that they were well armed, and offered to entertain their guests. When Fang Nan came out of the house with his subordinates, they saw the gang of Vietnamese and told the gang that they were not welcome there. The leader of the Vietnamese, approaching, said that they dare not underestimate the Pudao Association, which captured the 13 bandits, so they would not come in a small group. Shido asked the Vietnamese who was coming to visit with a bazooka and assumed that they were going to rob the place. The guy holding the bazooka laughed and said they took it to show their respect. He laughed evilly, shouting that the association would have to accept this gift whether they liked it or not, and fired the grenade. Shido's expression turned to horror as he saw this. Luckily, the projectile flew over the heads of the boys from the association. A second later, there was an explosion. Concrete fragments flew everywhere. Fang screamed because these were living quarters. Running forward to fight back, Brother Nan shouted that Liu She was no place for the mayhem of a gang of Vietnamese. The Vietnamese leader ordered Tank to take care of Fang for him and not to be too cruel. And he asked if Nan's arms could be broken. Phang Nan was furious with the gang of Vietnamese. He attacked them with his fists, demanding that they not be insolent. The association boss jumped off the ground with a scream to attack Tank, and a fistfight broke out between the two. The Tank from the Vietnamese gang tensed up because Fang's blows were fast, and Nan screamed, asking if the guy wanted to break his arms. The man moments later landed a successful punch to the face of a Vietnamese gang member. Shido was delighted with how skillfully Nan beat the guy. The others also cheered for their leader, shouting for him to crush the Vietnamese. The tank still stood firmly on its feet after Nan Fang's strike. It wiped its mouth and snorted, calling its enemies a bunch of idiots. Shido gave orders to the boys from their association to drive the gang of Vietnamese and Filipinos out of Lush. The enemy gang froze in place when they saw a whole crowd of angry big guys running towards them. Seeing the Pudao Association advancing, the leader ordered everyone to retreat, and the gang fled in the opposite direction. Shido was glad when he saw that those scoundrels had lost their nerve, and he ordered his boys to run after them, not wanting to let them go. Meanwhile, Nan Fang tensed up. He didn't understand why they retreated without a fight, and suspicions crept into his mind. Realizing what had happened, the leader shouted at Shido not to pursue the Vietnamese because it might be a trap. Nan Fang's suspicions were correct. It was indeed a net-shaped trap that was already falling on the boys. The target of the trap was Shido. The guy in the red bandana did not yet understand what was happening and did not notice the net. When the net was triggered, Shido screamed, not understanding where this trap came from, and began cursing the gang of Vietnamese scum. The Vietnamese leader, smoking a cigarette, laughed and said that the Pudao Association was indeed full of idiots. Shito, who was covered by the net, told Nan to go away and not think about them, and the Vietnamese tank stepped on top of the man. Nan began to argue with Tank, who claimed that the association had only grown because of that mysterious guy named Ye Mo. The leader of the Vietnamese heard that the guy's last name was Ye, and said that this brat had deprived them of their annual supplies from the 13 bandits. After taking another drag, the Vietnamese boss told Nan Fang that, frankly speaking, there were still some idiots in his group. He pointed to one of the association and said that thanks to him, they were able to prepare all the traps. And Fang was furious to learn that his subordinate was working for the enemy. The guy asked Nan Fang not to blame him, because after moving to Pudao, he started losing weight, and the leader yelled at him, calling him a shameless piece of shit. The Vietnamese leader said that today was the last day of the Pudao Association, and ordered Nan Fang to stop looking for the culprits. Nan Fang noticed someone hiding around the corner. He realized that they were Shitu's people, so he decided to distract the gang of Vietnamese. He told the Vietnamese leader that they were admitting defeat and asked him to name the conditions for their release. And he asked Nan Fang where his enthusiasm had gone. The Pudao Association boss said he would agree to any terms if the Vietnamese released his subordinates. The Vietnamese leader looked back when he heard that reinforcements had arrived at Pudao. The news did not frighten the man. He almost laughed in response and took another leisurely drag on his cigarette. The man, exhaling smoke, asked Tank not to rush and give Pudao some time, since they had not noticed that the main forces of the Filipino gang were not there yet. Nan Fang was furious and horrified when he heard from the Vietnamese boss that his men had gone to the temple where Ye Mo lived. The Vietnamese leader laughed and asked Fang what was wrong, suggesting that he was afraid that he would take the life of his champion Ye Mo. Fang knew that his association would be over if something happened to Ye Mo's plants in the temple, and he doubted that our hero had returned there yet. Trembling with anger and fear, Nan Fang said that he was not afraid for Ye Mo, but for his Pudao Association and the two gangs of the Vietnamese. Shu Tuo, who was still trapped, shouted at Nan to quickly run to the temple and not worry about them. One of the Vietnamese kicked Shi Tu, screaming at the little bastard to shut his mouth, and Nan Fang became afraid for his friend. The beaten Shituo shouted that they were capable of holding the line. They were not weaklings, so Nan had to go so that nothing would happen to Ye Mo. Nan Fang repeated his friend's words exactly, believed him and obeyed, and then quickly ran into the temple. The man was angry with himself because he had already screwed up quite a bit, and now he couldn't believe that he had forgotten where Ye Mo Temple was. The Vietnamese boss was informed that Nan Fang was running away. The man asked to ignore him because he ran alone to his death. At this time, the main character was returning from the forest. He made giant jumps, quickly moving around the area. Ye Mo wondered if the silver heart grass had already bloomed because he needed it to break through to the next level. When the boy flew up to his temple, he was stunned because the building was engulfed in flames. A look of fear appeared on the protagonist's face, because his temple was on fire, which meant that the plants he valued were under threat. A fight had already broken out in the temple, and one of the bandits, seeing Nanfang, punched the man in the face, sending him flying into the wall. The Filipino laughed and said that he wondered what kind of treasure was hidden here since Nanfang was so fiercely protecting this place. The beaten Pudao Association boss shouted that the bandit would not be allowed to cause chaos here as long as he lived. The remaining bandits ran up to Nanfang and began to kick the lying man, threatening to send him to meet his creator. The Filipino was surprised to see that there was just a handful of burnt grass there, because he thought there would be something valuable there. The bandit raised his leg in anger, intending to trample the plants while everything around was engulfed in flames. The man didn't have time to do this because Yemo had already appeared on the roof and shouted at the scoundrel to stop right now. An angry Yemo asked if there were any new places in hell that these degenerates decided to break into his house and destroy everything. Nanfang, shaking in pain after the beating, apologized to the guy for not being able to protect this place. The Filipino asked Yemo if he was the little bastard who had single-handedly killed 13 bandits. The others shouted that it seemed like this brat was strong, so the leader should save his strength while they, the two phantoms of the Filipino gang, had a fist fight with Yemo. Two guys ran forward, claiming that they would now send our hero to the ancestors, while their leader stood behind. The protagonist's eyes began to emit a demonic red light. He was ready to fight back against the villains from the Filipino gang. A bright streak of blue light flashed through the air, and before the gang members could do anything, Yemo destroyed them. The two bandits froze in place. Yemo's attack was fatal for them. The rest were shocked by what they saw. The leader was angry with his subordinates. He asked why they were just standing and watching, and ordered them to deal with this piece of trash. But it was useless, because a moment later our hero rushed like lightning through all the villains and took their lives. The boss of the Filipino villainous gang was so terrified by what he saw that his legs began to shake and he shit his pants. He didn't understand how this was possible, and how our hero managed to kill all his guys in an instant. The protagonist looked at the Filipino boss with his demonic gaze and asked if he had just stepped on his plants. The terrified Filipino said he was sorry and asked to name the price of the plants, promising to compensate him down to the last penny. He didn't have time to finish his sentence before our hero dealt with him. Not wanting to listen, turned around and left, saying that he didn't need it. Nanfang, lying on the ground, laughed, saying that this was what true strength looked like, and praised the heavens that he was on Yemo's side and not his enemy. He asked Yemo if these plants could be saved, and if there was nothing else to help them, they should first deal with the fire. The protagonist reassured the man, saying that these were actually ordinary weeds that had no value. Nanfang was stunned and asked our hero where the real plants were then. Another person ran up to the temple. It was a guy from the association, who asked Nan and Yemo if they were okay. When Nanfang saw his loyal comrade Shutuo running towards him, he was very happy and excited to see him again. The men hugged and the boss burst into tears, claiming that he knew that everyone from the Pudao Association could stand up for themselves. Shitu had told Yemu that after he left, Nan had come into conflict with another major gang in the city. And now the Vietnamese wanted to take away the property of the 13 bandits. Shido also said that the Vietnamese scum abandoned the martial arts master's code of honor and teamed up with the Filipinos to attack. The guy in the red bandana said that Nan knew that these plants were important to Yemo, so he rushed here headlong, afraid that the bastards would destroy everything. In response to Shitu's story, Yemo briefly replied that everything was clear to him. The boy was holding a handful of soil in his hands, in which there were whole seeds. The protagonist praised the heavens for Fang's ability to protect this piece of land, because if these seeds were destroyed, all efforts would have been in vain. Nanfang said that he didn't even know how to thank Yemo for saving him, and promised to give him more comfortable property in the city. Yemo replied that he was going to stay here, but the soil was not suitable for his plants and the seeds were dying, so he needed to look for another place. He told Nanfang that he knew he was noble and loyal, and now all he had to do was take the Vietnamese's property. Nanfang promised to change the power structure in the city so that the locals would no longer suffer, and Yemo could rest in peace and do his own thing for now. Yemo jumped onto the roof and said goodbye. Shitu and Nanfang waved their hands at him and wished him to take care of himself and have a safe journey. Our hero concluded that in this world, silverheart grass cannot be grown anywhere, so there is no point in staying here. The boy understood that he couldn't return to his city right now because he would inevitably run into the Song family. Meanwhile, in Yanjing, in one of the glass buildings, a man asked where that little bastard Yemo was hiding. A reporter came and said that they had just received information that a young man who looked very similar to Yemo had appeared. The boss ordered to continue. The man reported that according to the driver, the guy got off near the Gexendiling mountain range, and his trail was lost in that place. Song thought about it. He knew that Gexendiling was a mountainous area with dense forest, and it would be difficult to find Yemo if he was hiding there. The speaker expressed the opinion that the forest was just a temporary shelter because Yemo had a serious motive to take the life of the young master. Mr. Song replied that if Yemo wanted to play hide-and-seek, he would just wait and see how long the boy could last in the mountain forests. He ordered the ground scouts to be recalled and Yemo's phone activity to be monitored, his bank account and documents to be monitored. Senior Song laughed evilly and turned to Yemo, saying that since the guy had decided to lie low, his wife Ning would be the one to pay off the debts. Ning Qingsui was still in our hero's apartment. She touched the piece of paper and turned to Yemo, asking why he hadn't returned yet. The girl's friend told her that she couldn't lock herself in there forever. She had to move forward and live her life. Our hero's fictitious wife did not want to listen to her friend at all. She answered her that she did not want this. Mume tried to calm her down, saying that the Song family had never been able to find Yemo, so he was definitely in a safe place now. Ning Qingsui replied that it was just that it had been more than a month already, and Yemo would get into trouble once he returned, so she should stay here. The friend couldn't stand it any longer and started shouting, saying that the girl didn't need to stay here anyway, and that the Ning family could send Song a secret message. Ning Qingsui replied that there was a chance that Yemo would show up here, and she wanted to wait for him because he cared about her. And Song was targeting the guy because of her. Mume gave in and said that she could do as she wanted, and Ning Qingsui began to talk to the flower because she thought the plant was intelligent. She noticed that when Yemo left, the plant had completely withered, but now it had started growing again, which meant that the guy was coming back. A friend warned the girl that she was going to the store because a mouse had already hanged itself in her refrigerator. When Mume wanted to leave the apartment, someone suddenly kicked the door open. The girl got very scared and screamed. They were two hooligans. They demanded that Ning Qingsui leave because the girl had cheated them out of money. Mume became angry at the scoundrels and shouted, asking if they were sick and why Ning Qingsui would take money from them. The girl told the lunatics to get out of here or she would call the police. And this didn't scare the hooligans at all. The man clenched his fist in anger, ordered her to shut up, and said that Ning Qingsui had deceived him, and that the old witch Mume should mind her own business. Ning Qingsui didn't understand why these people suddenly appeared, and she became visibly scared when she began to guess who they were. The girl stood up, came closer and wanted to confirm her suspicions by asking the guys if they worked for the Song family. The hooligans swung the rebar and shouted, threatening to destroy everything here because Ning Qingsui had cheated him out of money and was now growing flowers here. The girl was scared for the plant. She screamed for the guy not to touch her flower, after which a loud crack was heard. Ning Qingsui managed to save the plant pot, but she couldn't save herself because she received a strong blow to the head from the bully. The blow was very strong. The girl coughed and stained the plant that she protected at the cost of her health. A grimace of horror appeared on Mumi's face when she saw what happened to her friend. She was very afraid for the girl. The hooligans started shouting at each other because they had been ordered to simply scare Ning Qingsui and ran away, not understanding what to do now. Ning Qingzu's friend called an ambulance for her, and the ambulance was already rushing down the street to save her. Soon, our hero's fictitious wife ended up in the city hospital because the injury from the blow was serious. The girl's parents immediately arrived there and ran down the hospital corridor, knowing that their daughter's room was on the 3rd floor. When the doctor saw the worried parents, he assumed that they were Ning Qingzu's father and mother. The frightened father asked the doctor what was wrong with his daughter, to which the doctor looked thoughtfully at his tablet. After examining the scan, the doctor said that their daughter had suffered a severe, massive blow that had caused a serious spinal cord injury. The father asked the doctor what this meant and what would happen to his child now that her spinal cord was injured. The doctor explained that the girl's body could be paralyzed from the neck down, and she might not live more than 3 years due to damage to her heart and lungs. Ning Qingzu's mother turned pale with horror and trembled. She was shocked to hear that her daughter was now paralyzed and would not live long. She refused to believe this nonsense. The woman grabbed the doctor by the coat and began to shake him, screaming that this couldn't be. The doctor asked the lady to calm down, but the woman continued to scream, claiming that it was a mistake, because just yesterday her daughter had been fine. The husband asked his wife Lan Yu to stop, He took her to sit down and said that their daughter would definitely pull through. Ning Qingsu's father told the doctor that as long as his daughter was not cured, he would pay for everything in full, and the amount did not matter. The doctor promised that they would do everything in their power, but they should be prepared for the worst, because such serious spinal cord injuries had never been successfully treated. The doctor left, saying that the hospital would provide them with a detailed report on the progress of the operation a little later. The man could barely stand on his feet after hearing everything. He did not understand why everything had turned out this way with his daughter. Mr. Ning slammed his fist against the wall in anger, realizing that the Song family was targeting his daughter after all. He was filled with anger and rage. He was not going to let these criminals get away with it, even if they had to empty all their accounts. Ning Qingsu's mother said to Zhang Fei with her head down that she just wanted to ask Suzu to avenge their daughter. Zhang Fei looked at her, and the woman crying said that she knew that Suzu was from a secret society and that this might cause difficulties. Remembering the man his wife was talking about, the man asked again if she really wanted to ask Suzu for help. Ning Qingsu's mother trembled and said that she would not let her child's pain go unpunished, even if Song used his connections. The man did not argue with his wife and agreed to do everything the way she wanted. Ning Qingsu's mother went to her room and stood next to the bed where the girl was lying. The woman was stunned when she saw her daughter slowly open her eyes and wake up. And then a look of fear appeared on Ning Qingsu's face. When Ning Qingsu finally came to her senses, the girl screamed and trembled in pain. She told her mother how much pain she was in. The woman, frightened for her daughter, asked the girl to be patient and promised that she would now call a doctor for her. Ning Qingsu told her mother that she wanted to go home and asked her to take her to the apartment because she did not want to have surgery. Mom asked her not to talk nonsense because the doctor would definitely help her get better and told her to rest while she was around. The girl yelled at her mother, demanding that she let her die peacefully, and repeated that she just wanted to go back to that apartment. Before closing her eyes again and losing consciousness, Ning Qingshui asked for that small box to be placed next to her. The woman was very scared for her daughter. She asked Qingsu what was wrong with her and asked her not to scare her mother like that. She called her husband and said that her daughter had asked for a box of medicine and to return it to the apartment, and Zhang Fei replied that he would ask Mumei to bring the box. Meanwhile, Yemo was planning to go back to the apartment first and collect some soil to find out what made the local soil favorable for growing silverheart. Finally, the guy arrived at the scene. He jumped onto the roof, and when he entered the apartment, he saw traces of blood on the table. Our hero became wary. He had no idea why so much blood was found in an empty apartment. He became even more wary when he noticed a dark shadow in the apartment. He immediately asked who was there. It turned out that it was Mumi. The girl came out and shouted at Ye Mo, asking what he was doing here. The protagonist replied that he should be asking what the girl was doing in his apartment at night and where the blood came from. She pulled him by the hand and led him out of the apartment, telling him to leave and find shelter. And Yemo was indignant and demanded answers to his questions. Later, Mumi revealed that Song Jr. had died and his family had been looking for Yemo everywhere, and they had recently sent thugs here to maim Ning Qingshui. Yemo asked why Ning Qingshui stayed here when she could have returned to her life after Song's death. Mumei replied that Ning Qingshui was not like that, and she was worried about Yemo staying to guard his place and take care of the plant. The girl showed what plant she was talking about, and our hero saw the silverheart herb, which he had planted not long ago. She told how Ning Qingsu took care of this pot every day and how she protected the plant from thugs. The main character, looking at the girl with suspicion, asked how she managed to find out who exactly was behind this attack. Mumei started shouting and repeatedly told Yemo that it was the Song family who was behind the attack on her friend. Yemo reacted as if this information didn't surprise him at all, and replied indifferently that everything was clear to him. His fists began to emit ki energy. He said that he shouldn't tremble in front of such insignificant people, so he was ready to give the Song family a fight. Mumei asked the guy to carry the box of medicine that Ning Qingshui asked for, and Yemo agreed to do so. When Yemo opened the box, he was surprised because he had given the bracelet to Su Jingwen, and now 3 beads from it were in Ning Qingshui's possession. He knew that if Ning Qingshui had worn these beads on her wrist instead of storing them in a box, she would have been able to avoid this injury. The protagonist set off on his journey, and soon he was already near the hospital where Ning Qingshu was lying. In the ward, Ning Qingshu's mother asked her to sleep for a while and promised that Mumei would bring a box of medicine soon. The girl asked her mother to go to bed because she wanted to rest alone for a while. The woman replied that she would be with the nurse right outside the door and asked her daughter to call her if anything hurt. As she left the room, Ning Qingzhu's mother once again told her daughter to call her immediately if anything happened. The girl reacted irritably to her mother, whom she barely got out of the room, and made sure that she had definitely left. Looking at the bedside table, Ning Qingsui saw that her phone was there. She picked it up and started recording with the voice recorder. At this time, the main character was jumping around the city, after which he jumped onto the parapet near the window of the ward. Ning Qingsui recorded an apology to Ye Mo on a voice recorder, asking for forgiveness for getting him into trouble with her rebellious nature. The main character, who was standing outside the window and watching, wondered why the girl was talking to herself. The girl expressed her hope that the Song family would give up all this after her death, and she regretted that she could not marry Ye Mo for real. Ye Mo was wary. He was tense about the girl's words, and he had no idea why she was saying this now. Ning Qingsu apologized to her parents for being a bad daughter and causing so much trouble for her family. A look of horror appeared on Ye Mo's face when the boy noticed that the girl was hiding a sharp knife behind her phone. The main character got scared. He realized that things were bad and something needed to be done urgently. When he tried to save the girl, Ning Qingsui accidentally stabbed the guy because she closed her eyes. Ye Mo breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his face, then praised the heavens for barely making it in time. The girl looked very sick, and our hero noticed this. He saw that she had lost consciousness. The protagonist immediately healed his wound on his hand by placing 2 chi-charged fingers on his wrist. Ye Mo decided to check the condition of the two-piece with divine senses because Mume said that Ning Qingshui had an injury to her back. He saw that everything looked very bad, and that the nerve endings needed to be treated immediately so as not to lose them irrevocably. For this kind of injury, the most effective method was acupuncture using true qi. So Ye Mo took out a set of needles. The guy thought about it and decided to first seal the girl's meridians in case she suddenly woke up during the treatment. A blush appeared on the protagonist's face because he understood the reason why her meridians needed to be blocked. This was because the guy would have to take off Ning Qingshui's clothes in order to use his silver needles on her back. Yimu was horrified when he saw the terrible hematoma on Ning Qingshui's back. The skin turned into a solid bruise. While undressing Ning Qingshui, the protagonist didn't understand why the women of this world liked to wear such things. Now the girl was ready for the procedure, and Ye Mo was ready to start the acupuncture session to cure her back. The guy took the first silver needle in his hand. He intended to inject several into the points that were on his back. Ye Mo brought the needle closer to the first point, intending to place them at the desired points along the entire spine. When the guy completed this task, Ning Qingsu began to show signs of life. The girl sighed heavily. Afterwards, the protagonist placed his palms on Ning Qingsu's shoulder blades, his hands emitting a bright blue light. Observing the girl's condition, Ye Mo said that everything was almost ready to transfer his qi spiritual energy to Ning Qingsui. The silver needles gradually became incorporeal and slowly sank into Ning Qingsu's body. With the help of the chain connection of the needles and the meridian, the internal organs and spine began to heal, as Ye Mo suspected. Yimu only doubted whether he had enough spiritual qi for the entire treatment, and he knew that everything would be in vain if he stopped now. He regretted that he didn't have a spiritual stone or a pill with him, and then he saw that the hematoma had begun to disappear, which meant that the vessels were already healing. The healing process continued, and the main character's entire body began to emit a bright blue aura. He was shaking with tension, because he had already exhausted almost all his energy and realized that he had overestimated his capabilities. The guy understood that if he completely exhausted himself, not only would he have serious problems, but also Ning Qingsu's health. The main character took radical measures and bit his tongue in order to restore his strength with his own blood. The girl began to regain consciousness. She thought that her pain had become easier, and assumed that someone was helping her. Finally, the treatment was finished. Our hero was completely exhausted. A few more seconds and he would have collapsed next to her. After catching his breath, Ye Mo noticed that the girl's natural blush had returned, and she would be fine now as long as she followed the doctor's instructions. When the main character left the hospital to get some fresh air, the guy could barely stand on his feet. His knees were shaking. He wondered if they still served food in the establishments this late, because if he didn't eat, he wouldn't be able to move at all. Luckily, the restaurant next door was still serving dinner, and Ye Mo pounced on the food and ate the entire dish in 1 second. The guy rudely threw the empty plate on the table and asked the chef to bring him another portion of rice. The chef asked the guy to order something else besides rice, because their place is very famous for its langoustes. The man got angry at our hero because he ordered a plate of nuts and then ate a whole pot of rice. After dinner, he took a walk outside. Yemo finally regained some strength, but it would take some time to fully recover. The main character was surprised when he unexpectedly saw a guy on the street and immediately recognized him as Wang Peng. He remembered that he had taught him a lesson at the hospital, and he wondered why he was hanging around the hospital at night. Suspicion crept into his mind, so Yemo decided to follow the boy, in case he was up to something bad. Wang Peng, meanwhile, came to the parking lot and waved to Brother Hu to get his attention. Hu, a muscular guy with red hair, was sitting in the car at this time, raising one eyebrow and turning his attention to Wang Peng. When Wang Peng approached the car, he looked worried and asked Hu what was wrong with him. The red-haired guy, who acted like he saw something suspicious, replied that he must have imagined it. Yemo, who was hiding around the corner, deduced that the one sitting in the car was stronger than even Wendong, because he noticed his presence at that moment. Wang Peng happily reported that thanks to Hu, his wrist was healed in an instant, and regretted that he could not express his gratitude to the man who seemed to be in a hurry. Yemo had guessed that this Hu might be a soft martial artist, so he was no longer surprised that he had detected him through his breathing. Hu told the boy that there was no need for gratitude since young Master Tan considered Wang Peng's father to be his own man. Wang Peng asked Hu to pass on the answer to young Master Tan for him and his father, because he would not be able to go there in person now, and they said goodbye. Finally, the boy wished Hu a safe journey, and then the black car sped away from the parking lot. It seemed that Yemo was familiar with the name of young Master Tan, so he decided to follow this mysterious person, who went to a 3-story mansion. It was night. Our hero was also already nearby because he was following him. The protagonist began jumping between buildings and then found himself on the parapet near the window to follow Hu. In the living room, the man with black hair, opposite whom Hu was sitting languidly in a chair, thanked the guy for the work he had done today. The gentleman, smoking a cigarette, said that this Wang Peng had done well, and now Chen Shipping would have no excuse to put them out. Now that they had Shipping's support, the man said, that bastard Yemo wouldn't leave them, and Hu agreed with him. Holding a cigarette in his mouth, Mr. Song said that he would use Long Tu, Shipping's father, because he would definitely be able to think of a way to smoke Yemo. Hu looked back warily when he heard screams. Someone was begging Tan Xiao to spare them. They were clearly being beaten. Remaining in place, Mr. Song asked Tan Xiao who was shouting there. He guessed that these were the 2 freaks who were ordered to capture Ning Qingsu, but instead they crippled her. The man complained that those 2 guys had only brought him harm, because he still wanted to have fun with the capital's first beauty. The protagonist, who had been listening intently to the conversation, realized that the 2 guys who had harmed Ning Qingsu were definitely from the Song family. Hu expressed the opinion that Ning Qingsu had a real relationship with Yemo, so beating the girl could be bait for our hero. Mr. Song replied that Hu was underestimating Yemo too much, and he had no intention of touching a person who had mysterious abilities. Yemo was furious. He said how disgusting it was that Song wanted to use the dirtiest means to deal with him. The man put out his cigarette and sent Hu to rest, and was about to do the same himself, but someone shouted that it was not necessary because Song would now rest until the end of time. The guy with red hair and a piercing on his forehead got scared and screamed, asking who it was. Our hero appeared in Mr. Song's living room with a crash of glass. He entered through the window, breaking it, and successfully landed on the floor. Hu and Mr. Song immediately jumped up from their seats, and at that very second they recognized the guy in front of them as our hero. Hu didn't notice that Yemo was here, which meant that Tan Xiao was telling the truth about him, and the guy ran forward, shouting that he was also waiting for him here. The red-haired youth introduced himself to Yemo as Hu Chu, swung his arm, and shouted that he wanted to see what our hero was capable of. The protagonist was scared because his opponent was moving extremely fast, and a moment later their fists collided. The room was filled with a strong wind and streaks of light, and the 2 forces, Hutso's red energy and Yemo's blue aura, began to clash. After some time, Hutso retreated, increasing the distance between them because our hero turned out to be a strong opponent. The guy asked the main character if he really had a yellow level of chi energy. Yemo realized that not everyone in this world was an ordinary person. He heard that the yellow level represented the level of strength on this planet. Mr. Song asked Hu if he was okay, and the boy, who could barely stand on his feet, replied that everything was fine. The man yelled at Yemo not to be so cocky and said that Daddy would now call people to finish him off. Yemo swung his arm and asked if he would really summon people, because he thought that the man would only summon his own death. The protagonist threw a small nail at Mr. Song, which hit the man a moment later, and a grimace of horror froze on his face. The man was deprived of his life, He collapsed on the floor, and Hutso was stunned by what happened. A shocked Huzuo screamed, asking our hero if he had really just taken the life of Mr. Song Tanxiao. Yemo admitted that he had also taken the life of his son, and promised to give Huzuo a chance to live if he answered his questions. But this only made the boy laugh. Activating his power to its fullest, Huzuo shouted that today he would show Yemo that his life belonged to him. The main character was noticeably scared. He stood in one place while the enemy inflicted injuries on him, moving incredibly fast. Yemo's legs were weak. Things were bad. He had just spent too much strength on healing the girl, and his Cloud Shadow step ability had not yet recovered. Red streaks of light darted around the room. In order not to run away, Yemo decided to throw a couple of glass shards at the enemy. Huzuo asked Yemo not to run away, but to calmly accept his death, because not even a fly would fly away from the shadow of his whip. Our hero understood that if he delayed like this again, he would receive serious injuries, and he urgently needed life force. He saw Hutso deliver another blow, and then, using his life force to the maximum, he jumped off the floor. Huzhou decided that Yemo had decided to die and take him with him, since he threw himself into his whip shadow and also pushed off the floor. The guy saw the face of our hero in front of him, his eyes staring into the soul, emitting a red demonic light. The protagonist was ready to attack. Huzuo only noticed Yemu when he was already very close. Swinging his fist, the red-haired boy didn't have time to do anything. He only froze in shock, after which he received a fatal blow from Yemo. Yemo successfully dealt with the villain. He fell to the ground, but this blow took the last of our hero's strength. His legs were shaking. The protagonist tried to catch his breath. He realized that he had really overestimated his strength by attacking them alone. He was too confident when he fought against Huzuo's whip shadow and used close combat techniques. And there is a chance that he will stay here forever now. Someone's voice was heard asking what Song Xiaotan was doing here and why the room was so noisy, so he decided to check. When the man entered the room, he perked up when he saw Yemo and demanded that the guy explain who he was. The man was horrified when he saw that Song Xiaotan was dead. He asked Yemo again, screaming and panicking, who he was. A grin appeared on the protagonist's face, and he responded to the frightened man by admitting that he had taken the lives of his people. The guy laughed, warning our hero that Yemo would not find a single place in the world to hide from his people if he killed him too. Qianshu wanted to say something else to Yemo, but he didn't have time. Our hero complained about the abundance of nonsense and finished off the scoundrel. The protagonist was wary. There were still many people around, so he couldn't stay here for long. Yemo jumped out of the same window he had used to break into Mr. Song's mansion and landed on the ground. Unfortunately, the people from the Song family noticed this. One of them ordered the others to run after Yemo, who ran in that direction. Yemo started running with all his might to escape. He immediately realized that the surviving scoundrels intended to catch him. Just at that moment, the truck driver, who was drinking beer while driving, was enjoying the music and was not paying attention to the road at all. Our hero had no strength at all. His eyesight was getting worse, and the wounds on his body were very serious. Yemo didn't even notice that he was running across the road right in front of the truck. He turned around when it was already too late. At this time, Yunbing, our hero's teacher, was sleeping peacefully in her bed and dreaming. The girl heard someone's voice repeating her name several times in her sleep. Yunbing saw an amusement park at night in front of her, and in her dream, a large Ferris wheel appeared, shining brightly. In this dream, the girl told the guy how much she liked the pirate ship amusement park, and he suggested coming back for another vacation. She was very happy that she was promised to come here again, but then the guy said that he had other things to do, so he would not be able to see her off. The girl agreed to go home herself. She wandered alone along the night city street, where there were no people at all. It turned out that someone was following Yunbing, and the image of a man in black pants appeared behind her. Yunbing also noticed this, and she turned her wary gaze back, realizing that someone had been watching her all this time. Turning her head, the worried girl saw a crowd. The hooligans asked Yunbing if she wanted to have some fun with them. Frightened, Yunbing, trying to protect herself from the villains, asked the guys what they wanted from her. The man laughed because the answer to the girl's question was obvious to him, which he told Yunbing. With an evil smile, he came closer. Yunbing demanded that they not come closer. Otherwise, she would call people. Yunbing was terrified and screamed as the villains tore her pink shirt. Yunbing's previously peaceful face became worried. It was already light outside, but she was still dreaming. Now in her dream, she asked the guy not to leave, but he let go of her hand and asked her not to be so selfish. because his family would not accept a girl like her now. Yunbing begged the guy not to do this, not to leave her. She ran after his car when the young man got into the car and drove away. As she sat in her apartment, the girl looked at the calendar and wondered why her period had not started yet. Worried about her missed period, Yunbing decided to take a pregnancy test and was shocked when she saw 2 lines. The girl grabbed her head. Everything in her mind turned upside down when she realized that she was pregnant. Yunbing's mother demanded that her daughter terminate the pregnancy. Otherwise, she would not be able to restore her relationship with her boyfriend. Yunbing clutched the bedsheet. She was against getting rid of the child and wanted to object to her mother. Someone called Mom. She told her daughter that she would answer the call while she had to think carefully about her words. The woman stepped aside and put the phone to her ear. She asked who it was because they were calling from an unknown number. When everything was explained to her, she smiled sarcastically and replied that she would handle the request without any problems. When she returned, she told her daughter that she had thought about it and decided that the child was not guilty of anything, so she allowed her to give birth. Shocked, Yunbing couldn't believe her ears. She asked her mother if she really didn't mind her having a child. When the girl already had a big belly, she often took pictures of herself on her phone as a keepsake. Soon Yunbing gave birth to a baby girl. She was very happy to hold her little treasure in her arms and named the girl Ting Ting. Tintin grew up as a very obedient girl. She had hair the same color as her mother. The girl often ran up to her and kissed her on the cheek. The next action took place when Tintin went to primary school. Frightened, Yunbing ran to the teacher because she could not find her daughter anywhere. She asked her if she had seen her Ting Ting. The teacher replied that Tintin was picked up by her dad, and it looked like they left in that black car. Tintin was very scared, the girl screamed, looking out of the back window of the car and saying that she wanted to go to her mother. As the dream played in Yunbing's head while she was sleeping, the woman began to cry, tears rolling down her face and onto the pillow. It turned out that Tintin was not taken by her father at all, but by a criminal who was driving a car over a broken bridge. As the car fell off the cliff and hung over the water, a frightened Tintin screamed for her mother to help. At this moment, Yunbing's eyes widened. The woman finally woke up from her nightmare. She fell silent and began to come to her senses. The girl lay in a dark room and did not move. When she stood up and looked out the window, Yunbing saw that it was not even dawn yet, which meant she had not slept for that long. She looked at the photo of her daughter and said that lately, she had been dreaming about Tintin all the time. The mother's heart was worried about her daughter. She didn't even know what was wrong with Ting Ting now. Clutching the bedsheet, Yunbing remembered that 8 whole years had passed, and those bastards had still not been caught. The woman trembled all over and said that if there had been a guy like Yemo by her side back then, nothing would have happened. She decided to go to college because she wouldn't be able to sleep anyway, so she got into the car to prepare assignments for the next week at work. Yunbing felt strange. Recently, she kept seeing old events in her dreams, and she guessed that it was because of stress. She knew that some people said that a dream was the opposite of reality, and she decided to go to the temple to find a master who would explain everything. As the woman was driving down the street at night, she noticed that there was a guy sitting on the sidewalk who was bleeding. She was scared when she saw a man who was seriously injured, and then she realized that she knew this guy exactly. The girl took a closer look. She saw Yemo's face. The young man was clearly feeling very bad. Our hero's English teacher couldn't believe her eyes when she recognized him as her student. Yunbing slammed on the brakes when she saw Yemo sitting injured on the side of the road. She immediately ran to his aid, shouting Yemo's name while our hero sat leaning against the wall. The guy was very seriously injured. Shocked, Yunbing asked the guy how this could happen to him. The girl covered her mouth with her hand in horror and asked Yemo where he got such terrible wounds on his body. The main character was still conscious. He found the strength to open one eye and say the girl's name. She asked him to hold on and said that she would now call 120 and call an ambulance. Yemo extended his hand and asked him not to do this. Yemo said that he couldn't go to the hospital and asked instead to take him somewhere far away from here. That would be enough. The girl helped him up and said that her car was nearby and asked him not to fall and not to hurry. When it was already light, Yunbing was driving our hero in the car. She stopped at the intersection when the red light came on. The woman concluded that the boy had been harmed by people who were far stronger than Su Qingwen and his entourage. Our hero lay on the back seat completely silently. He felt unwell. So Yemo closed his eyes. When Yunbing saw this, she screamed, asking the guy not to close his eyes and promised that they would be there very soon. Unfortunately, our hero could no longer hold on. His eyelids closed on their own. And at the end, he told Yunping how lucky he was to have met her. At this time, Ning Qingsu was still in the hospital. The girl opened her eyes and sighed heavily. The girl was in a state of prostration. She had slept all night, but now she had the strength to get up. Looking at her bed, she saw a knife and traces of blood on the sheet. Then she assumed that she was already dead. Ning Qingshu moved her arms and was glad that she could move completely calmly and that her body did not feel any pain. The girl was delighted. She believed the old men who claimed that after death a person's pain disappears and the soul goes to heaven, but she didn't understand why she was still in the hospital and assumed that she still had to cross the Naihei Bridge. Ning Qingshui was startled when someone entered the room. She saw a frightened doctor, her mother, and her friend in front of her. The stunned girl asked her mother and Mumei how they got there. Her mother was also shocked that her daughter could already sit up. She ran up and hugged her, saying how good it was that her daughter could move now, because she had been so worried about her. The doctor asked Ning Qingsu not to worry and said that he had to examine her. He made sure that the girl's heartbeat was normal. He was stunned that the wounds on his back had disappeared and said that he had not seen anything like it since he began his medical practice. Mom asked Ning Qingsu what happened to her, and the girl replied that she didn't know. She woke up and all the wounds miraculously disappeared. A frightened Mumei asked why there was a knife and bloodstains on her bed and guessed that Yemo was involved. Ning Qingshui couldn't control herself anymore. When she heard about Yemo, she demanded an explanation from her friend. Did she really see him? Mumei explained that she went to the girl's apartment yesterday and saw Yemo there. She told him everything, and he replied that he would go see Ning Qingshui. The girl guessed that Yemo had the real medical knowledge of the Guwu family. Otherwise, he would not have been able to reach these points of the body. Mom replied that this couldn't be, and that it was probably a very knowledgeable person who would have to pay a lot. Thinking about it, Ning Qingshui immediately guessed that it was Yemo who saved her and performed the treatment. The girl's mother happily answered her husband's call, but he shouted into the phone in response that something serious had happened. They turned on the news. The host said that there had been a murder in Ninghai, and the bodies of Song Xiaotan and Qian Shiping had been found. The presenter said that the police are currently investigating, and he hopes that the public will provide the investigation with the information it needs. The woman was in shock. She did not understand how it could happen that Song Xiaotan and Qian Shiping died at the same time. She said that if Qian Shiping was with that man, then the one who died was definitely the Song Xiaotan she knew. Ning Qingsu's mother said that those men's influence on the Yamaguchi Gumi in Japan and the Western Mafia was very great, and they were in the best criminal gang in the East. The woman said that Qian Longtou is the boss of this group, and Shipping is his son. Moreover, Longtou created his own army in Africa. Even small countries can't do anything about the Nanjing gang, let alone ordinary people. And today Longtou's son was killed. Mumei was dumbfounded. She told Aunt Lan that it was impossible that someone could get rid of Song and Lutu's son at the same time. Aunt Lan said that she knew for sure that after such an event, there would be a real storm in their city of Ninghai. Ning Qingshui was also stunned by what happened. She was horrified when she realized who was behind this murder. Meanwhile, Yunbing also read the news that Qian Shiping and Song Xiaotan were killed in an apartment in the university area. The place where she found Yemo yesterday was not far from the university, and she guessed that he was the one who carried out justice. Yunbing sighed heavily and said that Yemo was indeed a fool who liked to fight against injustice. The main character came to his senses and leaned on the mattress to get up. Yunbing was glad when she saw that the guy had woken up. Yemo first asked the girl if she didn't hate him and why she wanted to help him. Feeling guilty, Yunbing admitted that she found the memory card and found out how everything really happened. With a trembling hand, Yemo tried to help himself sit up on the bed, but he fell back down, and Yunbing scolded him for not being able to do that yet. The girl offered the guy help. If he wants to sit down, she is ready to put a pillow under him. The protagonist felt very good when he finally sat down comfortably, and then was horrified when he saw what he was wearing. The boy was worried that he didn't know where his plant seeds were now, but he was glad that Yunbing had picked them up yesterday. Yamio told the teacher that he had to go because there were a lot of important things in his clothes. But the girl was against it because there were a lot of policemen outside. The protagonist was shocked when he heard that Yunbing already knew what the guy had done. Yunbing said that people were killed in an apartment on the university campus last night, and she found Yemo nearby. The girl also noticed that the guy had serious wounds, but he forbade taking him to the hospital. And she saw yesterday that he was an unusual person because the wounds healed quickly. Another argument Yunbing made was that other than Yemo, no one could take the lives of those scoundrels on their own. But then Yunbing became very angry and shouted that no matter what Yemo's reasons were, killing people just like that was not allowed. Yemo asked why not, because they were the scoundrels who almost killed Ning Shui, and he was taking revenge for his friend. The teacher replied that protecting a friend is the right thing to do, but it needs to be done differently, for example, seeking help from lawyers or calling the police. With a demonic gaze flashing, Yemo smiled evilly and asked why Yunbing wasn't afraid of him if she knew that he was a murderer. Blushing, Yunbing looked away and replied that she believed that he was not such a bad person, especially since he saved her life. She decided to change the subject and said that she would now bring the guy something to eat, and then asked if a teacher should be afraid of her students. It was already 3 o'clock. The main character was sitting on the bed in a meditative pose and restoring his chi energy. Closing his eyes, he planned out the day. First, he planned to heal his body because without that, he would never advance to the 3rd level of chi training. Meanwhile, Jingwen, the daughter of the city mayor, decided to meet Ning Qingshu and her friend Mumi, and they waved to each other. Madame Su looked worried and told Mumi and Ning Qingshui that she called them urgently because she had news about Yemo. Mumei confessed to Jingwen that she had seen Yemo in person 2 days ago, and Ning Qingshui froze when she heard that they wanted to tell her the news. Madame Su was surprised when she heard that Yemo had actually returned to the city. Mumei said that 2 days ago, Song's men came to Yemo's apartment and injured Ning Qingshui, and then Yemo returned home. Jingwen realized that Yemo was a supernatural person when Mumei told her that Ning Qingshui had completely recovered on the 2nd day. A gloomy Ning Qingshui admitted that what she was most afraid of was that the news yesterday reported that many people had died, and Yemo had gone missing. The girl began to tremble with fear. She said that she couldn't control Yemo, and this guy could get into serious trouble. Mumei asked her friend not to worry because Yemo was being helped by heaven and nothing serious could happen to this guy. Madame Su also wanted to know what, in the end, could have happened to our hero during that period of time. The sound of women's heels clicked. Jingwen turned her gaze, smirked, and thought about how Cao Cao always came when she was called. The girl with dark hair and brown eyes smiled and waved her hand, greeting her friend Jingwen. Jingwen introduced them. She said that this was her friend Xiaolei, a famous reporter from Beijing. Xiaolei told Ning Qingshui that she had heard that she was the most beautiful girl in the capital, and now she saw it with her own eyes, which made the girl very embarrassed. Mumei was thrilled to see Xiaolei in person, and Ning Qingshui said that she read the reporter's post about Liu Xie, and Cao Cao admitted that she only survived thanks to Yemo. Ning Qingshui was taken aback and screamed, asking if Yemo was in Liuxi City. Xiaolei said that she heard that many people were disappearing there, so she went to find out the truth. And when she met the robbers, Yemo saved her. After that, the girl found out that he was looking for a place to live, and she also decided to stay in the city. But Xiaolei does not understand why Yemo chose the war-torn Liu Xie. Miss Su said that it was a funny coincidence that she had come across a photo of Xiaolei that showed a guy who looked like Yemo, and now it turned out that it was really him. Jingwen asked Ning Qingshui to stop blaming herself when the girl began to lament, claiming that Yemo was getting into trouble because of her. Ms. Su asked Xiaolei if she really came to Ninghai because of the Song family's business. The reporter took a sip of coffee and confirmed it. Xiaolei said that there were too many people involved in this matter, and the Song family itself was small fry, unlike Chen Shiping. According to the reporter, Chen Shiping's father, Long Tu, is the head of Nanking and his influence is very great, and he will be furious over his son's death. More importantly, as Xiaolei said, there were rumors in the martial arts circles that Song Xiaotun and Shiping were killed by Yemo. When Ning Qingshui heard this, her eyes widened in horror, and she dropped the coffee cup from her hand, causing it to shatter with a loud crash. Meanwhile, Yunbing brought Yemo his clothes and bought him a new one to change into. Yemo jumped out of bed and happily discovered his things. He breathed a sigh of relief when the purple heartvine and silver heartgrass were in order. His body had almost recovered as well, and he began to wave his hand, testing it, and was convinced that he would be able to leave tonight. Yunbing noticed that the guy seemed to have recovered and thought that he was such a scoundrel that he was probably planning to run away. The girl set a generous table for Yemo. The boy praised the teacher for how well she cooked, and Yunbing allowed him to finish everything. Yemo, while enjoying his food, asked who the girl in the photo on the nightstand was, and Yunbing admitted that it was Ting Ting. Closing her eyes, the girl said that Tin Tin was her daughter, but she had not seen her child for 8 years. The main character asked why, to which the girl said that it was not her choice, and probably it was even better for her daughter. Yemo didn't agree. He asked how she could be so cruel. After all, Ting Ting couldn't be better without a mother. which angered the girl. Yunbing began to evade the topic, replying that the guy had better take care of himself, and told him not to do evil, otherwise she would not let him get away with it anymore. The boy asked the teacher not to worry because he would not do anything bad, because his dream was to become the strongest hero. Teacher Yunbing sternly ordered our hero to finish his lunch and stop fooling around. Night had fallen. The action was still taking place in Yunbing's apartment. The bedroom window was open. The curtains fluttered in the wind. The girl was already sleeping peacefully in her bed. She was snoring, her mouth slightly open, and did not hear anyone enter her room. The door creaked open. The light was on in the corridor, so the black shadow of a man appeared in the room. It was Ye Mo. The guy entered the room and confirmed that teacher Yunbing was already asleep. So now was probably the time. He decided to tell the girl one last time that he was glad he met her the day before. Otherwise, the guy would already be dead. The guy added that the people he crossed this time were not small fish, so he couldn't stay, lest Yunbing get into trouble too. Finally, he said that they would meet again when he had sorted out these troubles, and jumped out of the apartment into the street. It turned out that the girl had not slept all this time. When he left, she opened her eyes and got out of bed to check. Teacher Yunbing walked to the window and wished for the boy to return safe and sound, and promised that they would meet again. A random check was announced on the highway, and police told drivers to have their documents ready and to cooperate with the officer on duty. 2 police officers checked almost every car. Ye Mo, who was standing on a billboard nearby, cursed when he saw this. He saw that every road leading out of the city was heavily guarded, and he did not have enough energy to escape through the mountains. That's why the guy decided not to run away from the city for now. He jumped between the roofs of houses so that he wouldn't be noticed. The hero knew that he couldn't return to the apartment yet. Hotels were also out of the question, so he had to choose an abandoned place for a temporary shelter. He screamed that his true ki was being depleted again and slipped on the edge of the roof before falling down. The main character screamed hysterically. He was very scared when he flew from the roof to the ground at incredible speed. Luckily, he landed on a large inflatable duck. He didn't like that his true ki was sometimes working, sometimes not. Even though all his wounds had healed, he understood that if he ran into someone with the same abilities as Hutso now, he would definitely be a corpse. The guy was startled when an explosion was heard several dozen meters away from him, right in the tall glass building nearby. After the explosion, several people jumped out of the building. Yemo had no idea what kind of explosion it was and became wary. When the flames became smaller, the main character saw more people jumping out of the apartment, some guys in black. He became even more wary because he didn't think he would meet a crowd of assassins in this city who were capable of such a thing. Now Yemo had nowhere to go anyway, so he decided to figure out what was going on here and pushed off the ground. The couple who jumped out of the house were arguing. The guy told the girl to go to the car while he detained them, but she was against it. Yemo, sitting on the roof, realized that the assassins were chasing the boy and girl, and it was clear that those masked pursuers were experts in their field. The assassins threw several throwing knives at the boys, and when they saw that they had hit a man, they ran after them to take them alive. The girl was afraid for swimming, and he shouted for her to run and save herself, promising that everything would be fine with him. The assassins, guys in black suits and masks, ran forward to pounce on the wounded guy. Yemo realized that they were being chased by the Song family's henchmen because he heard Sueming shouting about evidence of Song Sheoshin's crimes. The main character decided to help this couple, so he attacked one of the assassins and kicked him. The second masked guy noticed something was wrong when one of his team fell down, letting out a shrill scream. The crowd of assassins stopped and looked around, not understanding what had just happened. They could not find anyone. Before they could do anything, the assassins were again dealt crushing blows by our hero, and Yemo dealt with both of them at once. The main character began jumping around the battlefield, remaining invisible, so that the guys in masks could not do anything. Yemo decided to deal with them quickly so that he could ask the couple what was going on later, and swung his fist to attack again. The guy saw another assassin in front of him, who stood motionless. His emotions were not visible because of the white mask. The protagonist attempted to attack, but the assassin was not so simple. He blocked Yemo's attack by putting his hand in front of him. Yemo struck again, and the assassin had no problem with these attacks. He didn't understand why his strikes had become so light. The guy tensed up when he realized that his true ki had dropped again, so his strength had also decreased significantly. The assassin shouted that he was curious about what kind of battle god Yemo was, but it turned out that he was just a chicken and was about to hit Yemo. There was a loud shot. The guy in the mask did not have time to hit our hero because a moment later he received a gunshot wound. Yemo turned around when he heard someone use a weapon. It was Xueming who shouted at our hero to run because reinforcements were already here. Two more cars with masked guys in them started to drive up to the scene, shouting at them that Yemo must not be allowed to escape. Yemu didn't understand why Xueming needed a weapon since Ninghai wasn't a war zone, and he realized that he should leave first and ask questions later. The main character took off, leaving behind the wounded assassin. Two cars were already approaching him. Xueming shouted at our boy to get into the car quickly. The girl was already behind the wheel of the green car and was waiting for them. As Yemo and Xueming jumped into the car, the boy shouted at Tong Tong to step on the gas, and the car took off. Tong Tong turned around and told Xueming and the kid she didn't notice it still. Xueming asked the girl to focus on the road and then thanked Yemo for his help and introduced himself, and asked Yemo which squad he belonged to. Yemo also asked in response how these assassins became their target and admitted that he did not belong to any squad. The white-haired guy advised Yemo to leave as soon as they were outside the city, and our hero admitted that he was just about to get out of Ninghai because he had offended a big shot here. A dumbfounded Xueming asked who Yemo had offended, and the boy admitted that it was the Song family and the Chen family. The guy was shocked and asked if Yemo was talking about the Song family in Ninghai and the Chen family in Lungtu City. The young people's conversation was interrupted when someone's phone, which was lying on the backseat of the car, rang. Xueming was surprised when he heard from Tong Tong that Daishan was calling him. The girl asked if she should answer the call. The guy screamed, forbidding to answer the call because they were trying to find them and the call should be rejected. The girl obeyed and rejected the challenge, but she was restless because she was very worried about Daishan. Xueming promised the girl that he would pull Daishan out, but now is not the time for that. He needs to keep an eye on the road and break away from his pursuers. Tong Tong warned Xueming when she saw a station ahead while driving along the highway. The guy immediately radioed the customs officer to clear the road for them and intercept the cars on their tail. The car's red lights flashed, and the white cars with the pursuers were still on its tail. The customs officers at the station were shouting into a megaphone, urging the boys on. The green car was already approaching the barrier. The masked pursuer, who was driving one of the cars, asked his partner if they should continue, since there was a barrier ahead. The partner was angry with the driver. He asked if he was an idiot for wanting to go to jail, and ordered him to turn the car around. The driver replied that he was afraid it was too late because he saw police cars chasing them in his rearview mirror. Xueming was jubilant because they had finally gotten away from their pursuers, while Tong Tong was worried and thinking about Daishan. Yemo had been worried about the checkpoints before, but now he was safe in a police car, which surprised him. Meanwhile, the man sat on the couch and watched the footage from the cameras on TV, where they were shouting about some kind of truth. The assassins told Tong Tong not to be stubborn, but she replied that it was a business mistake and the copy was negotiated, and she could not betray her boss. The girl, trembling with fear, tried once again to convince the masked guys that she was telling the truth, but they did not believe her, threatening that she would never see anyone again if she lied. The girl apologized to her boss on camera and begged him to let Daishan go and she would compensate for the loss of the company. The masked man replied that if it weren't for Tong Tong's business skills, the girl would have been dead long ago. The man, who was lounging on the sofa, picked up the remote control and switched to the next recording in order to continue watching. In the next video, Tong Tong was sneaking around the office after the workday was over, looking for something. Xueming was also in the office. He waved to the girl to get her attention. The guy was hiding behind the desk. Tong Tong told him to take the information about the gangs while she collected the rest of the evidence, and the guy asked if she had been interrogated again. The girl said that everything was fine. She had just explained everything, so Qin Longtu would no longer suspect her. When the man watched the CCTV footage, he frowned, saying that Yu Miaotong was really something. He picked up the form on the table that had Wu Xueming's name on it and laughed evilly, saying that this rat seemed to have hidden well. Xueming hugged the girl and asked her to be careful. Tong Tong replied that she understood everything and asked him not to worry. Tong Tong said that the guy had to leave because the patrol would see him and then they would be dead, and someone ran into the office. Xueming tensed up. He immediately heard footsteps and warned the girl that someone was coming. He asked the girl to turn off the light immediately because someone was coming. Masked assassins entered the office and began to examine everything carefully. The guy immediately realized that these were not just patrolmen, but there was no need to start a shootout, because then Tong Tong would definitely suffer. Xueming noticed the jacket lying on the chair. He realized that he could throw it and then distract those assassins and attack them. The young man told Tong Tong not to move no matter what happened, and promised to take care of the masked men. The boy with snow-white hair quietly grabbed the black jacket to throw it and distract the assassin's attention. He threw his jacket at the wall, and the assassins immediately began shooting, demanding that the man come out and show himself. The masked guys noticed that it was not a person, but just a black jacket that was flying past them in the office. The assassin perked up because he realized that they were wrong and it was a simple trick. Zhuiming jumped out from his hiding place, firing his pistol, and congratulated the masked guy because his guess was correct. The guy caught the villains by surprise, so the shots were successful. One of the bullets shattered the mask into small pieces. As the assassins collapsed to the floor, Zhuiming walked closer and concluded that these guys didn't seem to be dead yet. Zhuiming told the girl that they couldn't stay here since they had been exposed. But Tong Tong was hesitant, since if they left, they would never be able to gather evidence against the Qian family again. The wounded assassin, whose face was half exposed, advised Zhuiming and Tong Tong to think about themselves better, since the mission had already failed. He declared that the only thing that awaited the boys now was death, and at that moment he threw a bomb in the form of a small ball with a dial. Zhuiming immediately realized that it was a bomb, but Tong Tong didn't yet understand what it was, so the guy yelled at her to climb on his back. When Tong Tong climbed onto his back, Zhuiming told her to hold on tight and not let go of the guy. There were already 3 seconds left before the explosion. Mr. Qin, seeing the explosion on the video, thought they were just a bunch of trash, after which the recording stopped because the cameras were destroyed. A helicopter was already flying over the building, and they announced that Yu Miaotong and that guy had jumped out of the window, so they needed to call for reinforcements. The man watching the footage saw an error message on the screen and then turned off his TV. The pilot in the helicopter called the gentleman and said that Yu Miaotong and that guy had jumped out the window and escaped. Qin Longtu clasped his hands and chuckled, replying that he knew his scum would fail. The helicopter pilot told the gentleman via video link not to worry because they would comb the entire Ninghai area to find the escapees. Mr. Qin asked the pilot not to worry because he knew Tong Tong's character and the girl would return anyway. Meanwhile, in the green car, Zhuiming told Yemo that they would have to return to Qiang, and our hero asked what kind of place it was. He explained that Qiang was not a place, but an organization under the Public Security Bureau that specialized in dealing with big bosses like Qian Longtu. Zhuiming said that the organization had this name because their boss had this nickname. Yemo asked what the difference was between them and the Public Security Bureau, and Zhuiming explained everything to him in detail. Zhuiming asked what exactly Yemo did to the Chen and Song families. Yemo thought for a moment and decided to tell everything. Our hero confessed that he was responsible for the murder of Shenxi and Song Xiao because they forced her friend to marry and then made her disabled. The snow-white-haired boy was dumbfounded. He called Yemo fearless for being able to kill Song and Longtu's son single-handedly. Zhuiming was indignant when Yemo told the guy that he was talking as if he wanted to arrest him, and it was no wonder, since he was from the Public Security Bureau. The white-haired boy grabbed Yemo's hands and shouted that our hero was exactly the one needed in Qianan, because there was much more darkness in the world now. According to Zhuiming, even the police can't do anything about the gangs, and he once again asked Yemo, whom he considers to be no ordinary person, to join. Their conversation was interrupted when Tong Tong suddenly slammed on the brake pedal. Zhuiming asked why she stopped. The girl didn't answer. She silently pulled the door handle to get out of the car. She took the hazard sign and walked back. Zhuiming followed her and asked what she was doing with the hazard sign. Tong Tong, without turning around, put a triangle on the asphalt and apologized to the guy, who was confused, not understanding what had happened. The girl admitted that she couldn't leave her friend knowing that Longtu would kill him, and she knew that the boss had just called her from Daishan's phone. Tears welling up in her eyes, Tong turned around and declared that she would beg Longtu to let Daishan go because she would not allow her friend to die because of her. A strong wind arose. Zhuiming became alert, not understanding where it suddenly came from, and saw a red helicopter flying above them. When the boy looked closely, he saw a hieroglyph on the side of the helicopter that was very familiar to him. Zhuiming then panicked because the helicopter belonged to Nanjing, a group led by Longtu. The girl asked Zhuiming to leave and said that she would go with them. She walked closer to the helicopter to surrender. A man in a mask appeared from the helicopter window. He laughed evilly, and he had a loaded machine gun in his hands. Zhuiming, who noticed this, was horrified. He immediately realized that things were bad because the people in the helicopter were armed. The guy ran after Tong Tong and grabbed the girl by the hand. A moment later, the masked man opened fire on the guys. Zhuiming shouted for Tong Tong to run with him, and a burst of machine gun fire began from the helicopter, with bullets flying onto the asphalt. Meanwhile, Ye Mio got behind the wheel, looked out the window and shouted that he would drive, and ordered the guys to get into the car. The white-haired guy was angry at Tong Tong. He shouted at how naive she was, because Long Tao wouldn't let her friend go, and promised to pull him out. When the boys returned to the car, the bullets were catching up with them. Xueming shouted for Ye Mo to step on the gas, and the car moved off. The helicopter was following the car at low altitude. The guys in masks did not stop firing, trying to hit the guys. Ye Mo guessed that the car was bulletproof. Xueming had no idea because they had never tested it with a helicopter. The main character was angry because if the car was not bulletproof, then they were just a target. The assassins successfully shot at the car. The hero understood that the car would simply explode if they continued in the same spirit, and turned the steering wheel sharply to the side. Yama began to maneuver on the road, swerving his car from side to side to avoid the machine gun fire that continued unabated. Xueming, trying to hold on, asked where Ye Mo got his driver's license from, since they would fly off the road if they continued driving like this. The main character turned around, reacting with surprise about the driver's license, and admitted that he was driving a car for the first time. The white-haired boy was taken aback. His face turned pale and his eyes widened. He screamed and assumed that Ye Mo was just joking. As Tong Tong continued to race along the highway, she noticed a cave on the side of the road and screamed, drawing Xueming's attention to it. The girl looked out of the car window and pointed at some shelter she noticed behind the curb. Xueming was delighted. He suggested that they hide in the shelter, and then the helicopter would not be able to reach them, and Ye Mo agreed. Ye Mo turned sharply to the right and drove onto the side of the road. But then he noticed that there was a wall at the entrance to this shelter and shouted to Xueming about it. Xueming tensed up, knowing that they would be dead once they got inside if this cave turned out to be destroyed. He asked Ye Mo if he was ready for this, to which our hero shouted that it was better to die there than to be shot by a helicopter machine gun. The green car broke through the brick wall successfully, although the front part of the body was pretty battered. The assassin reported that the guys entered the shelter. The second guy in the mask was happy because that's how they caught their turtle in a jar. It was dark inside. Tong Tong told her friend that it was okay, and Ye Mo said that she just needed to get used to the darkness and everything would be fine. Xueming asked Ye Mo what his plan was, to which our hero stunned the guy by asking if he could fly a helicopter. Ye Mo smirked and explained that instead of waiting, they should attack them first, take the helicopter and destroy Qianlongtu's base. The white-haired boy was delighted with Ye Mo's plan, clenching his fist and replying that they would do as our hero said. Turning around, Ye Mo asked Wu to cover him while he went first. Xueming agreed to do so without any problem. Ye Mo decided to use his divine vision. He saw that there weren't many assassins, not counting the pilot. There were 4 of them. The protagonist announced that he was going to attack. He pushed off the ground and asked Xueming to cover him, stunning the guy. Xueming was shocked because Ye Mo moved so fast. He guessed that the guy was a master of ancient martial arts. Someone flashed near the entrance to the shelter. The assassins who were standing next to the weapons immediately noticed that someone had come out of the cave. After they noticed that Ye Mo was in the air, they were given the order to open fire. 4 masked guys started shooting with machine guns. The main character moved very quickly. An incredible number of bullets were fired at him, but they all flew past. The masked guy didn't even notice how Ye Mo had come close to him and looked him straight in the face, criticizing the assassin's shooting. Afterwards, Ye Mo punched the villain's face, causing the assassin's white mask to shatter into tiny pieces. He eliminated 1 guy. The second and third were next. Our hero dealt with them in a few moments. Ye Mo had a grin on his face. He was pleased with himself. There was only 1 assassin left. It was time to deal with him too. But then the smile on our hero's face suddenly disappeared, because at the most crucial moment, the true chi dried up. He, holding his fist at the ready, rushed past the 4th assassin without hitting him, because he no longer had the strength. The 4th masked guy took advantage of this chance and screamed, wishing death on the hero, after which he pulled the trigger. The main character has already decided that it's all over for him, because the shooter is too close and he won't have time to dodge. But he was wrong, because a moment later the assassin received a fatal shot. It was Xueming, who covered Ye Mo. Ye Mo praised Brother Wu for his excellent shot, and Brother Wu awkwardly scratched his head and replied that it was nothing compared to our hero's fighting skills. The helicopter pilot looked out of the cockpit, waving a white flag, and asked for the violence to stop because he was surrendering. When Xueming and the others boarded the helicopter, he demanded to know where the pilot would take them, and he replied that they would fly to the secret garden of Qingshan. Xueming, who was sitting in the front, asked Tong Tong and our hero to fasten their seatbelts because they were about to take off. The pilot who remained outside shouted, asking Xueming not to tell the boss that he had revealed the location of the base. Otherwise, Long Tu would do something to his family. Xueming looked at our hero suspiciously and asked why he let the masked men escape. Ymir remained silent. He remembered teacher Yun Bing's words that he had to promise her never to behave like those bad guys. Our hero asked Xueming to leave the guys in masks, because they wouldn't be able to do anything anyway. And soon they were already flying over that very garden. Tong Tong said she saw the place on TV. It was a shielded mountain area with a blocked signal. Yemu asked if there was an ancient martial artist in this place, to which the girl replied that the garden was only used to hold hostages. The guy standing below waved a stick that was glowing, and Xueming informed the guys that they had been given a sign to land. When they landed and got out, the people greeted Tong Tong and asked what brought her here in the middle of the night. Tong Tong explained that Qian Longtu had sent her here to pick up a prisoner named Daishan. The bald man replied that he had not received any instructions from the leader, so he could not make a decision. And Tong Tong repeated that she had been sent by Longtu himself. The man became frightened when the girl asked if he wanted to receive the message from the boss himself, and agreed to go and find out about the prisoner. One of the assassins approached the bald-headed man and whispered something in his ear, after which his expression changed. He glanced at Tong Tong and asked Miss Yu if she wanted to go with him to meet Qian Longtu. The man snapped his fingers and ordered to grab the girl. There were already 4 assassins with weapons standing on the roof. Xueming once again tried to convince the man that Longtu had sent them and jumped forward, defending himself with his pistol. The bald-headed man expressed fear that the boss would cut off his head if the boys managed to take the prisoner, so he was ready to fight. Ye Mao remembered that he had promised Yun Bing not to use violence, but he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to handle this situation without using hidden weapons. The protagonist asked Xueming if he could help Zhang with his official duties, and the boy allowed him. A smirk appeared on Ye Mao's face. He said something about duty, and in an instant he seemed to disappear. The boy jumped high above the ground and fired several nails charged with true qi towards the enemies. The shaved-headed man was stunned when he looked up at the roof and saw that all the armed assassins had been eliminated. He trembled with horror and screamed. The man did not understand how it happened that all his partners passed away in an instant. A helicopter with camouflage paint appeared over the garden. The pilot called Xueming, repeating several times into the radio that it was Ti Chang. Xueming, when he turned around and saw the helicopter, finally felt relieved because help had arrived for them. The shaved-headed man in the blue shirt stood motionless and trembling with fear, the shadow of a military helicopter looming over him. Tai Kyung announced through a megaphone that now that he was here, anyone who raised a weapon would be held accountable. Tong Tong asked how Ti Chang's helicopters got here. The guy explained everything to her and asked the girl to find Daoshan inside for now. The 2 men grabbed the bald man and took him away. He laughed nervously and shouted, threatening that Longto would definitely take the lives of all the offenders. Xueming walked up to our hero and put his hand on his shoulder, then hugged him and said how much the guy had helped this time. He said that he didn't even know how to thank Ye Mo for his help, to which our hero refused to thank him, because it was a trifle. Xueming then asked Ye Mo if he was thinking about joining them, since he had a bright future in Qianan, and our hero hesitated. Ye Mo said that he was here to protect his friend, and until he found him, he couldn't do anything else. But the guys could call him for help if anything happened. The guy with white hair agreed, but asked if this was really enough for the main character. The protagonist asked Xueming how much he knew about ancient martial arts. Xueming said that ancient martial arts are very rare. There are only rumors about them, and most often they are absurd and exaggerated. The boy heard that Hu Zuo, from the Song family, also died at the scene of the crime, and he assumed that Ye Mo had been in a fight with him. Ye Mo said that this guy Hu was very strong. He had an injury at the time, so Hu Kuo was a dangerous opponent. Xueming said that as far as he knew, ancient martial arts were divided into levels, and Hu Zuo was at the Xuan level before his death. Now, it was no wonder to Ye Mo that during the battle, Hu muttered something about the yellow Xuan class, but he found it strange that someone like Hu was at the 2nd level. The protagonist tensed up, because in this world now, he definitely couldn't handle people of the Xuan, Earth, and Heaven levels. The guy sighed heavily and looked at the full moon. He thought that he needed to move to the 3rd level as soon as possible. At this time, other events were unfolding in the night. Hong Kong. The man standing at the window was not disappointed in Wu Xueming. An old man approached him and said that Yuoming was the only one who broke into the organization undercover, saved dozens of hostages and escaped with material evidence. Grandfather admitted that his throat was dry, and he wanted to have a cup of tea together. The man replied that it was just time to talk about Cheng. While pouring tea, The man with the scar on his face said that he heard that Qian Baihe was furious about his son's death, and it seemed that Qian was involved. When the man suggested that the aftermath would not be so easy to deal with, the old man asked him not to worry, as he would soon have a breakthrough in his training. The tea was already on the table. The elderly man carefully took the cup and took a sip of the fresh hot drink with pleasure. Smiling, the grandfather said that he would, however, like to take a look at the ancient martial art that this Wu Xueming was talking about. Soon the main character went to the nearest train station to continue his journey. Xueming, who saw him off, asked the boy to stay for a few more days, but Yemo refused because he had some business to attend to. Then Xueming handed our hero a gift. Yemo immediately assumed that it was an ID card. Looking at the ID card with Mo Ye's name on it, the guy said they looked very similar, but they were different because the guy in the photo had a mole on his right eye. Xueming explained that it was a small gift from Ti Cheng and handed him an artificial mole so that they would look exactly alike. But Xueming was uneasy. He said that Chiang wouldn't be able to cover for Ye Mo if he left, because Long Tu would be looking for him everywhere because of his son's murder. Ye Mo asked the guy not to worry and promised to be careful, and then Xueming did not dissuade our hero. Xueming waved goodbye to Ye Mo and wished him a safe trip, and our hero boarded the train, which had already set off. At this time, Ning Qingsu was chatting on her phone and asked someone how the investigation into the Song family was going. Mumei replied to her in a text message that the main culprit had escaped and Ye Mo had most likely already left the city. And Ning Qingshui asked whether she should be happy or sad. On one hand, it was good that Ye Mo had already left the city. But what made Ning Qingshui sad was that she really wanted to see him. She texted her friend that she wanted to leave for a few days because she was bored in Ninghai. And then she looked at the bracelet and thought of Ye Mo. The girl couldn't wait any longer. She promised herself and the guy to find Ye Mo, wherever he was now. She remembered the reporter's words that Ye Mo was in Liuxi City, so she decided to go there. Ye Mo was riding on the train when a loudspeaker announced that the Wuning station was ahead, so passengers should prepare to get off the train in advance. Lying in bed, Ye Mo thought that there were only two ways to quickly increase strength. The first was the silver grass, which took too long to grow. The second way is to go to the Taklamakan desert in search of the purple herb, but if he never finds it, it will be a waste of time. So Ye Mo decided to do both, plant the silver grass and then head out into the desert. They announced their arrival at Wuning Station and asked passengers to get off here if they needed to go to Luogang. And Ye Mo became interested when he heard this. He remembered that Zhao Wanqing said something about Luogang. It was a quiet city and it was not far from Korla, so it was worth going there. A passenger entered the carriage. A girl with blonde hair read on her ticket that her seat was in the third carriage, on the second bed. The guys who also boarded the train complained that there were too many sleeping places in this carriage. One of the passengers introduced himself to his fellow passengers as Qin Qingbing and asked the names of the others. The girl introduced herself as Wang Yan. The third guy who got on the train at this station was very shy. He stuttered and nervously introduced himself as Yu Erhu. Qingbin taunted the guy for holding onto his backpack as if it contained something very valuable, and he replied that it simply contained medical instruments. The boy apologized, saying that he didn't know he was a doctor, and the girl asked Yu Erhu what kind of medicine he was studying. Erhu laughed awkwardly and said that he had received medical skills from his ancestors and that he would practice them in Lugan. And Qingbin told the boy that it was amazing. Ye Mo noticed that this guy Erhu, who was going to Lugan, looked good-natured, and came up with the idea of using the money to open a clinic in that city and employ Erhu. Erhu just came up to him. He felt awkward, but he confessed to Ye Mo that he was feeling motion sick, so he wanted to ask him for something. The protagonist realized what he wanted to ask Erhu for, and happily agreed to switch places as the train started moving. Night had come. Erhu was now sleeping on the top bunk, and our hero on the bottom. Meanwhile, Qingbin was not sleeping. He got up and put on his dark glasses. Yamiu opened one eye and looked at Qingbing, wondering what was wrong with the guy's glasses and why his eyes had been shining before. Spin noticed through his difficult glasses that the man lying on the bottom bunk had a lot of money in his bag. Yamo realized that these glasses allowed him to see through things, and he regretted that he didn't have a storage ring to avoid this trouble and hide his bag. A guy with long blonde hair began to silently creep through the carriage to get to our hero's bag. Our hero didn't yet know what to do because if the police arrived, he would have problems. And at that time, Tibin was already reaching into his bag. Luckily, the girl who was sleeping on the bottom bunk woke up and saw that Tibin was rummaging through someone else's bag. The girl stood up, pointed her finger at the villain, and asked what he was doing. Qingbin immediately stopped rummaging through Yemo's bag. Tisbin asked the girl to be quiet and not ask unnecessary questions if she wanted to live, and took a knife out of his pocket. Yemo, who was watching this with one eye, thought how brave this thief was, not only robbing openly, but also using a weapon. Unfortunately for the robber, at that moment a cheerful girl entered the carriage and announced the sale of beef noodle soup. The girl, who was holding a box of instant noodles, was surprised to see a man with a knife in front of her. Kingbin looked at the girl with displeasure and asked what she was staring at, and told her to get out of here. The girl turned out to be not one of the timid ones. She asked her uncle if he had any conscience at all, since he was saying such things, threatening his fellow traveler with a knife. The scoundrel was stunned. He didn't understand why all the girls were so stupid, and she shouted to the officer that some guy had a knife in his hand. Kingbin was furious. He gripped the knife tighter and shouted, asking why he was shouting, and ordered the girl to quickly shut up. A sly grin appeared on the protagonist's face. He took advantage of the moment and prepared a nail to subdue the thief. The guy quietly threw a nail, which hit the scoundrel's leg, after which Tsibin screamed from the unexpected sharp pain. Two concerned police officers came running to the screams and started shouting, asking the girl what was going on. The girls told the police what the villain had done. The officers were about to handcuff him, and Tisbin tried to prove that they were lying. Erhu woke up and asked what was going on. The protagonist also pretended not to know what happened. The girl said that the guy next door tried to steal Yemo's things, but the police had already caught him. The main character thanked his fellow traveler for her help, and Erho understood why the thief had asked about his backpack before. Wang Yan asked the girl if she was scared because the thief had a knife, and she replied that her specialty was clinical medicine, and she had seen many knives before. She twirled the chopsticks between her fingers and claimed that she was much better with knives than that thief. Wang Yan admitted to Ye Mo that she was the first one to see the thief, but she didn't dare say anything to him because he was staring at her with a knife. The main character answered the girl that everything was fine, nothing to worry about. He felt awkward, and the guy scratched the back of his head. Erho, remaining on the top bunk, asked the girl not to be afraid and promised that they would protect her from such guys. Ye Mo smiled. He didn't know before that there were so many loyal people in this world. If it weren't for them, he wouldn't have solved the problem with the thief. He thanked Wang for her help and for recording the incident, and as a token of gratitude, he gave her some medicinal herbs. Wang Yan didn't understand why Yemo was thanking her and giving her these herbs when she hadn't done anything to help. The girl refused the gift, but Yemo insisted, saying that these 3 herbs might not be useful to others, but they were useful to her specifically. Yema noticed that her complexion was pale yellow, and she had trouble sleeping, so taking the herbs 3 times a day would improve her condition. Wang Yan was shocked and asked the guy how he knew this, since she was going to the city just to meet the doctor. Erhua was also shocked and asked if Yemo was really a general practitioner who could tell a girl's condition just by looking at her. Yemo admitted that he knew a little about it and suggested that Erhuo open a clinic together to help people. The guy immediately agreed, and the girl, a clinical doctor, also expressed a desire to go with them. The protagonist thought for a moment and replied that the girl could also go with them to look after Erhu. The girl was very happy. She thanked our hero and said that she would go get her luggage and then return. Yemo noticed that when the girl smiled, she looked like Ning. He hoped that Ching Su was okay after he gave her his true key. At the station, they announced that the train was about to depart and asked passengers to get off if they had arrived at the right station. Ning Qingzhu was also at the station at that time. The girl noticed that this place was very remote. There were no trains or buses. She waved her hand to stop a taxi. When the driver asked where she was going, the girl replied that she needed to go to Lush. The driver replied that the place was too bad and immediately hit the gas pedal to speed away in the car. Ning Qingzhu was outraged by the behavior of the driver, who initially agreed to give her a ride, but then refused. This time, she decided to just silently get into the next taxi and then watch the driver refuse the ride. The driver asked the girl where she was going. She replied that she needed to go to the Lush residence. This driver also refused, saying that he would not go there. Ning Qingsui asked why none of them could take her there. The man asked her if she didn't know about this place and said that there were robbers on the way there and he didn't want to be killed. Ning Qingsu replied that she knew it was a risk, but she was in a hurry and was willing to pay, and refusing was against taxi rules. The driver realized that he had no other choice, so he decided not to refuse the girl a ride. He grinned and said that he was willing to go there for 5,000 wen because it was more than 100 kilometers to get there. Meanwhile, in Liusha, Fang was greeting a guest. Sure suggested the man to celebrate the fact that the Pudao Association was the best gang in the world. Fang replied that it was all thanks to Shai, who stated that he was impressed that the man had made such a good place in the city. and they clinked glasses. After dinner, Fang offered Shi to stay the night. The red-haired guy refused because his people were waiting for him. Finally, the association boss asked Shi to be careful, and the boy got into his car and sped away. When Shido arrived, the boss immediately asked him what he thought about it. Shido shared his opinion that Shi's visit was suspicious. Fang said that he heard that Shi was an arrogant man who killed many girls, so Shi too should keep an eye on him. There was a party in one of the city's clubs, and the host suggested that all the guests have a good time that night. Ningqing Shuo was already there. She walked towards the colorful club building with a suitcase, guessing that this was the Camellia Hotel. She was surprised to see that the hotel had a bar upstairs, as it must have been quite noisy, and decided to go elsewhere. The girl became upset when she tried to find another hotel on her phone and discovered that they were all full. She realized that it looked like she would have to stay there overnight, and decided to just put on headphones if it was noisy and move tomorrow. Ningqing Su walked into the bar, greeted everyone at the door, and asked those present if the Camellia Hotel was here. She, who was at the bar at the time, took a glass of drink and asked what such a beauty was doing in this city. The guy with red hair stood up and offered to arrange everything if the beauty wanted to stay at the hotel. Ningqing Su refused. It was a mess here. She wanted to go somewhere else, but She had already ordered to find a better room for this girl at his expense. The girl silently turned around with her suitcase and walked towards the exit, wanting to go and find another hotel. Before she could leave the bar, Ningqing Sui met a tall and muscular man at the bar who asked if his boss had allowed her to leave. Ningqing Sui was visibly frightened. She was shocked that these people were behaving like this in a public place. The red-haired boy walked up to Ningqing Sui and said that if she dared to step out the door, she would not like the consequences. The girl's eyes widened in horror, and she froze when she realized that she was in trouble in this bar. She, holding a glass of drink in his hand, beckoned Ningqing Shui over with his finger and asked him to drink before he got angry. Ningqing Shui didn't know what to do. She assumed that someone here knew Ye Mo. After all, Xiaolei said that the guy had many friends in the city. The girl, hand on her heart, admitted that she came here to meet her husband. His name is Ye Mo, and he is from this city. Shituo, who was also at the bar and watching everything, was shocked when he heard that it was Ye Mo's wife in front of him. He decided that he needed to tell Boss Fang everything immediately, because if it was true, they would definitely be in trouble. When Shai heard Ye Mo's name, he jumped back in fright because he had heard a lot about this young man. The girl was also surprised by this reaction. Ningqing Sui asked if he knew Ye Mo, which made the guy think about it. She laughed loudly and replied that he had never heard of Ye Mo, and proposed that the girl become his woman, and then he would give Ye Mo a chance to survive. She too urgently called Fang and said that someone posing as Ye Mo's wife was in trouble at the bar right now, and Nan was very surprised. Fang started yelling and scolding Shitu for not helping the girl yet. He ordered the guy to make sure that nothing happened to Ye Mo's wife. A stunned Shido asked his boss if he was sure he needed to do this now. An indignant Fang shouted, once again ordering Shitu to secure the Pudao gang in the bar and help that girl. She had already started to get physical. Ningqing Sui started to fight back and scream for the red-haired guy not to touch her. A frightened Ningqing Su told Shi not to approach her and threatened to call the police if he did. She shouted at her not to do that because Liush was a place where the authorities didn't care about anything, and ordered her to come to him immediately. Shido, who was standing on the second floor, said what a coincidence it was that he met Shai here. The guy turned around and looked at him. She asked if it was fate that brought them together, or if Shido was simply stalking him, to which the guy from Pudo replied that he didn't think a VIP member of their association would joke like that. The red-haired boy allowed Shitu to speak if he had anything to say, and warned him that Ningqing Shui was already his woman. Shido, without saying anything in response, silently jumped from the balcony into the common room to deal with the negligent Shai. The guy from the Pudao Association asked Ningqing Shui which Ye Mo she had just spoken of when she claimed that she was his wife. The girl said that she came here to find her husband Ye Mo. He went to the city a month ago and carries a black sports bag. She too was then convinced that this was the Ye Mo he knew. He couldn't let anything happen to the guy's wife until Nan Fang arrived. Shido told Shai that this woman was his friend's wife, and asked them to let her go because there were still many other beauties in the bar. She asked the boy if he found it strange that there were so many coincidences today, including the fact that this lady was his friend's wife. The guy in the red bandana spread his arms out to the sides and declared that Ningqing Shu was indeed his friend's wife. She was furious, he shouted, claiming that Shido was taking him for a fool and asked how he dared steal his woman from him. The red-haired youth declared that this woman would be his today and grabbed her hand. Ning Qingshui demanded that she let her go. Suddenly, a beer bottle flew across the bar, and a second later, it hit the careless hooligan right in the face. It turned out that it was Wang Qin. The girl accused the scumbag of being rude to this girl and asked if he was ashamed. Shai was furious to the limit. He clenched his fist in anger and asked Wang Qin if she didn't know that Fang Nan was still in Luxi. The dumbfounded Xu Tuo grabbed his head and asked Wang Qin who she was and tried to convince Xi that he didn't know her. An enraged Xu shouted, asking Wang Qin if she wanted to die, and then called on his brothers to deal with her. The big guys who were with Xi at the bar heard their boss and rushed forward to pounce on the girl. Luckily, Wang Qin had her pet basilisk with her and ordered Xiao Na to attack the men. Basilisk Xiao Na began to carry out the order. Bearing its fangs and tongue, the snake slowly crawled towards the victim. Sure, clinging to the pillar, begged the snake not to crawl up to him and bite him, and Shido asked the girl to call the basilisk back. Nanfang ran into the bar and shouted, asking everyone to stop this fighting. She too felt relieved when he heard the boss's voice, turned around and saw that Nanfang was finally here. Fang put his hands together and told Wang Qin that this was her gang's business, so he should handle it himself, and then apologized to her. Wang Qin realized that Nanfang seemed to be the boss here and returned the basilisk to her shoulder, saying that it was all over then. She turned to the terrified Shi and asked him to calm down, promising that Xiao Na would not bite him. Shai was furious with Nan, claiming that his men were trying to ruin the relationship between their gangs, and Nan responded that it was a misunderstanding. Shido admitted that he was guilty and asked for forgiveness from Shi. And Fang, hitting him on the head, promised to cut his salary. Fang advised Shi to go to the nearest hospital because he was seriously injured, and ordered his men to send the boy to the best hospital. Afterwards, he asked Ning Qingshui if she was okay, and Shi too suggested that the guys talk in a quieter place. Wang Qin asked Ning Qingshui if Yemo was really her husband because she overheard her saying that just now. The girl turned around, looked at Wang Qin, and admitted that her name was Ning Qingshui, and Yemo was indeed her husband. She was stunned when she heard this. The girl from the army said that Yemo had mentioned Ning Qingshui before. Ning Qingshu asked if Wang Qin knew Yemo, to which she admitted that she did, and that she came here to find the guy. Our hero's fictitious wife was offended. She realized that Yemo met this girl on the street and admitted that she was pretty and had a heroic spirit. Ning Qingshui began to look at Wang Qin from head to toe, and she also thought about how good the girl's figure was. It was already difficult for the girl to hide her anger. She felt jealous because Wang Qin also came here alone to see Yemo. She too whispered to the boss that things were getting complicated, and it seemed like one of the girls was Yemo's wife and the other was his mistress. But Fang already understood everything. Nanfang couldn't allow the girls to fight with each other, because if they started to quarrel, these women would hurt each other. He decided to lighten the mood and suggested that both girls go to him, since they were both friends of Yemo, his benefactor. She too whispered to the boss that he was wrong to call one of them Yemo's friend, because one of them was Yemo's family member. It seemed like the atmosphere was getting even darker than before. Shido told the boss that this time he was really finished. At Fang's house, Nan invited everyone to sit down, and she too ordered them to go to the kitchen and cook something delicious for the guests. The girls sat in different corners of the living room and remained silent while they waited. Shido suggested that they eat some fruit first. Wang Qin remembered from Yemo's words that his wife had married him for the sake of her family, and it was unlikely that they had feelings for each other. But it was unclear why she had come here. Meanwhile, Ning Qingshui was curious about the connection between Yemo and this girl, since he even told her about her family problems. Fang and Shido decided it was time to act, because the frowning girls had not yet said a word to each other. Nanfang walked over, cleared his throat, and suggested that the girls open their hearts to each other since they met here, and she too didn't like the boss's method. Wang Qin spoke first, introducing herself and saying that she was from the Special Forces and had come to meet Yemo during her vacation. Fang and Shi too were stunned when they heard from the girl that Ning Qingshui was not Yemo's real wife, and the guy came to avoid marriage. Ning Qingshui was offended when she heard the girl say that she was just a fake wife. She stood up and wanted to say something. Wang Qin also stood up from her chair in response, assumed a self-confident pose, and asked if she had been wrong in her assumptions. Nan intervened and asked the girls to calm down and not get angry, because he couldn't allow them to quarrel for Yemo's sake. Wang Qin glanced at Nan and asked what his relationship was with Yemo and how he met him. Since he spoke in such a tone, Fang smiled, recalling how he met Yemo, scratched his chin and replied that it was a long story. Nan said that Ye Mo came to Liush by fate. He saved a man from death and helped raise the gang from its knees, and Fang promised the guy that the citizens would no longer be bullied. Wang Qin admitted that her life was also saved by Ye Mo. At that time, she was on the verge, and the guy saved them from enemy fire. Ningqing Sui was dumbfounded. She didn't understand why they called Ye Mo the god of war, since she thought he was a worthless person. Fang was shocked to learn that Wang Qin and Ye Mo were also friends, and suggested that when Ye Mo returned to the city, they should ask him about his adventures. Wang Qin asked if Ye Mo was not in the city, to which Nan Fang replied that our hero was not here now. Ningqing Zhu asked Fang if he knew where Ye Mo was now. The man replied that the guy liked being alone. He went to look for plants without saying where. The man added that Ye Mo had a house in Lush, so he could take the girls there to try their luck at finding him. Only Wang Qin had an idea of where Ye Mo might have gone. She told the guys that our hero must have gone to the desert. She said that Ye Mo once found a map. She translated it for him from Tibetan, and the Taklamakan desert was marked on the map. Ningqing Sui asked what Ye Mo might be looking for in the legendary Death Desert. Wang Qing replied that the guy was most likely looking for a magical plant. The fictitious wife thought that perhaps her husband began training to survive because he was expelled from the family. Ningqing Su asked if she could have a copy of the map. Wang Qin allowed her to have the copy she drew herself. Then she changed her mind, shouting why the girl needed this map, and assumed that Ningqing Su was going to go to the desert on her own. The girl, thinking, replied that sometimes a lot of ideas come into her head out of nowhere. Ningqing Zhu admitted that she didn't know how to describe her feelings. The day before, she knew that coming to Liuxie was also dangerous, but she hoped to find Ye Mo. Wang Qin was taken aback and asked if the girl had only married Ye Mo because she was forced to do so. Looking at the bracelet, Ningqing Sui admitted that she was scared of her own feelings and now she couldn't get Ye Mo out of her mind. She said that she used to use our hero as a shield, but then she began to realize that he left without giving her a chance to speak. Wang Qin looked at the girl with displeasure, she thought. Why in that case Ningqing Su was in a hurry to divorce the guy? Ningqing Su said that she was telling Wang Qin this now because she seemed to be a special person to Ye Mo, since he told her about the fake marriage incident. Wang Qin thought that Ye Mo hadn't let her get close to his heart either, because after that meeting, the guy never called her. She wondered if Ye Mo might have someone else he liked, and then told Qingsu that it was too dangerous to go to the desert alone. Wang Qin said that the girl was lucky to meet her here, and warned that the desert was teeming with sandstorms and the sun would burn her skin. Ningqing Sui replied that she knew the desert was dangerous, but Ye Mo had gotten into trouble the day before to save her when she was in a coma, and he hadn't said a word to her since then. She said that she just wanted to ask Ye Mo why he was so kind to her, and if it turned out that he hated her, she would immediately leave forever. Wang Qin asked if Ningqing Sui was an idiot to risk her life to meet a guy, and reassured her that Ye Mo did it for her happiness. The girl told her that Ye Mo really wanted to meet her. He just couldn't because he had things to do right now. Ningqing Sui's expression jumped when she heard this, her cheeks turning red as she was told that Ye Mo wanted to meet her. Wang Qin told the girl that she would go with her because she had experience, but first she needed to go to Luscana to get tools and medicine. As lightning flashed across the night sky, Longtu approached his son's portrait and said that he wanted to see him, as 7 days had already passed. The man told his son that he could now sleep peacefully because his father would definitely find the killer and take revenge on him. A subordinate ran up to Longtu and said that Song Yuanyi, the old man from the Song family, was asking the man to meet him outside. The master ordered him to be let in. He concluded that the Song family was in trouble because Yuanyi had not come to see him for many years. Old man Song Yuanyi came and said, "Hello, Mr. Longtu," without turning his face, asked why he came and what happened. The elderly man said they used technology to match bloodstains at the scene that night. The man asked the old man to tell him everything because he was not in a position to guess what they had discovered. The old man started shouting and said that the bloodstains showed that the person at the murder scene was Ye Mo, who had been expelled from the Ye family. Mr. Longtu turned his worried gaze to the side when he heard about the Ye family's involvement, specifically their exiled son. He said that he heard that Song Shaoan was killed by Ye Mo, and now he heard that his son died because he was involved in the Song family's affairs. The old man replied that he also heard that the base in Qianje was destroyed. The bodies were examined, and this tragic event was very similar to the previous one. Mr. Longtu frowned. He realized that the Ye family was also involved in the tragedy that happened at the base. Song started shouting. He said that his family had nothing to do with it. It was just that Gu Hu Q, who was responsible for Xiao Tang's security, was killed. But Longtu was unyielding. He told the old man that once Yemo was caught, Song would not escape responsibility, and Song did not argue. The old man gritted his teeth in anger. He would never have thought that the enemy Ye family would disguise an ancient martial artist as an abandoned son. Our hero's clinic opened, and the townspeople heard an announcement that all Chinese medicines were on sale for 20% today. The girl was handing out leaflets at the entrance, asking passers-by if they wanted to look inside to buy medicine at a discount. At this time, our hero sat on the roof and greeted everyone, while the girl stood below and pestered everyone with leaflets. Yemo was curious about whether the galaxy grass he planted a few years ago had sprouted yet, and wanted to take a look. The guy darted from the roof to his garden bed with lightning speed. He saw that the recently planted seeds had already sprouted. He realized that the soil in Luokan was very suitable for this plant, so he could go to the desert without worrying. Erhu came over and asked if Yemo was looking at the plants again. The guy replied that he was checking if the seeds had sprouted. The guy asked if our hero was going on a trip. He replied that he would be leaving for a long time, and the guys would have to worry about herbs. A worried Erho admitted that without Yemo, the clinic would not be able to operate, as people come with illnesses he knows little about. Yemo reassured him and said that everything would be fine because Erhuo's pulse checking and acupuncture skills would be sufficient. The train announced the next station, Luokang, and asked passengers to pack their luggage in preparation to disembark. Wang Qin and Ning Qingsu got off the train. The Special Forces girl confessed to her new friend that she had not been to her hometown for several years. Ning Qingsu admitted that she didn't expect such a small city to be so noisy. And Wang Qin said that a lot has changed in the past 2 years. The girl answered her mother's call, and she shouted that she heard that her daughter was going to the Taklamakan Desert to look for Yemo. Mom was against it. She shouted that the girl shouldn't go because it was dangerous. But Ning Qingsu stood her ground, claiming that she would take care of herself. Ning Qingsu told Wang Qin that her mother was coming here to take her home, so she needed to quickly gather materials. Wang Qin grabbed Ning Qingsu's hand and told her to hurry up after learning that her mother was going to the city to pick up the girl. Little did they know that at this moment, Yemo was very close. The guy was about to leave his new clinic, telling Erhu and Yang Yi that he was leaving her to them. Ning Qingsu asked Wang Qin as she ran why they didn't call a taxi, and she replied that her house was just around the corner from them. The girl asked Wang Qin to run slower because she was wearing high heels. The girls ran around the corner when Yemo came out onto the street. Walking down the street, the protagonist felt strange. It seemed to him that he had just heard Ning Qingzu's voice. He scratched the back of his head, wondering if he was hallucinating because it was impossible for Ning Qingshui to be in Luokang. Meanwhile, in Yanjing, in the Ning family, the girl's mother complained that her daughter no longer even wanted to listen to her. Mother told Suzu that she wanted to bother her to go with her to Luokang, but she didn't think her daughter would be waiting for her in that city. Suzu agreed without any problem and asked her not to be so polite. But she thought that it would be better for Aunt Lan to stay at home since going to the desert was dangerous. Aunt Lan agreed to stay at home and asked Suzu with a smile on her face to bring Ning Qingsui back home safely. Soon the protagonist was already flying on a plane. Yemo admired the view of the desert from a bird's-eye view. He found it beautiful and majestic. He wondered how many traps lay within the depths of this beauty, hoping that he could find the source of the purple heart vine. Already at the airport, he held the map in his hands. The guy saw that the building was located at some distance from the desert. Yemo didn't realize that he was currently being closely watched by a smart surveillance camera that had captured the target's face and analyzed it. The main character came to the desert as a simple tourist. While he was drinking water, the guide asked everyone to come to her. Arriving at the edge of the desert, Yemo realized that the marked location was still far away. He was relying on luck to find the purple heart vine. The boy stood and looked at the desert, drinking water, and then became wary because a chill ran down his spine. A bright strip of blue light flashed. The main character barely managed to dodge, receiving a small scratch on his face. It turned out that he was attacked by a man in a black and white mask using a retractable knife hidden in his glove. The tourists brought to the tour guide's attention that someone was fighting nearby while there was a skirmish between Yemo and the assassin. A whole crowd of guys wearing the same masks started running towards the place. They were ordered to catch Yemo, no matter whether he was alive or dead. The protagonist tensed up because, seeing a whole crowd running towards him, he realized that his location had been discovered. He single-handedly fought off 3 men in black suits and masks while they tried to attack him with their hands and feet. Yemo saw that the masked people had abilities similar to Huzuo, and there were a lot of these guys, and he was afraid that there would be even more. They were surrounded by tourists who were filming everything on their phones. Yemo knew that he could easily injure them if he used a hidden weapon. The most important thing for him now was to find the purple heart-shaped vine. He needed to get out of this situation as soon as possible. The protagonist noticed a black motorcycle that was standing nearby and realized that he could use it. The guy got on a motorcycle and asked the guy standing next to him to lend him the vehicle, and then started the iron horse. The owner on the motorcycle screamed that the guy was running away on his motorcycle. He ran after him, not wanting to give up his transport. A young man in a white shirt noticed a wad of bills flying at him. He was stunned by the fact that the thief left him money. The main character waved goodbye to the guy and shouted that he left him this money for the motorcycle. Yemo really enjoyed the ride. He didn't know how nice it would be to ride a motorcycle through the endless desert. But then he admitted that riding a motorcycle in the desert was difficult, and then screamed when he got stuck in the sand and fell off. At this time, armored vehicles were already approaching the guy. The masked guys knew that they would receive a reward from the boss if they captured Yemo, dead or alive. The leader ordered his guys to bomb Yemo to death, and they opened fire on the motorcycle from their cars. One of the masked guys opened fire with a machine gun at our hero, shouting that he would watch Yemo run away from them through the desert. Yemo realized that he was truly a scumbag this time. After all, they had long-range weapons and the desert was a flat, barren land. One of the bullets that was fired from the machine gun by the assassin unfortunately hit our hero in the leg. At this moment, everything in Yemo turned upside down. He was shocked when he felt that he had been hit. The protagonist realized that at this rate, he would soon be finished off. He had to take the initiative and defend himself. Yemo abruptly turned around on his motorcycle. Now he didn't try to escape, but drove straight towards several cars. The masked guys shouted that Yemo was crazy for rushing at them. The leader ordered his subordinate to crush the guy. The protagonist decided to place a bet. Either he would lose his life or survive, and then jumped off the motorcycle, sending it crashing straight into a car. The masked assassins were at first confused about where Yemo was and why he had disappeared. But then one of them noticed that the guy was in the sky. The main character was indeed in the sky. He jumped high above the ground, after which he charged a sharp nail with firepower. Shouting for the villains to try this red-hot nail, Yemo threw his hidden weapon straight at the villains. A red-hot nail pierced the motorcycle, namely the compartment where the fuel was stored. A moment later, there was a loud explosion, and the flames engulfed not only the motorcycle but also two cars that were nearby. Yemo got rid of the masked guys. At night, he made a fire and realized that he needed to find a source of water. And then he checked the map. He heard from the locals that there used to be a lake on Lopnor, and legend has it that the god of wind gouged out Lopnor's eyes and broke Milan's legs to prevent his daughter from falling in love. However, the crippled Milan still hugged Lopnor. The wind god was furious and scattered them to the east and west of the desert so that they would never see each other again. In the end, Milan fell ill from missing Lopnor. Her soul fell from the sky and the lake disappeared, leaving silver sand. And Yemo was now moved by this story. The open sky and people missing each other. All this reminded our hero of the story about him and his master. During that battle, his master blocked the damage to save him and used a spell. Then he realized what the master was thinking, but it was too late. The main character, sitting by the fire, looked at the sky and wondered if the master was still waiting for him, and if he would ever be able to see her. Yemo became alert. He heard strange sounds coming from nearby. He shouted, asking who it was. The guy was perplexed. He heard something, but did not understand what it was. And even the local lizard paid attention to the sound. He assumed it was just a hallucination because there was nothing around him. But that sharp scream was very familiar to him. The guy was outraged when he heard this sound again. It suddenly disappeared from the place where he was sitting before. The protagonist threw several nails charged with true chi and shouted, ordering them to stop hiding. The nails almost hit someone, but that person suddenly disappeared. And Yemo then realized that he had not misheard. Yemo was in a defensive mood when he saw a huge spot of light in front of him, followed by a fast streak of light rushing past him. The main character was outraged. Someone was trying to catch up with him, and he jumped back again to avoid being wounded by the strip of light. Yemo shouted for him to stop and realized that this was not a human's doing because he sensed an abnormal energy. He assumed that it was a ghost cultivator who had sent his soul to Earth to continue cultivating here. But then he gave up on that idea. Trying to escape, the boy asked this mysterious creature not to blame him for his harshness and said that he continued to behave strangely. Realizing the man was still there, he shouted for him to try his fire nails and threw them at the creature. Everything around calmed down, but the nails didn't hit the man, but the ground, and the guy ran to them to check. When Yemo pulled one of the nails out of the ground, he was surprised because there was black ash on the ends. This meant only one thing. Yemo did not miss and dealt damage to him. But he did not understand where this person was now, because the energy immediately disappeared. The main character got scared when, putting his hand on the sand, his palm began to rapidly sink inside. Yemo panicked. He didn't understand what was happening and why he was being sucked in. The guy was already knee-deep in quicksand. Even using his true chi, Yemo couldn't get out. And then he gritted his teeth as he realized that this wasn't just quicksand. The guy trembled from pain and tension. He felt as if hands were pulling him down into the ground. Now the main character was chest-deep in sand. He was panicking because the more force he applied, the faster he sank. Red in panic, Yemo stretched out his hand, hoping for salvation. He didn't expect that he would die here like this. The main character's whole life flashed before his eyes. He saw the faces of the girls he met along the way. Suddenly, he heard someone's voice, ordering him to open his eyes and not give up. Then Yemo's eyes widened. The protagonist was shocked when an unknown magical whip grabbed him and pulled him out of the quicksand. The lasso, emitting a bright yellow light, lifted the stunned hero high above the ground, preventing his death. The creature then threw Yemo back onto the ground, and the protagonist landed on the sand with a thud. When Yemo found the strength to stand up, he saw a stranger in white shoes approaching him. The guy was stunned when he saw the girl in front of him. He stared at her and thought that there was a master in front of him. The girl with snow-white hair, whose face was covered by a yellow veil, looked at Yemo questioningly. The dumbfounded Yemo didn't understand who this girl was. Her description completely matched the master: narrow waist, thin and curved neck. At that moment, when the guy opened his eyes, it seemed to him that he saw the master in front of him, but now he realized that he was wrong. The protagonist folded his hands together in a respectful gesture and thanked the girl, who threw him a bottle of water. Yemo was surprised when he caught the bottle of water and asked if this water was really for him. He used the ability to check the girl's bag. There were only cookies and water in it, so it was obvious that she wasn't cultivating. Yemo said that his bag was nearby, so he didn't need water, but he would definitely repay her for her kindness. And the girl replied that it was not necessary. The main character stood silently in a stupor when, after these words, the mysterious stranger quickly disappeared from the scene. The boy realized that Ye Qigong was much stronger than Hutso, and then, remembering what he wanted to ask, he asked the girl if she knew what those things were. Having already run far beyond the horizon, Ye Qigong replied that she didn't know, but perhaps it was related to the smell of our hero's body. The guy scratched the back of his head. He didn't even use perfume, so he didn't understand what kind of smell he could be giving off. The protagonist finally realized that Ye Qigong might have been referring to the scent of the purple vine that was in his pocket. He realized that he was the only one being attacked here because he was the only one who brought the purple heart vine, which the others did not have. Another thing that bothered him was that when he was chasing that shadow, he felt its breath before he came to that place. He was used to rumors that on the surface Taklamakan was no different from other deserts. But he had also heard about a city that had been buried a long time ago. The boy believed that once he found the shadow, he would find a lot of purple heart vine. So he decided to leave a mark here for now and then come back for the bag. Armed with a shovel, Yemo began to scoop up the sand and examine it in his palm. He saw large fractions of stones among the sand. Soon, the hero began to dig without stopping. The more he dug here, the more diamonds he found, and it seemed to him that there was something heavy below. The excavations lasted for 3 hours. The main character was still actively working with a shovel, trying to find something valuable under the sand. Once again, while trying to scoop up sand with a shovel, the guy came across something hard that prevented him from doing so. The protagonist's eyes widened when he realized that after 3 hours of excavation, he had stumbled upon something valuable. Yema began to remove the sand from the thing with his hand, and he saw something pale yellow in front of him. Even the local reptile perked up when it noticed our hero falling through the ground through a bright blue portal. The main character successfully landed in a cave underground. He admitted that there really is a completely different world on Earth. Using the magic lantern, he noticed that it smelled bad in here, but there was enough ventilation so breathing would not be a problem. He didn't even see the end of this stone path, looking into the distance. And then he came across a cliff, touching the wall with his hand. Yemio said that it was strange. In addition to the stone slabs, there were rocks here, which meant that he had not ended up in an ancient city, but in a cave. The guy complained that he had been walking for half an hour and had not found the end. And then he noticed a tree root that was moving. The protagonist was stunned when he noticed that a nail was sticking out of this root, which he threw while trying to fight the shadow. He didn't understand why his nail was there, and he refused to believe that the shadow that was attacking him was a tree root. Yemo felt awkward and ashamed of himself when he realized that he had been chasing after some giant tree root this whole time. The boy didn't believe that the root could move so quickly, and then he noticed that the nail was only slightly stuck into the tree. This meant that the nail had been driven into the root by something else, because Yemo believed that his blow would have caused the tree to burst. When our hero pulled the root out of the tree, he noticed traces of blood and even hair at the end, which alerted him. Yemo realized that the day was an animal with horns, and now it was injured and couldn't run as fast, so he wanted to follow it. As the boy walked forward through the cave, he was surprised when he saw a light ahead. He felt like the heroine from that legend. The protagonist walked slowly along the shadow of a wide tree with bare branches. Approaching it, standing in front of the gray tree, the boy raised his head and saw spiritual chi coming out of it. The boy was amazed when he saw an abundance of purple heart vine near the tree, which was just in the flowering stage. The protagonist was shocked because in front of him was a purple heart vine as thick as a wrist that had been growing here for hundreds or even thousands of years. He knew that plants of this age were very rare. Such a stem could be sold for hundreds of precious stones, and he could not believe that there were so many of them here. Then the boy realized that something was wrong. He touched the petal of the purple flower and it turned to dust. He saw that there was no hint of true chi in the plants. They only had the smell of decay, and without the cave they would have turned to dust long ago. Yemo guessed that this tall desert poplar was growing thanks to these plants, but it also seemed to be gradually withering away. Scratching his face with his finger, the protagonist felt very sorry that the plants he found were in such a state. The boy turned his head and chuckled when he noticed a stone slab standing nearby. Yemo noticed the inscription and read that it said Lake Ku, and was surprised to realize that this place used to be a reservoir. The guy threw his backpack on the ground and said, "What difference does it make?" He sat down at the stove because nothing mattered anymore. His location has been discovered. He can only survive in the cave for a couple of days due to the limited water supply, so he will most likely have to return to plant galactic grass. The protagonist was startled when he felt a strange feeling. The guy felt a very weak trace of spiritual chi. He didn't understand what the problem was, so he put his hand on the stone to find out why the slab was emitting chi energy. When Yemo moved the slab to find the source, he saw its mouth, a narrow diamond-shaped hole. Looking into it, he confirmed that spiritual chi was coming out from the mouth of this source, and now it was no wonder to him that there were so many thick purple heart vines here. He decided to see if there would be any effect if he poured some water into the spring, because although it had dried up, it was still emitting chi. The protagonist stood up and spread his arms out to the sides when he saw that spiritual chi began to flow out of the source in a powerful stream. This was great. The spiritual chi could actually be absorbed by it, although only a little. But Yemo achieved a good result. He sat in the lotus position in front of the source and closed his eyes, chanting in his mind to level up all his skills by absorbing the true chi from the source. The guy set himself the goal of moving up to the 3rd level to catch up with Nanking, and continued to progress. The neurons in his brain glowed a bright orange as he repeated the spell in his head, addressing the god who guarded the shrine. Yemo opened his eyes wide as his brain was transformed. He asked the god who guarded the palace to have the heaven and earth essence extracted. The next moment, the guy spread his arms wide to the sides. The entire cave was filled with a vortex of blue light, true chi. When everything around calmed down and the main character completed the ritual, the guy sighed with relief. Yemo was happy when he reached the limit of the 2nd level. He had made a breakthrough, and it was only a little bit left for him to reach the 3rd level. His abilities were now different from the normal 2nd level. The flame could leave his palm. He tested this by throwing a fireball at a tree. He decided to leave this place because the water from the mouth of the spring had already been used up, and he decided to avoid the shade. The guy noticed that this cave had good ventilation, which meant that there were other exits, and he decided to find them. Soon our hero managed to get out of the cave. He found an additional exit and jumped out, finding himself between dried trees. He didn't think that this exit would lead him to the poplar cemetery. The guy walked between the dried poplars. Someone was already waiting for him on one of the trees. Shots rang out. Yemo tensed up, realizing that Nanking was pursuing him. But it turned out that it wasn't him they were chasing. A crowd of masked guys were chasing the wounded Suzu, who was trying to escape from them. Yemo was scared when he saw the girl. He saw that she was injured, but he didn't understand why the people from Nanking were targeting her. The girl screamed hysterically when she received another wound. and in an attempt to escape, she tripped over a tree root. Frowning with anger, the main character said that these guys were really playing with death, because they couldn't even let the girl go. Suddenly, the masked assassins panicked. They shouted that they were already here and turned around, running in the other direction. A mysterious giant swarm of insects appeared in the poplar cemetery, emitting dark purple energy. Yemo then realized that the Nanking boys were not chasing the girl. They were just like her, trying to escape from the insects. One of the masked guys didn't even have time to react before a swarm of insects grabbed him and lifted him off the ground, screaming, begging to be saved. The insects were so strong and bloodthirsty that they managed to turn the guy's body into a bare skeleton in a matter of moments. The same fate befell the rest of the masked assassins. The insects quickly dealt with them while they screamed hysterically. The girl saw that these beetles had caught up with her too, and the guy realized that in front of him were the man-eating beetles that the locals had talked about. The girl's left arm was badly wounded. Her steps were becoming heavier. She realized that this time she would not get away with the trip. Suzu at this moment felt very sorry that she couldn't help Aunt Lan find Ning Qing Shui and bring her home. The girl had already resigned herself to her fate. She looked into the face of the man-eating beetle and decided that she would have to stop here. The bugs were about to attack the girl, but our Yemo saved her. He grabbed her and carried her on his back, leaving the bugs bewildered. The girl was surprised to see the guy she had saved the day before in front of her, and our hero asked if she was okay. Suzu thanked our hero for his help, but advised him to really leave her here and escape alone. The main character said that they better hurry up because those bastard man-eating beetles are very fast. He asked the girl to stop talking nonsense because he is not afraid of death, especially since these bugs are so disgusting that he definitely does not want to die from them. Yemo said that he had to throw away the bag because it was heavy and hindered his movement, and threw it aside. The main character did not regret it, because after throwing away the bag, he accelerated quite a lot, and now he could move his arms freely. Suzu realized that her meeting with Yemo was fateful because the guy risked his life to save her. Yemo looked at the girl in surprise when she suddenly introduced herself to him as Suzu. The main character was shocked because the girl's name caused an inexplicable feeling in him. He did not understand why she and the master had the same last name. The guy immediately stopped himself, forbidding himself to think stupid things, because first he needed to get out of this dangerous place. These bugs were crazy. They didn't let go of him even after chasing him for an hour. And then Yemo noticed that Suzu had fainted due to blood loss. He came up with an idea on how to get rid of these man-eating beetles. He decided to use the fireball technique, because insects are afraid of fire. He concentrated a fireball in his hand and then threw it towards the swarm of man-eating beetles. Yemo's effect was pleasing because the shell of these bugs seemed to be soaked in oil, and the fire killed many of them in one go. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he had succeeded. But a moment later, the swarm of insects appeared again. The boy rushed forward, realizing that these bugs had no intelligence and relied only on their instinct to attack prey. He had just reached the peak of level 2, and every time he used fireballs, he used a lot of energy, so he needed to minimize the expenditure. Yemo decided to use the fire talisman to increase the power of the technique. It was of little use in real combat, but for the bugs, it was just right. Activating the talisman, Yemo threw it towards the swarm of beetles, shouting as its power was released and fire engulfed the sky. A huge magic circle with mysterious hieroglyphs appeared in front of the guy, emitting a bright red light. The protective magic circle shielded him and Suzu from the swarm of insects. He shouted that he would now serve the bugs the main course. The protagonist struck a circle with his palm, after which a magical fiery whirlwind appeared around him. This fiery whirlwind turned into a dragon made only of flame, which attacked the man-eating beetles. The guy realized that now the fire talisman would combine with the beetles' oily shell and create an explosion that would hold them for a short time. When they escaped, it was already sunny in the desert. Yemo complained about the heat, there was no water, and he understood that without it, he and Suzu would not survive. He saw that there was a destroyed cave ahead, where he wanted to take a break, because otherwise he would dry out in the sun. Entering the cave, the guy carefully sat Suzu down near the wall and asked her to lie there for a bit. The girl was noticeably unwell. He saw that her heartbeat was slowing down and her face was turning pale. Suzu was exhausted, so Yemo decided to give her some blood. Yemo once again had the nagging thought that Lu Suzu and Lu Ying were the same person, but he ordered himself to forget about it. He told the girl that his blood could help her temporarily, but what would happen next depended on Lu Suzu's luck. The protagonist brought his trembling hand to Lu Suzu's mouth, to feed it with his own blood and transfer some strength and energy. He felt dizzy and his vision was getting worse. As the boy began to lose consciousness, he saw Suzu and his master in front of him. Yemo's blood helped the girl wake up. When she opened her eyes, she asked where she was, and then she got scared. She saw Yemo unconscious. The girl became wary when she tasted someone else's blood on her lips and began to suspect what had happened. Suzu's eyes widened in shock when she realized that the protagonist had given her his blood, which was why he was unconscious. She didn't understand why Yemo risked his life to save her from the bugs and was now doing the same thing again. The girl looked at him and saw that he looked like he was returning to normal, and she still didn't understand why Yemo was smiling. She placed her hand gently on his face, wondering why he cared so much about her, and then was startled to find that the boy was not breathing. Suzu pulled back her trembling hand. In this world, only Lan Lu had helped her, and now she was indebted to Yemo, whom she had already thought was dead. The sad Suzu said that Yemo could have taken her things and run away. But even later when he came, he could have left her here and escaped. She closed her eyes and asked why the boy had sacrificed his life to save a stranger. And then she heard a voice in her head. She remembered being told in the distant past that the type of technique they practiced was peaceful, and that she should not allow thoughts that disturbed her feelings. The girl remembered the words about avoiding happiness, refraining from sadness, and being wary of pain. She trembled as she said now that she had never met Yemo before. But the moment she touched the boy's face, something familiar flashed between them. A tiny tear fell from the girl's face, which then landed right on our hero's lips. Tears streamed down Suzu's cheeks, wondering why she was mourning a stranger. The tear that fell into our hero's mouth had a miraculous effect on him, and he suddenly opened his eyes. Seeing that something had happened to Yemo, the trembling Suzu guessed that it was a backlash from the spell. The main character, without opening his eyes, quietly asked for water. The girl turned around sharply, hearing that the guy had spoken. She leaned over him, seeing that he was alive and not dead, and was distressed because there was no water around. The girl, wanting to save our hero as quickly as possible, suggested that her blood might be suitable for help. She gave it to Yemo to drink. The guy still showed no signs of life. He did not open his mouth to swallow it. Suzu noticed that Yemo was unable to open his mouth and drink her blood on his own right now, so he had to do something else. Then the girl decided to take some of the scarlet liquid into her mouth to give it to our hero. In this way, she decided to thank Yemo for her help. There were already a few centimeters between the hero's lips. She kissed Yemo so that he could drink his fill of blood, and decided that if they died here, they would be even with each other. The main character, who was still unconscious, thought that the water source was there again, and he was no longer as sad as last time. Yemo felt as if he was lying on the surface of the water. He thought that he had never felt so soft and warm before. When our hero began to come to his senses, he noticed how warmth was spreading throughout his stomach. The boy realized that the Jingmai layer that was preventing him from reaching the third level was becoming weaker. Yemo opened his eyes slightly. He realized that it was Suzu. The spring water was her blood, and the softness he felt was from her lips. The protagonist's face changed. He realized that the girl used her blood to save him, and he knew that at this rate she would not survive. He found the strength to stretch out his hand and scream for the girl to stop, because he could not let her die. The boy shouted that he wouldn't let Suzu die here. He completely came to his senses after this realization. The clot of true qi in his abdomen grew brighter and brighter, and it had already begun to radiate energy that filled the entire cave. At this moment, the protagonist realized that he had finally reached the third level of qi training. The tearful, ash-haired girl, seeing that Yemo had finally woken up, was overjoyed and said that it was great. With her whole body shaking, Suzu admitted that Lan Yu told her that today was her birthday, and perhaps it was a gift from God. The girl wanted to say something else, but she didn't have enough strength. She lost consciousness and began to fall. Yemo was scared when he saw this. It was strange for Yemo. She fainted not because of blood loss, but because of the Jingmai that was flowing in the opposite direction. He began to treat her, knowing that correcting Jingmai was difficult. And in the cultivation world, he would now be considered crazy. The boy, placing his palms on Suzu's back, knew that the probability of success was low. And if successful, the healer would receive a broken Jingmai. But the main character had no other choice. The guy decided to now hope only for God's blessing. Suzu's body began to change. Yemo noticed that her face was returning to its previous color. He concentrated because Suzu's life was at stake. He needed to hit the last piece of Jingmai near the acupuncture point. The healing process continued. A bright aura like a magical blue flame engulfed our hero. A whirlwind of energy appeared around. The main character was stunned and screamed when he saw that the girl woke up and started coughing up something black. A look of horror appeared on Yemo's face as he realized that Suzu had spat out blood that was dyed black. But then he sighed with relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead, because it was even a good thing that the blood was black and not fresh. He hoped they were close to the station. He couldn't stay here for so long. He needed to recover and get them both out. The protagonist glanced to the side. He tensed when he heard the sound of a bell in the cave. Soon, Suzu recovered. She finally opened her bright blue eyes. Her complexion became healthy. Yemo, who had also been recovering all this time, noticed that the girl had woken up. Suzu asked the guy if he was okay. The guy replied that he had almost recovered and offered her to drink water and eat cookies, and Suzu asked where this came from. The protagonist explained that a group of camels passed by them, and he exchanged something for water and cookies. Suzu was stunned when Yemo asked her what gift she wanted after hearing her mutter that it was her birthday. Embarrassed, the girl thought, and replied that the greatest gift for her would be the presence of even the smallest lake nearby. The main character replied that he understood everything and rushed off somewhere, asking her to wait, because he would return soon. Suzu thought how secretive Yemo was all the time. She didn't understand why her thoughts became so strange after meeting him. She grabbed her head and told herself to stop thinking about it, because the worst thing during chi training was love. Soon the main character returned to the cave. The girl turned her gaze to him when the guy waved his hand and shouted her name. She felt awkward. She didn't understand why the guy was calling her Suzu. Meanwhile, Yemo carefully took her hand and asked her to follow him. The guy said that he wanted to show her something good. The puzzled girl asked what exactly he wanted to show her. The protagonist took her to the lake and congratulated her on her birthday. Suzu was surprised when she saw a small pond in front of her. Suzu asked why a lake with such unusually clear water was located in the middle of a cave in the desert. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes. She didn't understand how Yemo found the lake, and why this guy always found a way out of the situation. A smile appeared on Suzu's face. She turned her head, looked at our hero, and thanked him for the gift. The girl was extremely happy with such a present, because she could finally cleanse her body of dirt. Suzu began to take off her clothes, which were also quite dirty after the fateful journey into the desert. At this time, Yemo was sitting on the cliff and thinking about how many sad things had happened in this desert. But he never thought that he could break through to the third level here. He also met a girl who looked like a master. He still couldn't believe that such coincidences exist in this world. He ordered himself to stop thinking about it. After all, he had broken through to the third level, and it was time to find Nanking to settle the score with them. Meanwhile, the yellow SUV sped down a road surrounded by the deadliest desert in the country. The driver told Madame Ning that they had no more supplies and they risked not surviving if they continued searching mindlessly. Ning King-su replied that they would continue searching and suggested that the man check the station, which should be nearby. Suzu and Yemo walked out of the cave. The guy asked if she wanted to take a break, to which the girl replied that they should go faster. The boy put his hand to his head to look into the distance. He said that if they went along that road, they would come out of the desert. At this time, Wang Qin asked Ning Qingsui not to be sad, because looking for Yemo in the desert was like looking for a needle in a haystack. The girl turned away and looked sadly out the window. She thought about Yemo and asked the guy where he had gone. She chuckled when she saw two people in the desert. She didn't understand why they were walking there without anything with them. Ning Qingsui's eyes widened in shock when she recognized the silhouette as her husband Yemo. The girl immediately screamed at Wang Qin. She started waving her arms, repeating that she thought she had just seen Yemo. The two of them looked out of the window. Ning Qingsui pointed at the guy in black and asked the girl if that was Yemo. Wang Qin's eyes lit up and she shouted that Ning Qingsui was not mistaken. It was really Yemo, and it seemed like he had a girlfriend. Ning Qingsui shouted at the driver to stop immediately and turn around. When the protagonist and his new acquaintance approached the road, Suzu told Yemo that she had to leave him since they had already gone out. Yemo briefly replied to the girl that he understood. Sadness was visible on his face and in his voice. He did not want to say goodbye. The boy asked Suzu if he could hope to see the girl again in the future. Suzu asked Yemo not to look for her anymore because otherwise he would bring trouble to her and him, and thanked him for the best birthday ever. Wang Qin and Ning King-su got out of the car. The girl asked her friend why she stopped and suggested that she go catch up with Yemo. Ning King-sui asked herself why she was embarrassed to approach him now. even though she had been looking for Yemo for so long and wasn't her goal to apologize to the guy? Biting her lip and trembling with excitement, Ning Qingsui repeated to herself that she didn't want to marry the guy, and she was just grateful to him. As a result, Wang Qin and Ning Qingsu ran towards our hero. The girl from the army started waving her arms and shouting that they were here. The girls ran up to Yemo. Wang Qin said how glad she was to see him, and the guy asked them what they were doing in the desert. Lu Su asked the girl in the green cardigan if she was Ning Qingsu, and Yemo's fictitious wife confirmed her guess. The girl with sad blue eyes said that she was Lu Su, and her mother asked her to bring Ning Qingsu home. A dumbfounded Ning Qingsui asked the girl if she was the aunt her mother always told her about. Wang Qin began to praise Aunt Suzu for how young and beautiful she was, and how her age was impossible to guess. While Ning Qingsu admitted that it was the first time she saw her, turning around, Suzu told the girl that since she was okay, she should tell her mother that her aunt was coming back, and Ning Qingsui asked if she wouldn't go with them. The girl turned around one last time and looked at our hero, telling the guy that she was already leaving. The protagonist, Ning Qingsu, and Wang Qin stood silently and watched Lu Su slowly walk away. The girl tried to convince herself that her feelings for Yemo were due to his heroism, and she would come to her senses when she returned to meditating at home. Yemo knew that he had no reason to ask her to stay. Suzu was similar to his master in that she was taciturn and had her own opinion on everything. Wang Qin slapped her hand on Yemo's shoulder and asked how long he would stand there and stare at Suzu, who was about to leave. The guy blushed with embarrassment, scratched the back of his head and said that he was just daydreaming. And in order to change the topic, he asked Ning Qingsui how her injury was. Ning Qingsu said that she had already recovered and came here, and Wang Qin interrupted her to tell Yemo a long story. After Wang Qin told her everything, Yemo forbade Ning Qingsu from going to such a dangerous place like Liushe, and the girl trembled all over. The guy came closer and asked the girl to take care of herself in the future, because he would be upset if something happened to her. The girl found the courage to hug our hero tightly, trembling with excitement. She asked for forgiveness from Yemu. She apologized to him again and admitted that she just wanted to find the guy to apologize. The main character asked her why she was crying and what she was apologizing for, because he didn't hold a grudge against the girl. When a tearful Ning Qingsui asked if they could go back together, Yemo pushed her away from him before answering. He explained that he still had important things to do, so they couldn't go back together, and they should say goodbye today. Yemo asked Wang Qin to accompany Ning Qingshu home and take care of her, since the desert was not a safe place. At this point, the guy finished his speech and finally, he once again asked his fictitious wife to take care of herself. The protagonist left, leaving the girls alone and waved goodbye to Wang Qin and Ning Qingsui. Ning Qingzu shouted that she would wait for him to return, and Wang Qin waved her hand and said that they would see each other soon. Yemo turned back and thanked his fake wife for saving the galactic grass for him. The girl began to tremble again from an excess of emotion and cry. She said Yemo's name as his silhouette disappeared into the sandstorm. A guy in a black and white mask ran into the bedroom and told Brother Wolf that their mission had failed. The wolf looked at his subordinate with displeasure and asked if a bunch of idiots couldn't handle a young man from a rich family. The masked guy reported that this Yemo was too strong. They used the best guns but still lost. The wolf replied that he would deal with Yemo himself and ordered his subordinate to keep an eye on the guy and also ordered him to call Li Hu here. Meanwhile, Yemo was walking around the city at night and he noticed someone watching him from around the corner. The guy realized that spies from Nanjing were really everywhere. He allowed the pursuers to lead this time. The masked pursuer was at a loss. He and his partner ran out from around the corner and grabbed their heads, not understanding where Yemo had disappeared to. They were dumbfounded when they noticed the demonic red eyes behind them. Yemo sneaked up on them unnoticed and asked if they were tired of following him around all night. The protagonist put his hands on their shoulders. They trembled and begged him not to kill them. And Yemo ordered them to bring him to their boss. The masked guy told Yemo that their car was that way. They would reach the car when they walked the entire street. The pursuer realized that Yemo was truly crazy, putting himself in such danger while the entire street was swarming with their guys. The Nanking gang member quietly moved his hand behind his back and used his fingers to signal to one of his partners. It turned out that there were also snipers hiding in the buildings. One of the bandits was now aiming his gun at our hero. A masked man holding a sniper rifle was hiding on the roof, his finger on the trigger. However, the sniper was unable to make a shot, because a moment later he was decapitated, which was visible in the reflection of the drink spilled on the asphalt. The masked men didn't understand what was happening when they turned around and saw that one of their partners had been killed. Yemo warned the boys that if they allowed themselves to point their guns at him, it would be the end of them. One of the bandits fell to his knees and lowered his head, begging Yemo to have mercy on him, and promising that he would no longer dare point a gun at him. But the guy wasn't sincere. He was just stalling for time, wondering if Yemo would be as arrogant when Brother Wolf showed up here. Soon, Yemo and the masked bandits got into the car. Our hero asked how much longer they had to go. They replied that they were almost there. The car pulled up to an abandoned factory where, according to the masked guys, their boss was located. The main character got out of the car and asked the guys to take him inside. They refused and said that Boss Wolf was already waiting for him inside. Meanwhile, the wolf interrogated the boy and the girl. He asked them who was guilty of the explosion in the state of Alter. They admitted that they were guilty. The wolf warned them that they would die if they had different answers and asked where the information about the model they found was. The girl and the boy raised their hands at the same time and swore that all the information had been taken away by Wendong. The bald-headed boss asked if he should find Wendong to find the model, and they replied that Wendong actually had it. The pink-haired girl screamed in fear as a knife was thrown at her, cutting through her white shirt. The guy was also afraid for the girl. He asked Fengtian, who was blushing with embarrassment, if she was okay. The woman in the kimono, who was twirling a shuriken in her hand, said that she was not as kind and patient as Sir Wolf. At this time, the main character was carefully watching the conversation. He thought about it when he heard about the case of the explosion in the state of Altus. He knew that he and Wendong weren't the cause of that explosion, and he decided that the guys needed help since they were on the same team as him. The wolf told Li Hu that he must bring Wendong here within 2 days. Otherwise, he should be ready to say goodbye to the girl. Someone's voice sounded, which declared that what the wolf needed was with him. The bald guy ordered to show himself and speak openly. The protagonist, who was standing on a pile of concrete blocks, put his hands in his pockets and introduced himself as Yemo. The guy jumped to the floor and came closer to the bald-headed boss, who repeated our hero's name in a questioning tone. A smirk appeared on Yemo's face, and he asked the bald, dark-skinned guy if he wasn't happy to see him. The wolf laughed and clapped his hands. He admitted that he never thought that the guy would show himself, and he liked how much Yemo overestimated himself. A puzzled Li Hu asked his friend who it was. Fengtian replied that she was also seeing this guy for the first time and did not know him. The main character confidently stated that today, someone would indeed lose their life, but he was afraid that it would not be him. One of the Nanking bandits entered the future battle arena and told Wolf that he could deal with this kid. The cocky big guy started twirling his leg, introducing himself as Huan Hu, one of the top 10 defenders. The guy didn't have time to say anything yet, when a moment later, he received a fatal blow from our hero. A grimace of horror froze on his face. Yemo's blow was so strong that the boy flew into the concrete wall and broke it. Then Wolf visibly tensed up. The protagonist smiled and showed a chi-charged fist. He joked that there was no need to introduce yourself to someone who was destined to die. Fengtian was frightened, not understanding what had happened. Li Hu also screamed in horror. The woman in the kimono was worried about her friend. The woman in the short black kimono immediately ran towards Huang Hu, while the big man was no longer showing any signs of life. The girl did not understand how it happened. She sat down on her knees in front of the guy and examined him, and then said that his neck was broken. Gritting her teeth in anger, she turned to Yemo and said that she would not calm down until she turned our hero into thousands of grains of sand. The protagonist took her threats with a grin and asked the woman to begin her performance. The woman in the black kimono screamed, wishing our hero's life away, and jumped down to pounce on him. Yemo, standing in one place, said that the woman's movements were too slow and weaknesses were visible all over her body. Before she could attack Yemo, she was defeated. The guy launched a sharp strip of magical light at her, which wounded her. The woman fell to her knees and screamed, and the wolf became afraid for Yuji, whose life was slowly fading away. The wolf didn't understand how this was even possible. Yemo had finished off his guys in a second, and he didn't even see the kid's movements. He tried to convince himself that Yemo was just a kid from a rich family, and he, the wolf, had never lost to anyone in 10 years. Jumping down to the ground, he laughed and told Yemo that no matter what devilish spells he used, he would fall at the hands of the wolf today. The man got into a fighting stance. The image of a giant blue wolf appeared behind him. He declared that no one had ever forced him to hit twice. Yemo said that the guy's aura was not bad, and it seemed like he could do something because he had heard about the wolf, and he swung his fist to attack our hero. The first attack was useless. Wolf's fist hit our hero's palm, which was emitting powerful true chi energy. The wolf was stunned. He screamed, not understanding how Yemo parried his blow with one hand, and the blue magical wolf tried to fight against our hero's chi. Yemo smirked. He said that if Wolf only relied on her strength, in the end, she would still use his blood and flesh. The shaved-headed guy was stunned. His punch didn't even touch Yemo's palm, as if it was blocked by some invisible hand. The protagonist forced out a chuckle and squeezed his magical hand tighter, looking straight into the eyes of the bald-headed bandit. The magical hand made of true chi clenched the wolf's fist, rendering the Nanking boy no longer a capable fighter. The shaved-headed man with facial piercings screamed as he felt a sharp pain shoot up his arm. When the other gangsters heard their bosses scream, they ran en masse to the factory to check. The masked guys, as soon as they burst into the room, asked Wolf what happened. Yemo noticed their appearance. Wounded and stunned, the wolf screamed, ordering his subordinates to open fire and get rid of the guy in black. The 4 masked guys opened fire at the same time. But for Yemo, it was nothing. Because at the 3rd level, the speed of the bullets seemed low to him. The bandits continued to shoot, and our hero deftly dodged the bullets and accumulated true chi to fight back. A second later, with one blow, Yemo managed to get rid of 4 guys at once, leaving them no chance of survival. Feng Tian asked her friend if 10 Wendongs could defeat this guy. Wolf was also dumbfounded, because even Yemo's cannons were no match for him. He realized that even Xian Daoren, the second head of Taijiang, was inferior to this Yemo, even though he was rumored to have reached the black level. Approaching the exit of the factory, the protagonist, with his hands in his pockets, turned around and asked if Nanking really had so little strength. Trembling with fear and anger, the wolf asked Yemo to stop talking nonsense and stated that he was not the type to be afraid of death. The protagonist answered the frightened bandit that he was not going to take his life, but he needed help from the wolf. He told him to tell the Qian leader that everything that happened here was only Yemo's doing, and to tell him to get ready because our hero would be visiting him soon. The wolf stood up quietly and, trembling with fear before our hero, stutteringly agreed to carry out his order. Afterwards, the main character concentrated a bright fireball in his palm, which emitted magical sparks. He threw this ball straight at the masked guys he had just gotten rid of to cover his tracks. The guy asked the 2 who were sitting by the wall what else they were waiting for and why they weren't following him. Li Hu and Feng Tian immediately stood up and ran after our hero, addressing him as boss and asking him to wait for them. The wolf understood that all the mercenaries of the gang leader would not be able to defeat a man who could throw fireballs. The shaved-headed guy shouted, calling for all the servants to gather to recall the order and prevent Yemo from being killed. Wolf also asked his subordinates to provide him with video recordings from today and said that he wanted to return to the base. When our hero left the factory, he wondered if Li Hu and Feng Tian were stuck there, because the guys were fiddling around for a long time. Only now could Yemo show weakness. He coughed because the fight was not that easy, and hoped that Wendong was safe. Once in the car, Feng Tian asked Yemo if he was hungry and suggested that they find a place to eat together and talk. At the cafe where they stopped to eat, the girl asked if what Yemo had said earlier about the model and documents was true. The main character suggested that they talk to the girl after they ate, and began to gobble up the food, stunning the guys. Putting the empty dish on the plate, the guy, without stopping eating, asked Feng Tian what their connection was with Wendong and why they needed the model. Li Hu said that they were Wendong's friends, and the model was important to the country, and they were willing to buy it from Yemo if he had it. The guy admitted that they had no money now, and the main character asked how he could be sure that they weren't lying now. Li Hu provided the guy with his documents, but due to his profession, some details about the guy were classified. Then Yemo realized that they were special agents. He said that he would leave the model in a safe place, and the guys could pick it up themselves. Li Hu stood up with joy and thanked Yemo, and Yemo smiled and flashed his red eyes, warning that he would not let them go if even one word they said was a lie. The special agent handed Yemo a receipt that said Li Hu owed our hero 500,000, which stunned the guy. Yemo was impressed that this thing cost so much, but he didn't show it. He stood up and left, waving his hand, and said that this dinner was on him. Feng Tian and Li Hu exchanged glances after the guy left, and the eye-patch-wearing man admitted to his friend that he hadn't taken any money. The girl yelled at him, asking why he, a big boy, without taking any money with him, dared to sit and eat here. When Li Hu yelled back at her, she chased after him, asking the Cyclops if he was tired of living that he dared to raise his voice. The protagonist, hearing their shouts from the street, did not understand why Feng Tian and Li Hu were arguing again while they continued to quarrel. Meanwhile, Mr. Ye said that their family business has recently experienced some pressure from various sides. The head of the Ye Beirong family said that many factories and plants had to be closed, and asked if Qian Longtu was really involved. He Liangfu, who was in charge of the family's business, replied that they could confirm this, especially since even some of their high-ranking employees had gone missing. Mr. Ye didn't understand what was wrong with Longtu, and how dare he interfere in their family's affairs, to which Liangfu said that it was most likely Ye Mo's fault. Ye Wenqi stated that Ye Mo, who had been expelled from their family long ago, would not dare to cause trouble in their country. The head of the family asked Liangfu where he got this information, to which the boy replied that he had spies in the Song family. Mr. Ye Beirong became wary when he heard the news from the Song family and looked at Liangfu with distrust. The man looked down, chuckled, and remembered the old fox Song Yuan when he heard about the spies in the Song family. He warned Liangfu that the news about Ye Mo was most likely conveyed to the boy on purpose. The dumbfounded Liangfu looked at the Lord and asked if he wanted to say now that the Song wanted them to fight Longtu. Beijing replied that they still needed to prepare, otherwise all the businessmen working with their family would terminate their contracts with them. According to the gentleman, Song Shaoan is just a rich playboy, and it is unlikely that these problems can be related to financial pressure on the Ye family. Liangfu guessed that the Song family was setting everything up for the sake of the battle. They wanted to use Qin to find Song Shaoan's killer. Ye Long, Beijun's brother, slammed the table, stood up, and said that the Song family was just standing there watching everyone else at each other's throats. Family member Ye told the master that they shouldn't fight, but they shouldn't run away either, and asked if they should just admit defeat. Mr. Ye guessed that Ye Mu, who for some unknown reason had suddenly become so strong, could become their blessing. The man's spirits were lifted and he wanted to cheer up his family by suggesting that perhaps something incredible was about to happen. The main character was determined to continue his journey. He went to the airport again to leave for another city. The guy, walking around the airport building, thought about how his galactic grass was doing, as well as how Erhu was doing at the clinic. He knew he had to rely on this galactic herb because it was the only source of spiritual qi he had right now. Suddenly, the guy felt the presence of a strong spiritual qi energy, which made him noticeably wary. The protagonist turned around and looked at the crowd of people. He immediately realized that the source of the spiritual qi was somewhere there. Yemo ran forward. He urgently needed to check what was going on, because it was possible that there were cultivators in this world too. The grandmother told her husband that a young man was following them, and the grandfather replied to the old woman that she was thinking too much, since there was no reason to follow them. Yemo used his divine vision to see that this old man's build and aura didn't resemble that of a cultivator, but qi was still flowing out of him. Afterwards, the guy noticed the bracelet that his grandfather was wearing. It was the source of a strong flow of spiritual qi. The protagonist laughed when he realized why this unremarkable old man was radiating so much energy. The boy apologized for disturbing the old man and asked him to stop for a second, and the grandfather asked Yemo what happened. He introduced himself as Yemo and asked if he could find out where his grandfather got such a unique bracelet. The old man agreed without any problem to show our hero the bracelet he wears on his right hand. His wife was clearly against it because the grandmother tugged at the old man's jacket, trying to make him understand that he shouldn't do that. She asked him to be careful because she thought Yemo was a thief. But Grandpa replied that the guy didn't look like a villain. The protagonist took a closer look at the silver bracelet, which had two dragon heads holding balls in their mouths. It was strange. Yemo knew that the people in this world did not cultivate, and he did not understand how he was able to imbue the bracelet with spiritual qi. Yemo told the old man that the bracelet was very unique and much better than ordinary jade, which should make him healthier. The grandfather was surprised to hear that the young man knew something like this. He didn't think that at this time anyone could be interested in this. The protagonist apologized to the old man and asked if he could find out where the old man got the bracelet. The old man said that he had received the bracelet from an old friend many years ago and advised Yemo to visit the Old West Street in Luokang, where many similar bracelets were sold. Yemo guessed that the Old West Street was the equivalent of the Sea Treasure Garden in Ninghai, and realized that this old man was also interested in magic. When the guy returned to the clinic, he was met by Yang Yi. He asked the girl why the clinic was closed and where Erhu was. Yang Yi said that Erhu was taken away by the police and she had no choice but to close the clinic. The news left Yemo puzzled. The girl explained that a few days ago, a patient came to them and complained of stomach pain. Erhu prescribed medicine, but the patient did not know how to prepare it. Yang Yi said that for this reason, Erhu prepared medicine for the patient himself out of good intentions. According to the girl, the patient suddenly began to scream in pain and roll on the floor, and Yang Yi assumed that he was a fraudster. The medications were fine, the screams attracted many passers-by and neighbors. Someone called the police, the officers took Erhu away. The girl said that the police also took that patient away. And when she arrived at the station, the officers said they had no idea where Erhu was. Yimou knew that there was definitely something fishy about Erhu's case. He guessed that it was the people from Nanking, but he was not sure yet. He remembered that Yueming told him that Lotsen was in Taijiang territory. He just needed to ask the guy for help. The protagonist borrowed the girl's phone to ask Xuemin and ask an old friend for help. He said hello and said he was looking for Xueming. The guy replied that he never thought Yemo would call him and asked how he was doing. Yemo replied that it was not bad, but he was not very happy because his disciple Erhu was taken away by the police for no reason, and Xueming asked the guy not to panic because he was just a disciple. The protagonist was indignant when he heard that Erhu was just a student, said that he was certainly not important to Xuemin, and hung up. Xueming was taken aback when Yemo hung up. He guessed that the guy was not happy with their conversation. The snow-white-haired boy began to reproach himself for speaking to Yemo in such a tone just now. Then Xueming's shout resounded throughout the entire office building, and he urgently ordered everyone in Lucan to be called to find out who had caught Yemo's disciple. Yemo noticed that Xueming was talking to him differently, and since he had nothing else to do, he decided to go check on the galactic grass. Yang Yi, worried about Erhu, asked Yemo how he was, and the guy said that he asked his friend to help find out everything, so all that was left was to wait for news. The guy warned Yang Yi that he would go to the backyard for now, and the girl was told to stay in the clinic and not go anywhere. When Yemo squatted down in front of his garden bed, he unfortunately discovered that the young sprout had turned yellow, but the results were still better than in Liushi. The plant did not just rot, but grew, and it still had some minor medicinal properties. The guy didn't understand what to do. He had no other sources of qi, and his development would stop without the space grass. Police lights were heard. The guy glanced sideways and wondered if the officers really wanted to take someone away again. The main character ran quickly, not understanding why he was facing so many problems in such a small town. Yemo rushed back into the clinic and immediately shouted to Yang Yi to warn him that the police were coming. The boy was dumbfounded when he saw in front of him not only Yang Yi, but also Erhu, who was suddenly released. Erhu was very happy and excited when he saw his teacher. The boy immediately ran to Yemo after a long separation. Erhu hugged Yemo and shouted that he had scared him, and our hero asked how he had returned and what about the police. The boy said that someone was jealous of the clinic's success, so he pretended to be the police to ruin their reputation. Yemo realized that Luokang City was a place with many problems when he heard the story of how Erhu was saved by the real police. What's why a war no for sakompi sama sparko millions? The protagonist told Erhu that in the future their clinic would only treat serious illnesses, and a consultation would cost 100,000 wen. Erhu and Yang Yi were stunned. They stared at the boss with wide eyes and shouted, "Why is it so expensive?" The student did not understand where they would get money to live, because with such prices there would be no patients. Yemo asked him not to worry about finances because he had many debtors. The protagonist smiled slyly. He planned to bring more money when he went to look for Longtao to settle his debts. Yemo told the students to read books and learn how to mix medicine, which would help them in the future if they didn't have a job. Erhu and Yang Yi were delighted when Yemo said that he would close the clinic for 3 days to celebrate Erhu's return. Meanwhile, Xueming was beating his subordinate with a baton and shouting at him, asking who gave him permission to capture Yemo's disciple. The boy, trembling, made excuses to the chairman and begged him to spare him, because he didn't know that Yemo was the boss's friend. Tong Tong rushed into the room and asked Xueming to cool down. She offered the guy some tea, but Xueming didn't stop. He punched his subordinate again because he almost brought big trouble to him and Taijiang. The ash-haired guy snapped his finger and told someone to come take this beaten-up idiot to jail. Tong Tong disagreed. She told Xueming that that guy had done nothing wrong, so he couldn't put him in jail. Xueming shouted that it didn't matter to him. Good was good, and bad was bad. The guy needed to defend his position in Taijiang, so he did this. When the boy threw his cup of tea on the floor, Tong Tong told him that he had changed a lot, had become strange and illogical. The girl took offense at Xueming and ran away, screaming that she didn't want to see him anymore. Xueming was frightened when he saw that the girl had rejected him. He stretched out his palm and shouted to stop Tong Tong. He gritted his teeth and trembled with anger. He didn't understand what his fault was after all. He did this for Tiejang's sake, and he would have let the guy go if Yemo wasn't so strong and ruthless. Soon, the chairman of the business department in Loken came to our hero's clinic. He said that he had come to visit Yemo and Erhu. The chairman admitted that what happened was their department's fault, and he was very sorry that they had caused so much trouble. The man, fawning over our hero, said that he had already asked his company to send 100,000 to buy medicine for Erhu. With a demonic gaze, Yemo replied that Erhu's body had many bruises on it the day he returned, which meant that he had been beaten. The chairman waved his hands and promised that this would not happen again. The streets were now safe, and no one would dare to make a mess in Yemo's clinic. An old man came to the clinic and said that the location of this place was such that it was not easy for him to find it, and Yemo asked the old man what brought him here. The chairman bowed his head to Yemo and said that he was leaving since the guy had an unexpected guest. And our hero invited the old man in. The old man explained that he came because Yemo had said earlier that he was interested in Buddhist and Taoist amulets. He said that in 3 days there would be an exhibition of all this on the old street of Hemen, and suggested that they go there together. Grandpa also heard that there would be many rich people and martial arts clans with magic tools, and the prices there would be incredibly high. Yemo replied that he didn't have much money, so he could only go to the exhibition and look around. The guy scratched his head and finally agreed to go along, and then said that he had a shameless request related to the fact that he could make cheap medicines and tools. Grandpa immediately asked if Yemo could really make magic tools. The boy felt awkward and admitted that his skills were very poor. The old man was glad that Yemo wanted to show off his skills at the exhibition and promised to find a place for him. When evening came, the protagonist sat on his bed in the lotus position, his body surrounded by a bright blue magical light. The money he had recently received helped him a lot. He bought some stones and rare roots, making pendants and medicines. He wondered if he could make friends with the clan people who knew the old martial arts by having such items with him at the exhibition. When the day of the exhibition arrived, Yemo asked Grandpa why he brought a security guard, and he replied that it was better to have one with him since it was an exhibition of magical items. The old man reminded Yemo that he had mentioned that he wanted to make magic items and asked how things were going. Yemo replied that all of these items were already prepared. He even made 2 pills for his grandfather as thanks for his help. The guy explained that this blue pill could save him in case of danger. It could even cure internal diseases. The guard whispered to the old man that the news was saying that all these pills were a scam and were made from donkey feces. The bodyguard told the boy not to try to deceive them with his traditional recipes, because the old man was the mayor of the city. Grandpa asked his guard, Little Zhang, not to be rude, because the pills were Yemo's sincere gratitude. Mr. Lin suggested that our hero continue the conversation in the car. Yemo agreed to get into the white car with him. Already in the car, Yemo asked his grandfather who was responsible for the exhibition, and he replied that the owner of the event was unknown. Grandpa took him to the exhibition and left because he needed to meet his friends. At the event, Yemo noticed that there weren't many good magic items there. After examining the items, Yemo noticed that several of them were emitting spiritual chi, but he doubted their abilities. The guy saw a kiosk with the sign Antiques and assumed that it belonged to a martial arts clan, where he wanted to learn more about the clan that Suzu belonged to. Yemo also opened his own shop. He complained that his place was not very good. There was no signboard, and due to lack of time, he only managed to make 2 pendants and a couple of pills. He noticed that his neighbors were doing well in business, with their cheapest item costing $200, although their goods were much worse than Yemo's. The guy, bored, realized that brand and names decide everything, and then a couple turned their attention to his kiosk, criticizing it. They came closer. The girl said that Yemo's pendants looked unusual. The guy offered to buy them if she liked them. The guy asked if 2,000 would be enough for these 2 pendants. When Yemo showed 2 fingers, he was shocked, thinking that they were worth 20,000. The protagonist got angry and told the buyer that 2 pendants would cost him 200,000 yen. The buyer was stunned. Because even the best jade is not worth that much, Yemo once again stated that they are worth 200,000 yai. The guy got angry, shouting how smug it was to buy something unremarkable for that kind of money. And Yemo threw up his hands and replied that he wasn't forcing him to buy it. A girl came up to our hero's shop and told her dad what a beautiful green stone was on the pendant. The man knelt down in front of his daughter and asked if she liked the pendants, and the girl replied that she did. Yemo was speechless. These pendants were magical items that protected people, and now people only wanted to buy them because they were beautiful. The blonde asked Yemo how much these pendants cost. The previous buyer himself named the price, adding that our hero's things were of high quality. Yemo said that he would not sell the pendants just because they were cute, because they developed the wearer's body and provided protection. The man realized that this guy was really good at deception, and he did not believe that these decorations really had such properties. The girl was delighted. She shouted to her dad that since they protect the carrier, they need to buy 3, for her, her sister, and dad. And he agreed. The blonde asked if Yemo only had 1 such pendant. The guy replied that he had 5. A previous customer asked Yemo why he had so many pendants and suggested that he had them made in a factory, which angered our hero. The man said he wanted to buy 3 pendants because his daughter liked them, and the previous buyers wanted to go to another kiosk. Suddenly, shouts were heard at the exhibition, and a large bald-headed man ran towards our hero's bench. He stopped in front of Yemo and said that he felt that his stall was different, and asked if he could take a look at his goods. The bald monk, having examined the pendant, was delighted. Because it was very unusual, he offered to buy one for 300,000. The first customer told the guy that she thought the monk was a fake, and the guy replied that he knew he was from the antiques store, so it wasn't true. Yemo told the monk that he saw that he was an experienced practitioner, so he gave him 2 healing pills for free. The blonde man introduced himself as Yi Juhei and said that he wanted to buy these pills, gave him a business card, and asked him to call when he had more valuable items. The man gave our hero a check and allowed him to write in any amount he wanted in exchange for the pills. The girl started to grab her boyfriend by the throat and screamed that now she wanted a beauty pill, and he called the seller an idiot. The guy came back to Yemo and said that he wanted to buy 5 beauty pills. Our hero apologized and said that he didn't sell them. The guy shouted to the whole room that Yemo's things were very good, because even the owner of the antique shop bought from him. The main character had to run away when a whole crowd rushed to his shop, shouting that they also wanted a beauty pill. Yemo hid around the corner. It turned out that if things were going too well, it was also bad. While the crowd was fighting outside his shop, our hero was surprised when he turned around and saw an old monk in front of him. The man said that he also had something for the guy. He said he was from the Jueyun Temple. Our hero introduced himself as Ye Mo and asked if the monk belonged to a martial arts clan. The bald man replied that he was just a simple monk, as martial arts clan practitioners did not appear in public. He explained that he was not a martial artist, but the items in his shop were made by people from that clan. Yemo realized that the antiques shop was not the people from the martial arts clan, but since they were selling their items, they must know something about the clan. To avoid further trouble, our hero lied, telling the monk that his items were also made by the clan he had left. He asked Master Wu Guang if he knew the connection between the hidden door and the ancient martial arts, because he himself wanted to enter that door. The monk said that there are many hidden door clans, including the Yellow Clan, the Amulet Clan, the Dao Clan, and many others, and the hidden doors are hidden in different places. After Yemo left, he thought about the hidden doors, wondering if what that monk was telling the truth, and then decided to go meet Grandpa Lin. As the boy was walking through the exhibition, he noticed a large gemstone and was shocked to realize that it was the stone of heavenly death. He didn't think that this stone could exist in this world. He really needed it to create a space storage ring. The guy got scared when he saw some guy already approaching the shop and asking how much the stone cost. Yemo rushed forward. He knew that this thing was worth much more than the space grass. He wanted to get it at any cost, even if he had to steal it. The seller replied that the stone cost 100,000. The buyer complained about the high price and asked to reduce it. The man waved his hands and apologized, saying that he didn't haggle, and that the space stone was already being sold for the best price. The protagonist ran up to the shop, grabbed the stone and said he wanted it, which stunned the previous customer. The guy shouted that he wanted to buy it first and demanded that Yemo return the stone. But Yemo had no intention of returning it. The outraged seller shouted at them to stop fighting and be careful with his stone. The first buyer told the seller that he was ready to buy this stone for 100,000. Our hero interrupted him and said that he would buy it for 300,000. The stunned salesman's eyes lit up, and he screamed when he heard that Yemo was going to buy the stone for 3 times the price. The seller naturally agreed to sell the stone to Yemo. He asked whether the guy would pay by card or cash. When Yemo was about to pay for the stone, Mr. Lin came up to him and said that he noticed that the guy had made his first winning trade. Yemo asked the old man how his day was. Mr. Lin asked Yemo to walk around the exhibition with him to see if there were any more good things there. The first buyer who failed to buy the stone came out into the parking lot. A bald-headed man asked if he had managed to get the treasure. The guy with long hair admitted that he found a psychosensitive stone, but some kid had already bought it. The indignant bald-headed man asked the guy why he allowed someone to take something valuable. He justified himself by saying that he was not sure of the authenticity of the stone, especially since the price had risen to 300,000. The bald man shouted that the guy was stupid, because this could have been the very treasure that their master had been looking for years. The guy got angry and hit the hood of the car and suggested relying on Taejian's abilities to get the important stone back. When Yemo returned to the clinic, Erhu asked the teacher if he wanted to see how they were currently handling online clinics. The guy showed Emo the website. All patients can book their visit and describe their problems in detail there. Yemo asked if they could continue to operate without opening their physical clinic but only online. And Erhu promised that they would be responsible for the online clinic. The main character attracted too much attention at the exhibition and understood that now many would want to know where he was with the stone. So a remote clinic is now an excellent option. He asked Yang Yi to take this check and asked her to find a quiet remote house where they would move to because they were changing the clinic's operating style. The boss told Erhu to pack his things while he did other things. And while he was gone, the students were to work and improve their medical skills. The protagonist rummaged through his pockets and was delighted when he found a receipt stating that Li Hu owed him 500,000. He smiled. It was high time to meet Qianlong Tu to get his money back. But first he needed to collect the travel expenses from Li Hu. The next action took place at the headquarters of the Nanking Group. The sky was covered with gray clouds. There was a meeting going on in the hall. The chairman asked one of his subordinates what he thought about all this. Dong Fangqi, the defense advisor, said that he had concluded that this Ye Mo was very strong and that he was probably being assisted by a hidden door. Then Dong Fangqi asked the opinion of Madame Hui Yan, who was sitting opposite him. Hui Yan stated that she and her assistant Yu Ji, who had lost both her arms after meeting Ye Mo, needed to return to the mountains to recover. The chairman had no objection. He allowed the woman to leave but warned that he would not see her off. Hui Yan stood up and walked towards the exit of the hall. Her assistant Yu Ji stood up and ran after her master, trying to reach her. She asked the master why they were in such a hurry, since they had not yet finished with their revenge. And Uncle Qian was very nice to them. Hui Yan said that Long Tao was a bad person and that he only treated them well for the sake of gain. And after a fruitless month-long pursuit, there was no point in participating in this anymore. Yuji was indignant. She screamed, "Don't they want to take revenge on Ye Mo? After all, he destroyed all her skills, depriving her of her arms." The master got angry at the disciple and called her stupid. She asked if she didn't understand that Ye Mo's skills were terrifying. Long Tu called Hui Yan a stupid priest and a timid woman, but decided to just leave them behind since they had helped the Nanking gang so well. The strongest in Nanking, Niao Qiang, put a cup of tea on the table and reminded everyone that Doran of Taejiang would also soon emerge from seclusion, which made things more complicated. Nanking Army Captain Li Sandao and Chairman Long Tu were of the same opinion. Xiandaran was already a problem beyond measure. Dong Fangqi asked the boss not to worry so much. They still had a chance to defeat Daoran, and there was simply no need to fight Ye Mo face to face. The guy asked the boss to think about how such a big gang like Nanking got into trouble because of a single Ye Mo, and claimed that it was some kind of joke that got out of control. According to Fangqi, the Ye and Song families had always been feuding, so Ye Mo must have thought that Qian Shipping was part of the Song family when he hung around Song Xiaotong. Chairman Long Tu frowned and asked Fangqi if he wanted to say that he should stop thinking about the Ye family. Relaxing, Niao Qiang concluded that Song wanted to profit from all this after seeing how Ye Mo could destroy. Fangqi meant that it was time to use the Song family to force Ye Mo out of the village, and then use cannons and bombs against him. Captain Li Sandao asked Fangqi how exactly they were going to use the Song family, since they were the ones who had set up this trap. Fangqi asked why Ye Mo came to take revenge on Song Xiaotan. The captain replied that he heard it was because of his wife Ning Sui. The defense advisor then asked what they thought Ye Mo would do if he heard that the Song family had taken his wife away. Smiling madly, Fangqi declared that Ye Mo would fight Song until one of them died, which would be noticed by the country's security, and Ye Mo would become the most wanted criminal. The captain was delighted, saying that this was a great plan, and that now they would be able to turn the game around and win the battle. And then he laughed. Fangxi told the captain that Li Sandao seemed to have some brains, and he attacked him with his fist to stop him from acting so smug. After defeating Sandao, Fangxi stepped forward and preemptively told the boss that they should show Ning Shui's murder if Ye Mo continued to hide. Long Tu declared that this plan was good and then ordered to send people to find Ning Shui and make sure Ye Mo found out about it. Meanwhile, Wang Qian and Ning Sui were walking around the city. The red-haired girl noticed how nothing had changed in Luokan. The air was still fresh and clean. Wang Qian looked at her friend questioningly when she noticed that Ning Sui was acting as if she was very sad. She asked Ning Sui why she was still sad when they had already confirmed that Ye Mo was fine. Ning Sui admitted that she didn't know. Touching the bracelet, she said that she was glad that Ye Mo was safe. But now she had mixed feelings. The girl suggested that she should let it all go and return to her family, remaining the good girl she had always been. Wang Qian replied that she could not advise her on her feelings, but still advised her to return to her family, promising that Ye Mo would return to her too. Ning Sui pricked her friend by saying that she could see that she also had feelings for Ye Mo, causing the dumbfounded Wang Qian to panic and blush. Wang Qian asked her not to worry, because she just respected Ye Mo, and if the two of them were happy, she would only be happy. The Special Forces girl understood that Ye Mo would never look in her direction no matter what her possible sides were, especially since she saw the guy only looking at Suzu. Ning Sui and Wang Qian, while walking, did not yet suspect that in a moment they would be attacked by unknown people in black suits. Wang Qian looked back with a wary gaze and felt that there was some kind of dangerous aura behind them. At the last moment, she covered Ning Sui with her body, urging her to be careful, and a masked guy rushed past them. After protecting Ning Sui, Wang Qian shouted at the pursuer, asking who he was and what he wanted from them. The boy ran forward again, shouting for Wang Qian to get out of the way or else she would die. And the girl gave the command to Xiaoliang to bite the villain. Xiaoliang's basilisk immediately jumped forward from its owner's shoulder, the magical snake baring its teeth to attack. The attacker took the fact that the snake attacked him lightly, saying it was some kind of stupid trick. The masked villain's abilities were much better. He deftly dodged the basilisk's attack and grabbed it by the tail. Wang Qian was stunned. She didn't understand how it was possible that the man not only dodged the attack, but also immediately grabbed Xiaoliang. The attacker in the black paska shouted that Wang Qian could take his beast back and threw the basilisk aside. Xiaoliang was thrown to the side and hit a pillar after the basilisk was roughly handled by its pursuer. Wang Qian was furious. She screamed that she would not forgive this villain. The girl attacked the guy with her fists. The Nanking bandit thought that this girl seemed to be assertive and her punches were like someone who had trained. The Special Forces girl was visibly scared when the villain grabbed her arm, blocked her blow, and was ready to counterattack. The masked guy yelled that she was moving too slow and attacked her with his knee, sending her flying into the air. Wang Qian flew to the side and crashed onto the ground, screaming. Then she found the strength to get up, but her whole body was trembling. Ning Sui, who was watching this fight from the side, was frightened and shouted her friend's name when she saw that she was injured. She started running towards her friend, asking if she was okay. Wang Qian shouted at Ning Sui not to come near her. The masked guy threatened Wang Qian with his fist. Thorns were visible from his glove, and he advised her to take care of her life first. The bandit rushed forward to pounce on Wang Qian, who shouted at her friend to run without looking back and not to worry about her. Ning Sui shouted at Wang Qian to be careful because there was a man running behind her that she didn't notice. The Special Forces girl turned around abruptly and cast a wary glance at the man from the Nanking gang. Our hero's fictitious wife decided to save her friend and jumped forward, protecting Wang Qian with her body. The blow hit Ning Sui, causing one of the beads on the girl's bracelet to shatter into small pieces. The attacker was stunned when he saw how the broken bead released true qi and formed a protective dome over the girl. At this time, the basilisk, Xiaoliang, arrived, pounced on the man who was pushed back by the protective dome, and bit him. The basilisk bit the villain's hand with its teeth and wouldn't let go. The guy in the mask started waving his hand and screaming, demanding that the monster let him go. The masked man tried to hit the basilisk with his spiked fist, but the snake was faster and quickly jumped back. At this time, a policeman ran to the scene of the incident. The officer asked the villain what he was doing there. The Nanki bandit was scared when he saw the cop and decided to run. The officer shouted that he was talking to the guy in black. The villain realized it was time to leave and ran away, believing that the police would not be offended by him for this. The officer ran up and asked the girls what happened. Ning Sui sat on the pavement and sniffled, and Wang Qian asked her what that flash of light was. Ning Sui was shaking with excitement and wiping away her tears with her hand. She didn't understand why the bracelet on her hand was broken. The girl held a bead broken in half in her hand. She was crying because she accidentally broke Ye Mo's bracelet. Wang Qian asked if Ye Mo had given her these beads. Ning Sui sniffled and said that she had asked him for them herself. The army girl realized that these beads belonged to Ye Mo, and it was no surprise to her that the flash of light had driven the villain away. The guy in the mask, meanwhile, ran away. He did not understand why with each passing second his hand was failing more and more. When he stopped to investigate, he saw that the hand began to emit dark energy and realized that the snake was poisonous. The bandit was delighted when he came across the clinic. He ran inside and asked someone to come and help him with his wound. Erhu came over and apologized, saying that their clinic was no longer doing consultations, but he could book a spot online. The wounded man grabbed Erhu by the collar and lifted him off the ground, shouting that he had been bitten by a poisonous snake, and the boy agreed to treat his wound. The villain gave Erhu 5 minutes or he would start destroying everything here, and the clinic employee went to the backyard to get medical instruments. When Ye Mo returned, he didn't understand what had happened. Yang Yi was not in the clinic, and Erhu was standing and talking to someone. The masked boy didn't expect that Ning Ching Sui would guard a small item. Today he was too carefree, and it made him angry. Ye Mo saw the villain and heard him regret that he had failed, and that it would be more difficult to catch Ning Ching Sui alive now. The protagonist said that they guys were really burdening him too much and charged his hand with true chi energy. Approaching the villain, he said that he planned to deal only with Longtu. But they all continued to bother him and attack his defenseless friend. The masked guy stood up and trembled in fear, stuttering. He recognized Ye Mo and asked what he was doing here. With his demonic eyes flashing, Ye Mo accused the bandit of having chased him from the desert, and now he couldn't leave him alive. Erhu suddenly burst into the clinic and asked the master why he was still there. Since the guy was going to the station today, Ye Mo knew that if he acted in the clinic, it might scare Erhu. But if Wang Qin and Ning Ching Shui stayed in the city, Nanking would attack them again. The masked guy fell to his knees and begged Ye Mo to spare him because they only do what they are ordered to do and they don't want to kill either. Erhu, dumbfounded, asked his teacher what this guy was talking about and why he didn't understand anything. Ye Mo told Erhu that he would deal with this man himself and ordered the boy to quickly close the clinic and bring Yang Yi home. The protagonist told the masked guy to follow him if he wanted to stay alive. The villain stuttered and agreed. Meanwhile, Wolf came out of the helicopter and was informed that the mission to capture Ning Ching Shui had failed, and that their people had also brought in the cops. The wolf was told that there was also a lady with fighting skills who had a snake for protection and a magic item. The subordinate asked Wolf what they should do now, and he replied that he would do it himself tomorrow, because he needed to show Ye Mo what would happen to those who went against Nanking. Suddenly someone shouted that the wolf didn't need to show it tomorrow, he could show it right now. The guy turned around and asked who was there. The main character emerged from the fog and asked Wolf if the guy had already forgotten Ye Mo's voice. The bald-headed bandit from Nanking was dumbfounded with fear and asked Ye Mo how he knew about this place. A masked guy peeked out from behind Ye Mo and greeted Wolf, who immediately accused him of betrayal. The protagonist stated that he not only knew this place, but also that he wanted to bring trouble to Ning Ching Shui. Clenching his fist, Wolf laughed and said that he couldn't defeat Ye Mo in a fight. But even under the threat of death, he wouldn't tell the guy their plans. The wolf glanced back in fear when Ye Mo suddenly appeared behind him. He didn't understand how our hero had appeared behind him so quickly. Our hero attacked the wolf first. He hit the bald-headed bandit with such force that he lost his footing and flew back. Ymil guessed that Wolf's old wound had not yet healed, since he had knocked him down with one blow, and the bandit admitted that his entire body was numb. The wolf's subordinate trembled in fear. He saw with his own eyes that Ye Mo's abilities were incredible, and he didn't want to die just like that. The protagonist said that he was giving Wolf one last chance and demanded that the bandit lay out all his plans, and then Ye Mo would pardon him. The wolf shouted that he wouldn't tell him anything. He would only accept his defeat when he was deprived of his life by Ye Mo's hands. Ye Mo knew that this dog had done a lot of bad things, but he was still brave and could bring a lot of trouble in the future, so he decided to fulfill his wish. The wolf, having resigned himself, never thought that he would leave this life now. He regretted that he did not even take revenge and help Long to achieve a great goal. Closing his eyes, the man plunged into memories of the past. Before his eyes was a still very young man. He remembered Long Tao promising him that the day would come when the wolf would be able to avenge his father's murder. The man suddenly opened his eyes and shouted at Long Tu that he would only be able to repay him for his kindness in the next life. The protagonist wanted to deliver a fatal punch to the man, but stopped and looked away when something happened. It was the voice of Wolf's subordinate, the man shouting, promising Ye Mo that he would tell everything if the boy let them go. The wolf was furious at Black Snake. he shouted, asking how dare he betray Longtu. And then Yemo hit him on the back, telling him to be a good boy. Black Snake revealed that their plan was to bring Ningqing Shui to the open sea and blame everything on the Song family, and then use the girl as bait. Ymil replied that the plan was very evil and asked not to blame him for his rudeness, and then ordered him to be brought to the base to look at Longtu. The guy in the red cap was taken aback when our hero told him to bring him to the base, because it was strange to go there alone. The protagonist asked the guy to stop talking nonsense and ordered him to help the wolf get into the helicopter and show him the way. The wolf, when the black serpent raised him, said that he would not forgive the guy for betraying him, and he explained to him why he did the right thing. Meanwhile, Longtu at the base stated that there had been no news since they found out where Ningqing Sui was and accused Wolf of being useless. Dongfang Qi told the man that they must not fail to catch an ordinary girl, while Nian was putting together puzzles at the table. Nian was surprised to hear Fang Qi and asked him when Ningqing Shui had become an ordinary girl. The defense advisor received a call from someone, picked up the phone, and heard from a subordinate that something terrible had happened. He was told that the mission had failed. The wolf had disappeared, and they had also injured Qi Yujun's daughter, who had already dispatched the entire city police force to catch the offender. Fangzi wondered what could have happened. According to the first version, Wolf attracted the attention of the enemies and died at the hands of Ye Mo, or gave away the location of the base. According to the second version, the wolf is under Ye Mo's control, and they are all already heading here. The man began to panic because he did not expect that everything would turn out like this. He knew that Ye Mo would not miss the opportunity to get even with Longtou and would lead troops to massacre the base. The man was told that he had to urgently tell Longtou to have them all leave the city immediately, and Fangqi, keeping his calm and smiling, agreed to do so. When Longtou asked what happened, Fangqi lied to him, saying that Wolf had called and said that Ningqing Shui had hired a lot of security and that a new plan needed to be made. Longtou, unsuspecting, asked the man to contact Wolf after the plan and tell him that he only had 1 day to carry it out. Ye Mo and Black Snake were already in the helicopter. The guy said that the Nanking base was in front of them, assuming that our hero would not have thought that it was in the middle of the city. Black Snake asked if he could not go because he did not want to be an accomplice. Ye Mo allowed it, but set the condition that Wolf definitely go with him. Boss Longtou asked Nian Chao how things were going for him. The blonde guy replied that he was still doing just fine. He asked the boss if he found it strange that Fanzi needed more time today to decide on such a trifle as a new plan. Mr. Longtou became alert and asked the boy what he meant just now. Nian explained that Wolf had not been in touch for a couple of days. If he had just called, he would have given the reason, but Fangzi himself did not ask Wolf about it. Longtou assumed that Fangzi simply forgot to ask, and Nian asked how he could forget when they had just discussed Wolf's absence. A worried captain burst into the room and declared that he had just seen Fanzi flying away from here in a helicopter in a hurry. Mr. Longtou frowned and looked at the captain in shock, not believing his ears. Suspecting something was wrong, Chairman Nanking ordered his subordinates to immediately check who had just called Fangqi. The masked guy soon reported that he had checked everything. The call came from the scout they had sent to Luokan. Enraged, Longtou couldn't understand how Fangqi dared to betray him. He ordered to immediately catch him and bring him here. Nian Cao guessed that Wolf had been killed or taken under control. The location of the base had been revealed. Otherwise, Fangqi would not have flown away in such a hurry. Longtou thought about it and realized that it was all because of Ye Mo. Because since Fangqi had escaped, it meant that he knew that the man would not be able to defeat it. The furious boss shouted for them to immediately catch and attack Ye Mo no matter what. After all, this guy had forced Fangqi to betray Longtou and escape. Within moments, a massacre had broken out at the Nanjing base, with someone attacking several masked guys who were sent flying back and breaking furniture. The captain of the Nanking army and the gang boss were startled when they heard the noise. They shouted, asking who was so impudent here. Ye Mu landed on the floor. Nian Chao was amazed and said that our hero was fearless, since he decided to break into the base alone. Having destroyed the entrance to the hall, the protagonist swaggered into it and told Longtou that they had finally met. Mr. Longtou shouted at Wolf that he was an ungrateful creature and asked how the boy dared to betray him. The wolf that was backing up behind Ye Mo shouted back, justifying that he had not betrayed Longtou, and asked to be allowed to explain himself. A guy in a mask ran into the hall and told Wolf that Fanzi asked him to give him this piece of paper when he returned to base. The wolf took this piece of paper and began to unfold it. He was surprised. The guy was interested in the contents of the note. He was shocked when he read that the one who killed Wolf's parents was the same man who adopted him many years ago. Trembling in shock, Wolf couldn't understand how Longto could kill his parents, but everything started to fall into place in his head. Wolf glared at Longto and asked if it was true that he had killed his parents as Fangzi had written. Mr. Longto clenched his fist in anger at Fangchi and shouted, threatening to deal harshly with this traitor who had once again offended him. Crying with anger and resentment, Wolf screamed, asking why Longto, after the murder, acted like his patron and asked him to make Nanking stronger. The captain asked the wolf not to be so angry because it was probably a misunderstanding. But the guy did not calm down, wanting to take the life of the bastard who made him an orphan. Yemo realized that Longto had deceived Wolf, and now he had a good candidate to become the head of Nanking after he dealt with the current boss. The captain shouted to Wolf that Longto had once saved his life, so he would not allow the boy to attack the master. The enraged Wolf could not calm down. He shouted at Captain Lee-san not to blame him for this and was about to attack. When Longto called everyone, Yemo, who remained calm, asked him not to do it, because no matter how many people came here, they would come to certain death. Longto put his hand on Nian Chao's shoulder and said that he was counting on him. He asked to get rid of Yemo in exchange for half of the man's business. Nian Chao sighed heavily and complained that he couldn't even calmly put the puzzle together. The protagonist asked if Nian Chao would finally stand up, because he wondered what kind of person was sitting there and keeping silent. The blonde-haired boy lowered his head and closed his eyes, smiling and telling Yemo how cheerful he was. He stood up, activating his red aura, and declared that Yemo would have to pass through him before he could get rid of Longto. Yemo realized that this Nian was very confident in his own strength to allow himself to sit there so calmly. He wanted to test how strong the strongest man in Nanking was. Grinning, the main character asked the guy what kind of hat was on his head, assuming that it was a magical item. Nian Chao smiled back and asked if he really liked it, and offered to let Yemo wear one of those hats. Scratching his face with his finger, our hero declined the offer and replied that Nian Chao in a cap simply looked like a malicious crane. Angered, Nian Chao rushed forward, asking Yemo not to say that he was only fighting using his mouth. The guy asked Yemo to let him show us what our hero was really worth today, jumped up, and activated the magical insect. But Nian Chao's skills didn't frighten Yemo. Our hero smirked and was about to disappear the moment he was attacked. When Nian Chao unsuccessfully tried to hit our hero, he was stunned, not understanding where the guy had gone. He turned his gaze back when he was called by the protagonist, who was already standing behind him with a chi-charged fist. The protagonist attacked the boy from Nanking, and his chi-charged fist struck Nian Chao's elbow. Nian Chao couldn't stay in the air any longer and jumped back, landing on the floor, his arm visibly shaking from Yemo's strike. Longto tensed up. He saw that this Yemo was on the same level as Nian Chao. He didn't understand what the Ye family had done to cultivate such a talent. The boss shouted, asking why all their subordinates were standing and ordered them to go help Nian. But they were reluctant, claiming that Yemo was a ruthless killer and they would bring their own deaths that way. A crowd of masked men ran out of the room, saying they wanted to guard the building from the outside, angering their boss. At this time, Nian Chao was recovering from the first round of the fight with Yemo. The guy's hand was shaking badly after our hero's blow. Nian Chao tensed up because he couldn't believe that Yemo's strength and speed were stronger than his, even though the boy looked like he was 20 years old at most. As a plan formed in the blonde's head, he smirked and pushed off the ground to carry it out. He jumped into the air, charged his leg with his energy, which glowed with a red aura, and shouted for Yemo to take his blow if he was a man. Nian Chao was about to attack. The protagonist answered the boy that, of course, he was ready to fulfill his last will. The strongest fighter from Nanking tried to attack our hero with his foot, but Yemo blocked this attempt with his hand. Yemo smiled and told his opponent that he admitted that Nian Chao had the strongest legs of any enemy he had ever met. In response, the protagonist, whose fist emitted a strong aura of blue light, tried to hit the opponent in the leg. Smiling madly, Nian Chao replied to our hero that everyone thought his foot skills were deadly. He suddenly released poisonous needles from his sleeves, shouting that no one knew about this trick of his, so he would watch how Yemo would dodge them now. The protagonist visibly tensed up when he saw multiple magic needles flying towards him, and Nian Chao landed and laughed, shouting that Yemo was too careless. Yemo shouted back that he didn't need to dodge. He clenched his fists and surrounded himself with true chi like a magical shield. The guy put a whirlwind of magical water in front of him as a defense. All the red needles of the enemy hit it without injuring our hero. Then, Ye Mo made a small clot of water from the water shield, in which he concentrated all these needles, and Neon was amazed to see that his opponent could control the elements. Taking control of the enemy's red magical poison needles, our hero threw them all back at their master. Then, Nian Chao realized that he had to leave, because the water technique was not a child's plaything, and Ye Mo seemed to be from the inner hidden sect. The strongest fighter in Nanking lost the will to fight any longer, rushed to the window, then broke it and jumped down to escape. When Long Tu saw that his best fighter had escaped, he was shocked, the man shouting out Nian Chao's name. He trembled with anger. The man did not understand how it was possible that his strongest fighter was forced to flee by just one person. Ye Mo came up from behind and told Boss Nanking that it seemed like his best warrior had abandoned him and run away. Long Tu turned around and saw our hero. The wolf, distracted from beating the captain, turned around and assumed that Ye Mo had already won, and the beaten military man was trying to call the boss for help. The protagonist suggested Long Tu to show other tactics if he had any, and promised to entertain the boss until the end of today. Suddenly, Boss Nanking fell to his knees in front of our hero, no longer having the strength or desire to fight. He admitted defeat, and the wolf laughed loudly, saying that he never thought that the thief Qian would get his way today. Long Tu told Wolf that he took him because he sensed the boy's potential, but he ended up using only forbidden tactics, which made the boy even more angry. Yema told the man that he was just a bearer of the surname Qian, and that to the rest he was no different from ordinary hooligans or guys from the army. The leader of the Nanking gang did not dare to look the protagonist in the eyes. He was trembling with horror and fear in front of him. Our hero understood that the Nanking gang was strong, and he could use them to find the spiritual herb. When Yemo stepped aside, Wolf asked our hero if he was leaving. The guy replied that he would leave Long Tu to him to decide what to do with the boss. Yemo's action touched the wolf. He told our hero that his life now belonged to him, since he allowed him to take revenge today. Meanwhile, Long Tu was kneeling and smirking, thinking that Yemo and Wolf could only expect their own deaths. The man knew that in the next second a helicopter would appear near the base. He was right. A red helicopter flew up to the window. When the protagonist looked to the side and saw the helicopter, he guessed that Boss Longto was not going to give up yet. A moment later, gunshots rang out and the masked guys sitting in the helicopters began shooting at Yemo non-stop. The main character rushed forward, dodging a burst of machine gun fire. He was determined to deal with the bandits in the helicopter. He shouted at Wolf to deal with Long Tu while he dealt with the helicopter, and the boss shouted at his subordinates to get rid of Yemo. Intending to get rid of those in the helicopter, Yemo once again repeated to Long Tao that these people were just toys to him. The protagonist jumped out of the window and was about to hit the helicopter with a chi-charged fist to get rid of it. The helicopter pilot only had time to freeze in fear before the aircraft exploded after Yemo's strike. Meanwhile, Long Tu offered to spare Wolf's life because he raised him despite killing his parents. But the wolf had no intention of forgiving him. He was fierce, shouting that the old thief Qian could now only apologize in hell. A moment later, the angry boy, clenching his teeth, dealt with the killer of his parents with his fists. Then he laughed loudly, raised his head up and turned to his dead parents, saying that he had finally avenged them. Soon, Ye Mo walked out of the house after handing over all the instructions to Nanking, and Wolf ran after him, asking why he was leaving so quickly. Yemo told Wolf to deal with the Nanking people on his own, and warned that he would come back and take his life if the gang continued to commit evil. Wolf had more to say. He said that the Ye family didn't agree, but they didn't refuse either when Long Tu asked them to help catch Yemo. Our hero realized that the Ye family wanted to completely cut off ties with him and were not against catching him, but Ye Zifeng and Ye Ling would remain in his memory forever. He remembered his brother. Ye Zifeng always came to school after Yemo was kicked out of the family and brought him money. And every time Ye Zifeng came, Ye Ling's sister was with him. But for some reason she stood at a distance and looked strangely. The protagonist asked Wolf to take him to Yanjin. He stated that he himself intended to deal with the Ye and Song families. The Black Snake stood by the helicopter. He asked Ye Mo to come on board to take our hero to where he needed to go. Ye Mu boarded the helicopter and it took off. Wolf waved goodbye to the protagonist. Meanwhile, at the Ye family base, Ye Baron, the head of the family, a man asked for everyone's opinion on whether Long Tu should help catch Ye Mo. Ye Han told his grandfather that everything was clear. He needed to catch Ye Mo and give him to Nanking, because it would only be useful. Zifeng disagreed. In his opinion, Ye Mo was still a family member, and there was no point in teaming up with anyone to capture him. Ye Han replied that Ye Mo was no longer one of them. Because of Ye Mo, their business was in trouble, and cooperating with Nanking was the only way to become stronger. Ye Birong said that what Huan and Zifeng said made sense, and asked the rest of the family to give their opinions. Liang Fu was on Ye Huan's side. He said that he was willing to work with Nanking and detain Ye Mo, even if it was for show. Shuang was also asked to make a choice. The man with the mustache said that between Ye Mo and the family business, the choice was obvious. Zifeng didn't know what to do because everyone was willing to give Ye Mo away for the sake of benefit. And if Grandpa made a choice now, his brother would be in trouble. His eyes widened as he realized that his grandfather had not actually called the meeting to discuss losses and benefits. Ye Baron said that this matter needed more time to be resolved because Ye Mo was no longer the weak guy who once left the family. Everyone else agreed that something strange was going on, and Huang thought how irritating it was for Zifeng to act as if he was full of love for Ye Mo. The next action took place in Yangjin. The city was already dark. Our hero Ye Mo went there. The guy hung up the phone and the payphone in annoyance. He was indignant, not understanding why Li Hu was taking so long to pick up. There was only one place he knew in Yanjin, and that was the Ye family's house, so he decided to see how they were doing. The guy was taken aback when he suddenly heard a scream behind him. Some angry girl was calling him. It turned out to be Yeling, she screamed, asking her brother why he dared to appear in the city, knowing how much trouble he had brought to the family. Ye Mo was at a loss, and she continued to shout that she heard that Nanking wanted to cooperate to catch the guy. She turned around and said goodbye, saying that she was very busy and that Ye Mo deserved to be banished for walking around the city so calmly when the situation was at its worst. Yeling was still the same as Ye Mo remembered, still as unfriendly. But the boy was more interested in how his little brother Ye Zifeng was doing. The girl stopped, turned around and asked our hero why he was still standing there so stupidly. She gave him 1 second to get out of her sight. Otherwise, the girl would ask someone to hurt Ye Mo's brother. Finally, the girl called our hero a fool, and again walked away towards the building decorated with rainbow lights. Ye Mo noticed the sign on the house. It said, "Heaven in the Sky." He didn't understand why Ye Lin was going to such a place alone. In this club, a respected bald-headed man was relaxing, surrounded by 2 girls who were flirting with Master Song. Ye Lin walked in and asked Song Xiaochen if he had already thought about what she asked for because she wanted a clear answer. Song Xiaochen told the girls to leave because he had some business to do, and they became indignant and asked him to call them when he was done. Master Song stood up and said that it was very rare to see the Ye family's little miss, and then suggested that they have a drink together. Ye Lin asked him to stop doing this. She stated that she wanted Ye Mo to live because Nanking was targeting him, and asked what Master Song's conditions were. Taking the glass of alcohol, Song chuckled thoughtfully and reminded the girl that her Ye family didn't come looking for help that often. Song came close and stated that he wanted the emerald staff that was lying in the Ye family's old house in exchange for his help. Ye Lin slapped the bald-headed guy and shouted that this was unacceptable. The girl was angry at Master Song. Sun clenched his fist in anger and shouted, asking how she dared to hit him and asking her not to be offended by the response. The man shouted, ordering his subordinates to tie up the girl, and the tied-up Ye Lin, when she was tied up, demanded to be released. Smiling sarcastically, Sun reminded the girl that he publicly and in the shadows protected her brothers. Otherwise, they would no longer be alive. Yelin closed her eyes and panicked, trying to think of a way to get out of this situation. She promised Song that she would steal the emerald staff for him, and even tell him where her family's secret factories were if he let her go. Master Song replied that that was the right place to start, and lied when he said that his heart was breaking when Yelin secretly asked for the protection of his exiled brother. Yelin demanded that she be released quickly, since she had already agreed to give the bald-headed man the emerald staff. But Master Song did not agree. He grabbed the girl, saying that he would not let go of the meat that already belonged to him. The girl screamed, demanding that the man take his disgusting hands off her. But Song Xiaocheng was adamant. He only laughed maliciously in response. The girl's screams even amused him. When he heard someone's voice, the man became alert and turned around, not understanding who had come. It turned out that it was Ye Mo. The guy entered the club, and a security guard ran after him, shouting to Master Song that this man had broken in here on his own. Yelin's eyes were already filled with tears, and she was shocked when she saw her brother Ye Mo in front of her. Master Song greeted our hero and said that he thought the boy would be interested in watching his sister suffer. The girl trembled even more in fear. She didn't understand why Ye Mo didn't listen to her when she asked him to leave. She remembered the last conversation with her father, when he, lying in a hospital bed, said that he was most worried about her and her two brothers. He asked her to remember that her daughter should be careful with her uncles. and also that she should protect the weakest Yemo. The man grabbed his daughter's palm with a trembling hand and shouted at her to promise that she would protect Yemo, since he had let him and his mother down. Mr. Ye looked at his daughter and shouted that he didn't want to die in ignorance, so Yelin had to make a promise to him. The girl asked her father not to worry. She promised that she would always protect Yemo and Ye Zifeng as long as she was around. Then the man finally calmed down. He looked at his daughter with love and said how good she was. Feeling at peace, Yelin's father passed away. The vital signs monitor showing that his heart had stopped. Now Yelin was crying and shouting at Yemo. What an idiot he was for not leaving as she asked him to, because now she wouldn't be able to protect him as she promised her father. Master Song scoffed at the touching family relationship and told Fei that he would hand the boy over to him. The guard told young Master Song that this guy was unlucky that Ye Mo was dealing with him. Lan Kuai Fong Fei's double knife. Our hero only needed to raise one finger up to get rid of the fairies. And in the end, he advised him to change his name in the next life. Master Song was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that the rumors that Ye Mo could kill an enemy without directly affecting him were true. Yelin shouted at Ye Mo not to think that he could destroy everyone by learning simple martial arts and advised him to escape. At Master Song's cries, the other guards ran over, shouting that Ye Mo really didn't want to live anymore since he had broken into this territory. The protagonist cut through the air with a bright blue streak of true chi and asked the boys to come to him if they wanted to lose their lives. The crowd of guards became frightened and screamed when they saw a bright streak of blue magical light in front of them. The guys in black suits shouted that Ye Mo was a weirdo and didn't bother with him, running away in panic. Yelin asked her brother when he learned such techniques because they looked very powerful. The guy turned around and said that all the responsibility had been on her for many years. So now he wanted to change roles and protect her. Yelin's cheeks turned pink with embarrassment, and she couldn't believe that it was still her stupid brother standing in front of her. Master Song stated that wise people do not fight unless they know they have a chance, so he decided to run away. Throwing something at the bald-headed man, Ye Mo forced him to stop, asking who gave him permission to move. Having been wounded in the leg, Master So collapsed to the floor and grabbed his leg. He screamed and complained about how much pain it was. Yelin informed her brother that the Ye family's geomancy dragon pearls were still in Song's hands, and Ye Mo asked if it was important. The girl replied that, of course, it was very important because the Ye family had spent a lot of effort to get it. The protagonist, with his hands in his pockets, approached Song and demanded that she hand over this thing to him in exchange for sparing his life. Trembling with fear, Master Song said that the geomancy dragon pearl was a very valuable item, so he did not carry it with him. Ye Mo pinned him to the floor with his boot and told him to stop talking nonsense, demanding that Song call someone and ask them to bring the dragon pearls. A police car was already racing down the street nearby, and the main character became wary when he heard it. Yelin denied that she was the one who called the police and suggested that it was the security guards who ran away after seeing their partner dead on the floor. Then, Ye Mo suggested leaving. His sister asked if he wanted to take more pearls, which he denied. He approached Song and said that he had thrown poison into his leg, and now he needed to send the artifact to the Ye family within an hour if he wanted to get the antidote. The brother asked his sister why she was still standing there. Yelin complained that her legs were numb because Ye Mo took a long time to untie her. Then Ye Mo carried his sister out of the club in his arms, and soon he asked if her legs were okay, to which the girl replied that he wouldn't die if he carried her a little longer. The girl asked her elder brother what kind of poison he used to treat the nail that he threw at Master Song. Yemu blushed. He felt awkward carrying a beautiful girl with a figure that caught his attention. The sister asked why he was not answering her question and looked surprised, and was shocked when she realized what was going on. The main character tried to convince the girl that there was nothing wrong with him. He stuttered, feeling awkward. Yelin reminded her brother that she was still his younger sister, and the protagonist, covered in sweat, agreed. Unexpectedly, Ye Mo was punched in the face by Yelin. She was angry and started screaming, accusing the guy of being a pervert. Not satisfied with this, the girl kicked her brother, asking why the boy was not so strong now. When they arrived, Yelin asked if Ye Mo wanted to come over for a while. Our hero refused and told her to be careful. Yelin asked why Ye Mo had become so strong. The guy lied that he had met an expert who taught him martial arts. The girl didn't believe him. She advised him to make up that he fell off a cliff or found some secret technology. As he left, Ye Mo asked his sister not to worry about him, and also asked her to arrange a meeting with Zifeng since they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Sister sighed heavily and thought that Ye Mo had injured his head. But now that he had become stronger, she could worry about him less. She knew that the DNA report said that Yemo had no blood relation with her father, but in fact, it was forged by the family elders. The girl knew that these people would resort to anything to resist Yemo in the future, and decided to go home and take a shower to clean up after a difficult day. Yelin was frightened when she noticed a shadow of a person next to her. She asked who it was. Our hero's sister didn't have time to do anything before the hand of an unknown man grabbed the girl. Meanwhile, in the middle of the night, other events were unfolding at the Song family headquarters. The guy in the white sweater asked Seaman what happened and why he was called to headquarters so urgently. Chiming said that Xiao Cheng had just called him and told him that Yemo had come to their club to cause trouble and had even taken the lives of their people. The man was indignant and shouted, asking to be allowed to find someone to take the life of the arrogant Yemo on the spot. Chiming asked Kijun not to make any rash decisions, but they still shouldn't continue to endure this like this and remain inactive. The boss said that he even heard from Xiao Cheng that Yemo said that he would take the lives of their entire family if they continued to cause trouble for him. Chijan clenched his fist in anger and asked what kind of incredible abilities this Yemo possessed, that he could say such crazy things. Kiming stubbed out his cigarette on the ashtray and chuckled thoughtfully before answering his subordinate. The man asked him not to underestimate this Yemu and said that he intended to invite a master from Hu to help restore justice. Chijun was not happy because he heard that this master Li Mingqiang was very arrogant. He refused all the rich families who asked for help. Qiming placed his hand on his shoulder and asked him to personally invite Li Mingqiang to help them, no matter what it took. Meanwhile, our hero met with Li Hu, a special agent. The guy waved his hand at him to come to him. Li Hu apologized to him because he was on an important mission at the time. When Yemo called him, our hero replied that everything was fine. The special agent invited Yemo to stay at his base tonight to help teach his subordinates a lesson. Already in the car, Yemo asked if it was okay if he went there because Li Hu worked in the secret department. Soon the boys were already at the Yanbei military base, where Li Hu holds the position of team leader Fei Hu. Li Hu's partner asked the boy if he was the pious man his boss talked about every day. Lu Gan began to examine and touch our hero from all sides with amazement. Our embarrassed guy asked not to touch him. Yemo asked Li Hu why there were so many CCTV cameras in this place and what they were used for. The special agent explained that Yemo was at a military intelligence base where all the information obtained during missions was analyzed. Lu Gong got angry at Yemo when he started to underestimate them and suggested that they spar on the basketball court since their combat training was the same as that of the special forces. When Yemo refused, Lu Gong laughed, telling Li Hu how timid our hero was. And Li Hu asked the guy to stop talking nonsense because Yemo was just afraid that he would hurt him. The protagonist tried to hide his irritation and simply remained silent, while Lu Gan teased him for his cowardice. Already on the basketball court, the special agents were discussing Yemo, not understanding who this guy in a black suit was, and assumed that he was Agent Li's friend. Yemo walked onto the basketball court and stood in front of Lu Gong, putting his hands in his pockets. He asked the guy what he should do. Lu Gang said that something simple would do, and suggested breaking bricks with bare hands to start. The big guy flexed his fists and ordered 3 more bricks to be added. His partner asked if he was sure, since they had never broken more than 8 during training. Li Hu was surprised when he heard the old man's voice and turned around. He asked Commander Han and Han Yan what brought them here. The old man explained that he just wanted to look at the boy that Li Hu had brought today. Meanwhile, Lu Gan was thinking about how much he would scare our hero if he could break 12 bricks at once with his hand. The boy took a deep breath before hitting the stack of bricks with the edge of his palm as hard as he could, breaking them. The others began to praise Lu Gang for how well he had done. The guy announced that he had managed to break as many as 9 of them. Lu Gan pointed his finger at our hero and told the youngest that it was now his turn to break the bricks with his hand. In response, Yemo simply turned around. Lu Gang asked where he went because he could ask someone to bring him some bricks. The protagonist walked up to the basketball hoop stand and knocked on it, assuming it was made of metal. Lu Gang was astonished and asked Yemo not to tell him that he wanted to break the rack since it was made of cast iron. The guy's mouth opened wide in shock when, a moment later, our hero broke the basketball stand into pieces. Lu Gan turned into stone and froze, speechless. And Li Hu couldn't believe his eyes and assumed he was imagining things. Han Yan told Grandpa that Yemo was filled with spiritual qi and was far from lacking, and it would be helpful if they could persuade the boy to join the troops. Commander Han said that Yemo might not obey the order, but he still decided to give it a try. He clapped and told the guy that he had unreal skills. Li Hu introduced the commander to Yemo. He said that this was the commander of the army district, Mr. Han, and next to him was the granddaughter of Han Yan. The old man suggested that Yemo was the one who helped Li Hu find the information. Our hero replied that he did not consider it help. The commander nevertheless thanked the guy on behalf of the entire army circle, because such things cost much more than a few hundred. He also invited him to become their Fuil team coach, and in exchange allowed him to take one of the top weapons in the warehouse. Li Hu told Yemo that this was a rare and good chance to take such a weapon for himself, and Yemo replied that he was not interested in military weapons. The main character, looking at the guys with suspicion, asked how they could find things from hidden sects in their world in the weapons warehouse. At that moment, our hero remembered his fictitious wife, and the image of Ning Qing Shui appeared before his eyes. Li Hu asked the guy not to worry. All their weapons are the result of an exchange with a hidden sect, and they are also looking for rare materials in all corners of the world. Commander Han smiled and praised Ye Mo's extensive knowledge in this area, saying that Beirong and Yuan Yi, as well as his father, were very wrong because he was very talented. Ye Mo said that he didn't expect that the commander had already managed to dig under him. The old man replied that he was simply acquainted with the boy's father and would not waste energy on such investigations. Grandfather suggested that our hero follow him to the high-end weapons warehouse, where Ye Mo could make the final decision. Ye Mo didn't mind taking a look at the things from the hidden sects. Looking at the commander's granddaughter, he realized that this girl was related to the hidden sects. The system greeted the dear guests and asked them to undergo an identity check. The commander placed his palm on the scanner. The iron door opened after the commander was identified. The identity was confirmed. The system allowed entry. The warehouse of high weapons turned out to be a spacious room. It was filled with shelves with various crystals and other items. Ye Mo was amazed. He saw copper-scorched ore, silver sand ore, extreme windstone, and many other interesting things. The main character started jumping around the warehouse and looking at all the things. He liked the black jade. He called some weapons rather boring. Hanyan was furious. She asked her grandfather not to be so generous because there were things in the warehouse that even she was not allowed to touch. But Ye Mo was allowed to rummage around and take whatever he wanted. The grandfather laughed and asked his granddaughter why she was so greedy, because talent that was not controlled by hidden sects was much harder to find than rare weapons. Ye Mu took notice of the Thunder Jade, and Captain Han allowed our hero to take a couple of things if he agreed to be the coach of the Fei Hu team. The guy agreed to be a coach, but to train the guys only 3 times a year, and the conditions included no restrictions on movement and access to a hidden sect. Han Yan was furious with our hero. She came closer and called him a fool. He looked at the girl in bewilderment. The girl pointed her finger at Ye Mo and said that this was too much, even though our hero knew some martial arts. Then Ye Mo waved his hand and said that they couldn't come to an agreement, and the commander's granddaughter became even more angry because of the guy's bad attitude towards them. The captain said that Ye Mo was indeed a reasonable person, but unfortunately, Yaner couldn't go against the sect's rules and bring him there. Ye Mo asked why the hidden sect was such a mysterious place, since they were just practicing martial arts. Hanyan explained to the little brat that he really had little knowledge if he thought that the hidden sect was just a place to cultivate. The hero tensed up when he heard about the small worlds. He asked about them in more detail, and Han Yan agreed to explain only if he called her big sister. Han Yan explained that hidden sects include internal and external. The doors of internal sects exist deep in the small world, and on Earth there are only external hidden sects. Ye Mo mocked the girl and asked how people like her could get in there if the sect was separated from the world. The girl was furious. She screamed, asking what he meant by people like her, because she had passed a difficult test and was chosen from thousands of applicants. Han Yan herself shut her mouth when she realized that she had said too much, and Ye Mo decreed that these hidden sects would still have to hold the competition. An angry Han Yan called Ye Mo a pathetic brat again who couldn't understand her words, and Captain Han silently watched their conversation. Captain Han stopped the boys, saying that if this continued, his silly granddaughter Yan Er would spill all the family secrets. Grandpa said that as long as Ye Mo was their team's coach, they would be on the same side, and he would instantly know all the news about the hidden sects. After thinking about it, the main character realized that he should agree, because now this is the only way to learn something about hidden sects. The boy shook the older man's hand and said that he agreed to become the coach of their team in exchange for the promised rewards. Grandpa laughed good-naturedly and told Ye Mo that they should have a drink to celebrate, and Han Yan snorted in displeasure. Li Gong received a call from his instructor, who said that several people from the Ye family had not shown up for training today, and the young man promised to teach the truants a lesson. The guy told Li Hu that the disciples from the Ye family simply didn't show up for training, and because of them, he might get a scolding. Yemo asked if there were people from the Ye family at the base. Li Gang said that every year the family sends several students to the base to undergo military training. He heard from the instructor that those guys didn't show up because of a serious theft, so they returned to the meeting to clean up the family. The protagonist was noticeably scared. He immediately guessed that it was about a theft that could be connected with Ye Ling. Ye Miao told Commander Han that he had urgent matters to attend to, so he needed to leave the base immediately. Having run away, he waved his hand and promised to have a glass of alcohol next time. The granddaughter glanced at her grandfather and asked if he was afraid that Ye Mo would actually join the hidden sect when he received the information. The commander replied that Han Yan's martial arts had improved, but his intelligence had not, and a proud and intelligent person like Ye Mo would not be able to accept the strict rules of the hidden sect. As Ye Mo jumped across the rooftops, he scolded himself for miscalculating, as it seemed like Song Xiaocheng had not handed over the geomancy pearl back to the Ye family. At this time, there was a meeting taking place in the hall, and the representative of the Ye family asked why Ye Zifeng was still not there. The man complained that this guy was really something. His sister was kidnapped, and he didn't lift a finger. At this time, his tortured sister sat on the stage under the spotlight. The girl was tied up and trembling with fear. The girl didn't understand why Zifeng hadn't come yet, because her brother was always in touch. The only explanation was that he was in the same trouble. The guys from the Ye family waved their fists and claimed that they heard that Ye Lin was the one who stole the geomancy dragon pearl. The man with the mustache asked the head of the family what he was waiting for and whether he would arrange a meeting or not, since Zifeng was half an hour late. Ye Birong originally planned to remain as the head for a couple more years and then hand over to Zifeng. But now that the pearl has been stolen, everything has changed. The head of the family rose from his chair and shouted, ordering everyone gathered in this room to calm down. Baron said that everyone already knows the reason for today's meeting. There is evidence that Ye Lin stole the pearl, and he admits that he is also guilty of it. The man announced that he was stepping down as the head of the Ye family and handing it over to Ye Wenqi, so that the next head would decide what to do with Ye Lin. There was applause in the hall. Everyone present was happy with the announcement of the new leader of the family. Wenqi shook his father's hand and thanked him for his speech, and his father told his son that the fate of the family now lay in his hands. Baron asked his son to note that Ye Lin was still his brother's daughter, and he should give himself some slack in times of need. The new head of the family asked his father not to worry, because he is not ruthless, so he will decide everything as it should be. Wenqi came onto the stage and came closer to the girl. She did not understand how it could happen that her father handed over the position of head of the family to Wenqi. The man with the thin mustache put his hand on his heart and declared to the entire room that today was a special day for him. He said that he was not sure that he had the ability to become the head of the family, but since his father had chosen him, he should take on this role and not disappoint them. Ye Sheng clapped, but he didn't understand what the head of the family was thinking when he made such a choice. The others also applauded, although they were not satisfied. Wenqi said that the geomancy dragon pearl was a treasure, so Ye Lin could not be forgiven for stealing it. She had to be punished. However, at yesterday's trial, Ye Lin showed signs of remorse and revealed the location of the pearl. So the punishment will only be expulsion from the family. Brother Jean told Baron that outsiders might say he used his position to trade his granddaughter's life. Baron replied that, alas, the title of head of the family can indeed be fought for, but there is no chance of becoming one when one of them dies. The new head of the Wenqi family asked someone to take Ye Lin out of here since she had already been expelled from the family. Suddenly, our hero appeared in the hall. The guy, holding his hands in his pockets, asked who dared to touch his little sister. The shaved-headed guys started whispering. They were expecting a sensation from the guy expelled from his family, who came to make some noise. Worried about her elder brother, Ye Lin screamed, asking Ye Mo why he was here when he had nothing to do here. Baron also looked at our hero warily. The former head of the family did not understand what Ye Mo was doing here. Wenqi shouted that they had a family meeting today, and Ye Mo had long since ceased to be a family member, so someone should get him out of here. Two guards ran into the hall and asked Ye Mo to leave, but a moment later they were wounded in the leg, although our hero did not even turn around. Jin noticed that Ye Mo's movements were very fast. The guy really looked like the one rumored throughout the country. Wenqi got angry at Ye Mo and shouted, asking him how he dared to resist and whether he really thought that the guy was uncontrollable. Ye Mo walked up to his sister and asked why they beat her so badly. Wenqi shouted, asking if Yemo was deaf because he didn't pay attention to him. Ye Lin admitted to her elder brother that the dragon pearl was indeed stolen by her, so she had nothing to refute. Someone in the hall asked Yemo to listen. It was a person who was moving around the room very quickly. The main character turned his wary gaze to the side. He became interested in who this person was. Before Yemo could turn around, this mysterious guy was already meters away from our hero, moving very quickly. With his fists thrust forward, the boy, whose eyes were covered by a blindfold, introduced himself as the one-eyed black dragon. Yemo, who was defending himself with his hand from the blows, realized that the person in front of him was the strongest person in the Ye family, and shouted at Ye Lin to move aside. Wenqi shouted for Black Dragon to teach Yemo a lesson, while a fight broke out on stage between our hero and the guy. The one-eyed Black Dragon, while attacking, asked Yemo not to worry and promised not to touch his little sister. The protagonist, about to attack back, asked to be allowed to thank the guy on behalf of his sister. After the guys started swinging their fists, the space around them was filled with bright stripes of light of true chi energy. The one-eyed Black Dragon managed to successfully attack Yemo, punching him in the chest. Yemo tensed up. He confirmed that the speed of the Black Dragon's strikes was truly amazing, and then he noticed that the guy's fist was rapidly approaching again. The Black Dragon was so fast that even our hero missed another blow, this time to the face. The main character had to retreat. After another attack, the guy jumped back to increase the distance between them. Ye Lin was very worried about her older brother. The girl shouted at Yemo to be careful. Wenqi chuckled and said, "Is this really all that Yemo can do?" and stated that his father had clearly overpraised the boy. Only Jin had no doubts about Yemo's abilities. He stated that the Black Dragon's pathetic tricks would not be a problem for the guy. The fight between the one-eyed Black Dragon and Yemo continued, and they were now swinging their fists in the hall above the seats. Yemo tried to strike his opponent, but the opponent ducked and shouted that Yemo had too many openings. The main character missed another blow. This time he was hit in the jaw with a fist, after which the guy jumped up, grouping himself. Our hero used the wind blade trick. He swung his leg, creating a bright turquoise strip of light in the air. This streak attacked the one-eyed Black Dragon, who tried to defend himself by putting his hands in front of his face. Yemo's opponent tensed up, clenching his teeth, not understanding what kind of skill our hero had. So quiet and invisible, although it delivered a dozen sharp blows, Yemo saw that the trick had worked and that his opponent was able to dodge his melee attacks, but was unable to withstand the wind flow. A new idea came to Yemo's mind. His demonic eyes flashed, and he disappeared from the enemy's sight. The guy began to rush around the hall around the one-eyed Black Dragon, causing him to bewilder. Yemo's movements were imperceptible. Yemo smirked when he realized that he had almost been fooled by the guy, and that the Black Dragon was indeed blind, and then pushed off the floor again. The one-eyed Black Dragon did not notice how our hero was about to attack the guy from the air. The main character finally landed a successful blow, after which the enemy flew into the wall and screamed in pain and surprise. The people in the hall were stunned. They recognized that Yemo was very strong, and the new eyes of the family were worried about the Black Dragon. Baron asked Jin why the Black Dragon, who had the advantage, was defeated by Yemo in one blow. Jin explained that the Black Dragon had been blind since childhood, and he could only sense the enemy's movements at close range through their breathing, and Yemo had simply hidden him. The man with the monocle thought that the main character's skills might be incomprehensible even to people from hidden sects. Wenqi accused Ye Lin of colluding with outsiders to disrupt their family gathering, and the girl claimed that the DNA test was fake, and Yemo was not an outsider. The new head of the family looked at his father and stated that Yemo's blood had been tested in the lab, and it was found that he was not part of the Ye family. Irritated by Wenqi's behavior, Yemo walked over and kicked him in the stomach, complaining about how noisy the man was. The protagonist confirmed that he was no longer part of the Ye family. Sister Lin screamed, asking the guy to stop talking nonsense. Yemo was about to announce in a cold and stern voice what would happen to all of them if anyone touched his sister Ye Lin in the future. The guy showed clenched fists, activating his strong aura, and declared that in this case he would take the lives of their entire family. The people in the hall were outraged by Yemo's behavior. They shouted that he was crazy and that they all shouldn't be afraid of him alone. Yemo suggested that they all attack him if they still didn't understand what he just said. Ye Lin was very worried about her older brother and tried to reach out to him. The protagonist said that he initially didn't care about the Ye family's affairs, but when it comes to his sister, he won't sit idly by. Yemo asked if anyone had even asked why Ye Lin, who didn't know how to steal, had stolen the dragon pearl on her own. Yelin admitted that the Song family threatened to kill Zaifeng and Ye Mo if she did not steal the dragon pearl. Enraged, Baron jumped up from his chair and shouted, asking why Yelin didn't tell him that she had been threatened. An indignant Yelin asked her grandfather if things would have been different if she had told him everything, and stated that no one would have bothered anyway. The girl said that Ye Huang took her to the house where the treasure was kept several times until she saw that the room where it was kept was not locked. Yemo stunned his sister by asking why she didn't think that the open room with the pearl looked too suspicious. The girl realized that Ye Huang already knew what she wanted, and the room was specially opened to lure her in. Wenqi shouted at his niece, asking how she dared to slander Ye Huan and accused her of being truly worse than a beast. Yemo told Wenqi that he was good at distorting the truth and he should help the Ye family take the life of their black sheep. Baron stated that everything Yemo said was just the guy's guess, and there was evidence that it was Ye Lin who stole the pearl. Then, the protagonist took out and showed a receipt from Song Xiaoqin, who stated that the theft of the dragon pearl was planned by Ye Huan. Afterwards, Yemo took out 2 dragon pearls from his pocket and showed them as the final proof of the truth of his statement. He claimed that he had received the dragon pearl back and threw it to its owner, and the letter in his hand was written by Song Xiaoqing himself. Wenqi shouted that Yemo was maliciously slandering him, and ordered everyone to attack the guy, and threatened to punish everyone according to their family rules for disobedience. Yemo was not afraid of this. He suggested that everyone attack, and his sister pulled him, saying that there were too many of them, but his brother calmed her down, promising that he would deal with them in a couple of minutes. The new family head shouted, ordering his subordinates to attack Yemo right now. Our hero had already activated his aura. Baron slammed his hands on the table to stop the commotion. He proposed that the selection of the next head of the family be postponed, and the persecution of Ye Lin would be stopped. Wenqi shouted at his father that he could not let such a theft go unpunished, but the previous head of the family was adamant in his decision. All the people of the Ye family followed the previous head. They shouted that they would only obey Baron from now on. Baron's son was furious. His clenched fist shaking with anger, he shouted at his father. Baron shouted back, calling Wenqi a worthless person and claiming that he knew what was going on between him and the Song family. The protagonist, folding his arms across his chest, said that he did not expect Baron to be such a wise head of the family. At this moment, an enraged Ye Huan crept up to him, who considered our hero to be guilty of the fact that his father Wenqi did not become the head of the family today. Wenqi took out a knife from his pocket, thinking that he wouldn't be considered a man if he didn't hurt Yemo today. With a wild look, Wenqi's son screamed, wishing for Yemo's death, and held out a knife in front of him, preparing to attack him. Our hero turned his head indifferently and replied that a man was seeking death. And after that, a deafening sound was heard. Ye Huan, who was about to attack Yemo, was sent flying backwards and landed on the floor with a thud, causing Wenqi to be afraid for his son. Wenqi screamed in pain after Yemo attacked him. The man immediately ran to his son, asking if he was okay. Baron asked Yemo to just let them go, the guy agreed, but first he told him to tell where his brother Ye Zifeng was. The man said that he had agreed in advance that Zifeng would go to England because he did not want the boy to be drawn into family squabbles. Wenqi, worried about his son, asked where it hurt, and he, trembling with pain, complained that he probably had a fracture, which made Wenqi angry at Yemo. The man with the mustache pulled a pistol from his holster and pointed it at our hero, screaming how dare he harm his son. Shots rang out in the hall where almost the entire Ye family had gathered, and Wenqi pulled the trigger, wanting to take the life of his son's offender. Wenqi was shocked, his eyes wide open in shock, and he was dumbfounded, not understanding how Yemo was able to do this at such a close distance. It turned out that Yemo had intercepted all the bullets with his hand, and he asked if Wenqi really wanted to harm not only him, but Ye Lin as well. The protagonist loosened his hand, and 4 pistol bullets fell out of his palm, which was only slightly scratched. He clenched his fist again, saying that he wanted to be gentler with his uncle since he was older than Lin. But now he shouldn't blame the guy for his cruelty. One of the Ye family noticed how strong Yemo's death aura was and gritted his teeth, concluding that his family was always plagued by bad luck. Wenqi backed away and warned Yemo that he would make enemies of the entire Ye family if he took the man's life now. But Yemo rushed forward, laughing and replying that he wasn't even afraid of Nanki, so he shouldn't be afraid of the Ye family either. Sister Lin was against it. She grabbed her elder brother in her arms and tried to stop him from making a mistake. Yemo asked his younger sister what she was doing. Ye Lin, without letting go of the boy, suggested that he just forget about it. The protagonist replied that this Wenzi had just wanted to take her life and asked if she was sure she wanted to just leave it like that. The girl confirmed and said that she did not want to be there. The brother asked again if she was really sure, and the sister said yes again. Jean clapped his hands, smiled, and congratulated his brother Baron on something. Baron was stunned. He stared at his brother with wide eyes and asked Jean what he meant. Jin explained that now that Zifeng was in charge, Yemo would definitely lend a helping hand, so the Ye family would have a happy future. Yemo was unhappy. He asked his sister why he had to carry her again. She replied that she had a lot of injuries. The guys managed to disappear from the hall in just an instant. Wenzi was stunned, not understanding how they were able to disappear so quickly. Finally, Yemo threw a wind blade at Wenqi, saying that he would spare his dog's life this time, but next time he would definitely be in danger. Wenqi fell to his knees and shouted that he dared not do anything anymore and swears that he will never do anything that could bring shame to the Ye family again. Jin was amazed at how impressively skilled Yemo was, and Baron noted that this was the first time his brother had been so generous with his praise. Baron sighed heavily and admitted that he was very sorry that Yemo was no longer part of their family. The man with the monocle glanced at his brother in surprise and asked Baron what he meant. Baron admitted that the DNA test was not tampered with, so Yemo is indeed not the Ye family's son. However, without destruction there is no creation. Recalling Brother Jing's words, Baron stated that it was their happiness as long as Yemo still took care of their family. Already on the street, Yelin asked her brother how he managed to take the pearl and arrive so quickly. Yemo replied that it was just a coincidence. He said that when he reached the Ye family's building, he accidentally saw Song handing over the pearls to a guy from the Ye family. After that, according to Yemo's story, everything was simple. He caught the guy and put in a little effort to make him talk. Yelin called her brother amazing, and Yemo complained that he was still not used to the girl suddenly starting calling him brother. The girl started to pull the main character by the cheeks and shout that at least he got used to calling her a devil. Zhuo walked through the airport building after landing and complained about how many missed calls and messages he had. He was happy when he saw that Yemo had written to him. The guy said that he was already in Yanjing, so he could reply to him when he saw this message. Yemo woke up his sister and said that she had already fully recovered, so it was time for him to leave, and Yelin expressed her desire to go with him. The guy told her to stay in the city and wait for Zifeng to return, especially since he was going to Luokang, and it would be troublesome if she went with him. The girl did not leave her brother's side and asked if Yemo was afraid that the Song family would find her and create more problems for him. Yemo asked her not to worry and introduced her to her brother Li Hu, who would take care of her all this time and not let her be harmed. He also gave his sister 2 bracelets with emerald beads, one of which he ordered to be given to brother Zifeng. Yemu told his sister to always carry the bracelet with her because it could help her in difficult times and even save her life. The girl doubted that these bracelets could save her life. The insulted and offended brother said that they were magical, and he tried hard to make them. Yelin asked if her brother was hinting at pocket money. The guy replied that he didn't look like he was in need, and his sister could give the bracelets back if she didn't want to. The little sister got angry and yelled at her brother, asking why he continued to borrow from Wang Ying. She continued to scold him for spending money on all sorts of nonsense while Yemo tried to justify himself to her. Li Hu, watching their conversation, burst into tears. He said how touching it was that the younger sister was worried about the life of her older brother. Yemo was furious when Yelin told him to stop using money from rich girls and suggested that he enroll in management courses. The protagonist looked back when Li Hu asked him to wait and stated that he had a phone for the guy. The guy asked Li Hu to forget about it because he was not used to using such technology, and the special agent said that this was not a simple phone. Li Hu said that this phone was fireproof, explosion-proof, and wiretapping-proof, and it already had all the contacts, so Yemo agreed to take it. The main character asked the guy to tell Commander Han that he would definitely contact him when he was free. Soon Yemo went to Zhuo's mansion. The man greeted him happily and said that he had been waiting for him for a long time. Zhuo met him at the entrance of the house. He took the girl with him and introduced her as his niece named Yunkin. The blonde girl greeted Uncle Ye, who was offended because he didn't think he was so old that he was called uncle. Zhuo suggested that the guy spend the night in the guest room and continue in the morning. Yemo asked him to take him to his sick son because he needed to return to Luokang as soon as possible. The man led our hero into the bedroom where his son, who had been ill for a long time, was lying. He said his name was Zhuo Huatang and asked if the fact that he had just given him some tranquilizer medication would affect the treatment. The main character replied that it would not affect him and began to examine the guy. He opened his eyelids with his fingers to check his reaction. The father said that he would immediately bring medical equipment for examination, and Yemo replied that it would be enough for him to check the boy's pulse. To do this, the protagonist placed 2 fingers on the sick boy's wrist and used true qi. Yemo's expression changed. He was surprised when he felt that there was true qi present in the sick boy's body. Now it was no surprise to him that the boy could not be cured. It turned out that he was not even sick, but someone had simply transferred their internal qi into his body. Yemo told the man that his child would live. But first he needed to answer some questions, and he immediately agreed to answer any question. The protagonist asked Uncle Zhuo before his son Huatan became like this, whether the man had ever offended anyone or had a feud with anyone. Zhuo was perplexed and replied that despite his opponents in business, he had never had any conflicts with anyone. However, the man said that Huatan was kidnapped before this illness, and he heard that other kidnapped children had died. The protagonist wondered why someone would kidnap so many children to infuse them with internal qi. Yemo asked Zhuo to make sure that it was quiet while he carried out the treatment, and the man agreed to arrange it without any problem. Our hero took out a case of needles, pulled out one of them, and told the father that he would use acupuncture to treat his son. When Yemo pricked the needle into the acupuncture point near the boy's ear, he smirked because this was not a simple case of infusing internal qi. It appears that someone implanted a poisonous insect into the bodies of these children, a cruel practice, and the surviving children became a vessel for the creature's life support. Yemo knew that the insect usually hid inside the inner qi and needed to use his sense of hearing to detect it. So he twitched his ears. The protagonist frowned and concentrated as he used his ears to locate where the poisonous insect was lodged in the boy's body. Yemu then took another needle and pricked the boy's skin at the place where he suspected the insect was sitting. The needle, charged with Yemo's healing energy, pierced the poisonous purple slug with small legs. Yemo's true qi, concentrated on the needle, managed to instantly destroy the poisonous insect, and then Huatan began to show signs of life. Zhuo asked Yemo why his son was shaking so much. Our hero asked him not to worry, because this was the child's way of cleansing himself. All the dark energy that had been accumulating in the boy's body for many years began to come out as a purple mist through his nose and ears. Zhuo doubted that one needle would be enough to cure his son, but Yemo assured him that his child would now live in peace. Tears appeared in the man's eyes and he trembled when his son opened his eyes, and the first thing he said was "Dad." Zhuo fell to his knees in front of Yemo, bowed his head and said that he was now his debtor and would come to his aid at any time. Our hero told him to get up because he had not done anything difficult. The man, crying with happiness and excitement, asked the main character if there really had been an insect living in his son's body all this time. Yemo explained that when his son was kidnapped, the implanter implanted a poisonous insect into the children and injected internal qi to locate them at any time. When Yemo suggested that a member of a hidden cult was involved, the man replied that it was impossible since they had only caught a simple teenager at the crime scene. The man said that the criminal should still be in Hong Kong. All this time, Zhuo was trying to find a doctor for his son, so he was not interested in the fate of the villain. Zhuo's niece peeked out from around the corner and told her uncle that Huatan complained that he was hungry. The man asked Yemo to sit down and promised to return soon because he needed to feed his son. Yemo plopped down on the sofa and thought that Zhuo did not suspect that the master of a hidden sect was not necessarily someone who acted strangely or dressed strangely. Since the affairs in Yanjing had already been settled, Yemo decided to return to Luokang to see how the galactic grass was growing. He was glad that Li Hu gave him a phone. Now he could call Yang Yi to find a plane ticket for him. The guy immediately took the phone away from his ear when Yang Yi complained that some man gave them $10,000 for treatment. But they couldn't cure him and didn't know what to do. The protagonist suggested that the girl return the patient's deposit if they couldn't cure him. Yang Yi replied that they couldn't do that, so they were looking for Yemo. The girl explained that Grandpa Lin brought this client, and the patient even left an invitation on the website for Yemo to come to Hong Kong for double payment, since he had heard about the reputation of our hero. Yemo asked Yang Yi what the current situation was, and Yang Yi panicked and prepared to open the computer to read him a detailed description of the patient's condition. She said the patient is a child who cannot move or speak. They have tried every possible institution but have not found the problem. Knowing that this was the person from Grandpa Lin, it would be hard for Yemo to refuse, especially since the patient's symptoms were the same as Zhuo's son. Yemo asked Yang Yi to book him a ticket to Hong Kong for tomorrow morning and ask Erhu how his galactic grass was growing there. Even before dawn, our hero left Zhuo's house, He explained to the man that he had urgent business, and Zhuo did not detain him. The man asked the guy to wait a minute while he went to the garage to get the car. The guy agreed to stand outside. The niece told Uncle Ye that his skills were amazing and asked him to teach her something. And now Ye Mo noticed that something was wrong with this girl. The roar of the engine sounded. Zhuo's car rushed towards the house from the garage. The man wanted to help Ye Mo get to the airport. Zhuo asked Ye Mo to jump into the car and told his niece to stay at home and look after Huatang. Ye Mo wanted to leave, but he stopped and asked if there had been any suspicious people around the girl recently. Yingkan was surprised and replied that there had not been. The main character replied that if she hadn't noticed anything like that, then that was good, and said that it was time for him to go. Already in the car, Zhuo asked the guy what suspicious people he had just asked his niece about. When the main character started to deny it, Zhuo stopped asking him questions and said that he was just starting to worry. The girl, who was emitting a dark aura, wondered if she would meet Ye Mo in Hong Kong in a few days, because coincidentally, she was also going there soon with Shuang Shuang. Meanwhile, on Mount Wuliang, Suzu prayed for Buddha to calm her heart and free her from delusional thoughts. When the girl closed her eyes, a terrible thought entered her head, and she opened them wide again, frightened. Suzu felt unwell and trembled all over, not understanding why every time she closed her eyes, Ye Mo appeared in her mind. Obviously, it was a one-time encounter and they didn't owe each other life and death. But for some reason, her mind kept lingering nearby. She reproached herself for being disappointed in her mentor's teachings and not even fulfilling his dying wish. Suddenly, the girl in the temple heard someone's instructive cry. She was told that her training was more like bullying herself. Suzu turned around and saw Qinji in front of her, a girl in black clothes standing behind her with her hands behind her back. She sighed and came closer, asking how Suzu was going to continue training here if she had already lost her heart after coming to the mortal world once. Lu Suzu promised Qinji that she would definitely clear away the distracting thoughts from her mind and cleanse her heart. Night fell. The girl was already in her chambers. Suddenly she heard someone's voice in her head calling Lin. Suzu lay peacefully in her bed, but her sleeping expression became restless as the voice in her head repeated Lin's name non-stop. Having found herself in another reality, Suzu, standing on the surface of the water, asked who was speaking and demanded to come out immediately. The girl visibly tensed up when she noticed the man appear in front of her. She turned around to check who it was. This mysterious man in a white robe asked Lin if she no longer remembered him. Suzu told the stranger that he was mistaken because her name was not Lin, but Lu Suzu. The girl hanging on the red cross asked if Lin had forgotten about the plan to take revenge for the destroyed clan. Suzu replied that she didn't understand what she was talking about. The stranger with bloody eyes looked intently at the girl and told Suzu that she was Suzu, and Suzu was her. Suzu was confused. She didn't understand who Lu Suzu was if she was called Lin. The stranger's voice continued to repeat the same thing to her. Suzu looked at her hands, continuing to claim that she was not Lin, but a girl who was training in the Wuliang Mountains. Her head started to hurt from the stranger's incessant voice. It all turned into a nightmare. Suzu demanded that she shut up. The girl grabbed her head with her hands and screamed in pain. The stranger did not stop repeating that she was Lin, and Lin was her. Suzu finally woke up from her nightmare. She opened her eyes abruptly and began to breathe heavily, trying to calm down. Qinji and Kinzan, who came to the girl's screams, told her that she had another bad dream. Suzu asked why they were here. The sect leader replied that she heard that the girl had been training hard recently, so she was worried and came to her. Feeling ashamed in front of the sect leader, the girl guiltily lowered her gaze and told Qinzan that she was just a little distracted. An indignant Qinji asked Suzu why she was still so stubborn, and did she really want to go back to the time when she was being treated. Suzu's entire body trembled as she lowered her gaze, trying to somehow justify herself to Aunt Qinji and the sect leader. Qinzi suggested that Suzu marry Dian Kang of the ancient martial arts sect. Since the girl missed the mortal world so much, Suzu told Qinji that she didn't want to get married. She was outraged by her aunt's proposal. The sect leader told Qinji that they shouldn't force Suzu because they still hadn't given in to the desire to strengthen the sect through an arranged marriage. Grandma told Suzu that she should know that the biggest taboo in their clan's cultivation was love in the mortal world. Qinji offered the girl an alternative: to lock herself in a cold room for 2 years to calm her heart and mind. The sect leader reminded Qinji that Suzu was only at the middle yellow stage, so such a cruel method would not work for her. An indignant Qinji asked if they would become a laughingstock for others, since the sect leader only forbids everything. Suzu knelt down in front of the head and said that she was willing to go to the cold room to cultivate for 3 years. The sect leader asked if Suzu didn't need her life anymore, since at her level, going into the room for such a long time was very dangerous. The girl replied that she simply wanted to remain in her quiet sect until the end of her days to cultivate and fulfill her mentor's dying wish. Trembling, she lowered her head to her grandmother and once again asked the head for permission to go into the cold room. The sect leader sighed and gave her permission, believing that this was Suzu's fate if she really wanted to go there. She handed the girl a magical amulet from the Yun temple and asked her to carry it with her to help her cope with the cold. Suzu thanked the sect leader, who reminded her to act according to her capabilities and not to let down Qinji's expectations. Qinji, who was watching this conversation from the side, realized that this old woman still had some interesting things. In the morning, the plane departed for Hong Kong from Luqiang with a transfer in Yanjin, and all passengers were asked to remain in their seats. The main character was very happy with his new creation. He giggled and threw the phone into the space storage ring. This storage ring was indeed convenient for him, but next time he wanted to collect more Heavenly Deathstone to expand the storage. Two men boarded the plane, the bald-headed guy complaining to his partner that because of him, they were returning to Hong Kong in economy class. The men in black suits found their seats and were about to sit down, while Yemo looked at them warily, crossing his arms over his chest. Yemo didn't understand why this man looked so familiar, and then he remembered that this was the guy who fought with him for the deadly Sky Stone at the exhibition. The bald-headed man asked his partner if he had already managed to ask about the place where they would be hiding. The man with long hair asked his partner to be more gentle. The bald guy asked where he had been rude. Humu said that there was a bar called I Like to Eat Fish in the Bay, and they should go there. Wang Chang guessed that Yue wanted to set a trap for swimming in Hong Kong. Wang Chang said that Xueming was really brave, having just taken up the position and already targeting the Ao family, even though they knew martial arts and were hidden masters of the sect. Humu disagreed, saying that Xueming was bold enough to take over the Wu family business because the Wu were afraid to even bury their own family members. Yemo, eavesdropping on the conversation, realized that these two people knew Xueming, and Xueming was going to Hong Kong to carry out some mission. Wang Chang admitted that talking about this irritates him. Xueming always talks about justice, but because of him, Humu's younger brother died. Humu declared that Xueming was not only insane and selfish, but also took people's lives at will, and now he intended to teach him a lesson. Ye Miu realized that Xueming's comrades were sitting behind him, but they treated him with disdain, and he decided not to interfere in other people's internal affairs. Wang Chang told Humu that their master would be coming out of seclusion in 2 days, so he would know if they attacked now. Under cover of night, the next action took place in Hong Kong, in a temple in the Bay of Pure Oyster. In this traditional Japanese-style building, a grandfather named Mo Ken was sleeping on a bed. The man was sick. The one who was looking after Mo Ken asked Liu Cheng where the doctor that Grandpa Lin recommended was, and he was told that he would arrive soon. Qi Qiangwei entered the room and asked if this doctor could do anything, considering him to be a charlatan. Mo Ping replied to the girl that he believed that Lin was not recommending an ordinary person, since during his time as mayor, he had managed to make eccentric acquaintances. The man told Liu Cheng to go outside and wait for the doctor to arrive there, and report to the boss when he arrived. Liu Cheng didn't have to go outside. The wind whistled in the room, and a moment later, Ye Mo announced that he had already arrived. The protagonist landed with a bang on the floor in front of the front door, entering the patient's house through the window. Liu Cheng and Mo Ping were scared when they noticed the presence of a stranger. The boss shouted, asking who it was. The guy introduced himself as Ye Mo from the clinic and asked who among the people in the room was Mo Ping. The man was delighted when he realized that the doctor had arrived. He introduced himself as Mo Ping and asked how Ye Mo had gotten here so quickly since he had just given Yang Yi's address. Chiang Wei realized that Ye Mo was at the highest level because from the foot of the mountain to the temple, there were a lot of guards who did not notice him, and the girl did not even feel his aura. Mo Ping stopped pestering our hero with questions and asked him to go to the bed where the sick patient was lying. As soon as Ye Mo entered the house, he felt a wave of strange aura. He realized that it was coming from the woman behind him and decided to use his divine vision. When the protagonist used divine vision to examine this mansion, the blue rays emanating from the patient's body attracted special attention. When Ye Mo saw them, he was truly stunned. He immediately understood what he had encountered in this mysterious house. He checked the patient's pulse, and Mo Ping said that his uncle had been in a coma for 2 years, and they still couldn't figure out the cause of the illness. Ye Mo asked everyone to remain silent because otherwise he would not be able to work. Chiang Wei was indignant. saying that she did not think it was okay to ask such a thing. She got even more furious when the guy replied that he thought it was okay to ask such a thing since they invited him here. Mo Ping asked the girl not to be such a group and dragged her out of the house with him, telling Ye Mo that they would wait right outside the door. Chiang Wei told Mo Ping outside that she shouldn't leave a stranger with her uncle, but he replied that she shouldn't suspect the one she asked for a favor. Meanwhile, Ye Mo began the process of treating Uncle Mo Keng by pricking his forehead with a needle charged with true qi. Ye Mio felt that the man's pulse was too slow. His veins were filled with energy just like Zhuo Huatong's. But what was implanted into Mo Kang's body was not an ordinary poisonous insect, but a mother insect, which was connected to many others by silk threads of qi. The problem was that the mother insect could not simply be killed and the threads cut, because then they would simply quickly find another person. Ye Mo took a closer look and saw that the insect's aura was very similar to that woman's, and he realized that things were taking an interesting turn. The main character decided to listen to what this living dead man would say, since the poisonous mother insect could not be driven out yet. He allowed Uncle Mo Keng's soul to speak, and the astral body that was glowing with blue light rose up. The man was stunned. He asked our hero where he was and why he was like this. Ye Mo asked him not to worry. He explained that he used ethereal qi to temporarily awaken his consciousness. The dumbfounded man immediately accused Ye Mo of being from a hidden sect since he was able to use ethereal qi. Ye Mo said that the man was now at the Clearwater Bay. He came to save him at Mo Ping's request, and his illness was caused by a poisonous mother insect. Mo Keng was glad that he had finally returned home. But what saddened the man was that his illness could not be cured. The main character asked the man to tell him the whole story of what happened to him in order to help with the treatment. The elderly man admitted that he looked like this because of a man named Hong Wu and the hidden Wangu sect. He said that 20 years ago he was an ordinary person. Then he met a woman, Xiaoru, who came to the mortal world for training. They fell in love with each other. But after Xiaoru announced that she was pregnant, she disappeared, and the man spent 16 years trying to enter her clan. But it was too late. When Xiaoru married Fengzi of the Hongwu clan, Mo Keng was furious. But he endured all the insults and shame to find out more about his child. Afterwards, Hongwu Hall joined forces with the Wangu sect and plotted against him. And after that, he has no idea what happened. Ye Mo asked if Mo Keng knew who Chiang Wei was, and he replied that she was Xiaoru's sister and that he had seen her once. The guy said that Chiang Wei had been guarding the man all this time, and most likely, she was also guarding the mother poisonous insect in his body. Mo Keng was taken aback. He said that it was impossible because Xiaoru would not do such a thing to him by sending her sister here. Ye Mo asked him to calm down. He promised to conduct a natural investigation for him. But first he wanted to know how Mo Keng got into the hidden sects. The man said that on Mount Wuliang there is a road leading to hidden sects, and there are also many mental sensitivity stones there. The protagonist replied that he understood everything and warned that the ethereal qi was almost exhausted, so the man would now return back to his body. Finally, Mo Keng bowed to our hero in gratitude before returning to his sick body. Mo Ping immediately turned around and looked at our hero when he noticed Ye Mo walking out of the house into the yard. The worried nephew began to ask the guy if it would be possible to cure his Uncle Ken. Ye Mo folded his arms and replied that his condition was extremely serious and that he would return in 3 days, after which he disappeared. Chiang Wei admitted that she had already begun to believe that there was something special about Ye Mo, but it seemed she was wrong, and Mo Ping simply agreed to wait. There was a fun party going on at the I Love Fish Bar, with colorful lights burning inside and people shouting and having fun. Zhuo Yingqing and Ni Shanshan were happy. They hadn't gone out for a drink together for a long time, and they finally felt free. At this time, a group of men in black suits were already heading to the bar, intending to interrupt the fun. Among them was Xueming. He ordered the first group to search the VIP rooms, and the second to block all the exits. Surprised, Zhuo Yingqing asked her friend Shanshan what she was looking at when she saw that the girl was distracted. Shanshan turned around, looked at her friend with a sly look, and declared that there would be a great show at the bar today. The guy who was also at the bar at the time swirled his wine in his glass and complained about the fact that this idiot had come after all. Yu Shui was talking about Xueming. The subordinate suggested that he make the next move, but he didn't understand what the rush was, since he hadn't finished drinking the wine yet. Chairman Xueming's man ran up to him and said that they had found the 4 kidnapped children in the restroom and had neutralized the guards. Xueming was delighted. Now they had all the evidence. This bar was the Wu family's business, which meant this family had no more excuses. The boss told Tong Tong to go and inform headquarters about the current situation and request an arrest warrant. Tong Tong asked Xueming if things seemed too smooth, and she admitted that she had her suspicions. Suddenly, someone threw a bottle of beer, intending to hit the victim they were aiming at. Xueming turned around abruptly and saw a beer bottle flying straight towards him. The man frowned. Fortunately, Xueming reacted in time, covering Tong Tong with his body and putting his hand out so that the bottle would break on her instead of hitting the girl. Wu Xie, who was sitting nearby, told Xueming that he just wanted to buy him a drink, so there was no need to look at him like that. Xueming gritted his teeth in anger at the guy. He glared at him and asked Wu Xie how he ended up here. The guy chuckled a few times and replied that he simply couldn't meet Xueming in person, since he came here and that was a great rarity. Xueming told Hu Mu that they were trapped, and Hu Mu asked if it was possible that all the guests in the bar were members of the Wu clan. Wu Shui asked Xueming to stop looking for something and confessed that all the people in the bar were his guys and that he was going to take the life of the chairman today. Xueming laughed in response and said that everyone said that the Wu family was resourceful in their plans and tricks. But today he found that Wu Shi was so-so. The masked guy was taken aback. He asked Xueming why he was still laughing, because today the man would say goodbye to his life. In response, the ash-haired man snapped his fingers and ordered his subordinates to bring some girl. Meanwhile, Ye Mo was walking around and eating street food, and he decided that in order to save Mo Keng, he needed to get people to surround the temple to prevent the poisonous insects from escaping. While chewing on the shashlik, he realized that now he could only turn to Li Hu for help in order to get a couple of people to help him. When the gunshot rang out, Ye Mo was startled because he saw in front of him the I Love Fish Bar, the establishment where Xueming was supposed to carry out a mission today. Since the guy had stumbled upon something out of the ordinary, he decided to check out the situation and rush towards the bar. The bar was on fire. Tong Tong was screaming, worried about Xueming, who was still inside, and Shanshan asked her friend to take care of the baby. Yingqing turned around and saw a young man running towards her. She immediately recognized him as Uncle Ye Mo. The girl stood up and waved her hand to get Ye Mo's attention. Standing next to her was a girl with blue eyes. Ye Mo was taken aback when he saw Yingqing. He asked what she was doing in the bar and why he suddenly exploded. The girl said there was a fight in the bar. Shanshan took her and the child to safety, and she doesn't know what exactly happened. She introduced her classmate Shanshan to Ye Mo and admitted that they both came to Hong Kong just to travel. The protagonist visibly tensed up when he looked at this Shanshan. He didn't understand why this girl had such a strong, evil aura. Tong Tong sat on the floor and trembled, lamenting over Xueming. She didn't understand why this guy was like this. Ye Mo walked up to Tong Tong. Seeing that she was also there, he asked the girl where Xueming was, and she turned around to look at our hero. The girl couldn't contain her emotions, she cried, and because of this, she couldn't clearly tell what happened to Xueming. Ye Mo asked her to stop crying and tell him what happened. At that moment, lightning flashed and heavy rain began to fall. Tong Tong said that Xueming received a tip about child trafficking in Hong Kong. But when they arrived here, they realized it was a trap set by Wu Shui. She said that their people were not few and they could fight. But she didn't foresee that Xueming would say to bring someone. When Xueming gave this command, their subordinate entered the hall, bringing with him a girl handcuffed to him. Uji was stunned. He stared at the girl with shocked eyes and realized that the person in front of him was Wu Tingting. Xueming smiled and confirmed that the person in front of him was Wu Tingting, the daughter of his late elder brother. Su replied that he didn't expect that such a righteous organization as Taijiang would resort to such vile tricks and kidnap a child from his home. Xueming told the boy to stop being sarcastic because all measures are good to defeat evil, and ordered everyone to behave well if they did not want the girl to be dead. Ushu stood up and clutched his stomach, laughing loudly and saying how funny Xueming was, and then told his elder brother that someone had taken his daughter hostage. A menacing and stocky hooded guy standing nearby asked Wu Shui if he was sure about this. Then Wu Suhu took off his hood and declared that the girl was just part of his game, and he didn't care about her at all. Xueming was shocked when he saw Wu Shuhu alive in front of him. He asked if the man hadn't died in the hidden sect back then. Zuhu grinned and said that they, the cockroaches, wouldn't have come straight into his hands if the man had died back then, and took out his magic gun. Wu Shuhu released several magical balls with spikes from his hand, which instantly eliminated one of Xueming's men. Jiming and the others were shocked and scared when one of the guys from their organization fell right in front of him. Ting Ting screamed loudly in fear. The others surrounded Wang Chuan and started shouting his name as the man collapsed to the floor. Wu Shuhu, holding his hand charged with dark aura, asked Xueming how he wanted his clan to be destroyed. Zuiming replied that he knew they couldn't handle the Yu family, but they shouldn't forget that they wouldn't get away with destroying his clan. The ash-haired boy didn't suspect that Hu Mu, who was standing behind him, would take out a knife and smile while looking at his reflection. Hu Mu, who was part of Zuiming's clan, would come up behind him and stab him while he was distracted by Ushuhu. When the man felt a sharp pain in his back, Zuiming froze in shock, realizing what had just happened to him. Trembling, he asked Hu Mu what he was doing, and he replied that he could not go back and report that everyone had died in an accident. Turning his head back, Weiming looked at the boy with hatred and accused him of betrayal. Hu Mu chuckled in response. The traitor pushed the knife forward again, not wanting to show mercy to the man who had caused his brother's death. Zuiming coughed, and Hu Mu asked if it wasn't the boss who forced him, since it was Zuiming who sacrificed Hu Mu's younger brother. Tong Tong, who noticed that Zuiming was injured, became frightened and ran towards him, shouting his name. Hu Mu, smiling evilly, wished the boss to go straight to hell, and promised not to touch the rest of the people from Taejiang who followed him. Zuiming shouted that this would only happen in a traitor's dreams and suddenly hit Hu Mu in the face with his elbow. The blow was so strong that Hu Mu flew back and dropped his weapon from his hand, screaming in pain. The boss was also not easy. He covered the wound with his hand and began to cough, shaking all over, and Tong Tong asked him if he was okay. The girl asked why Hu Mu did this to him and what happened. Zuiming in response looked at Tong Tong and said her name. Yingqing noticed that someone had injured that man. Shanshan said that he deserved it, since that man had taken a child hostage. Ushu decided that Zuiming had a bad character, since even his subordinates wanted him to take his own life. Weiming told Tong Tong that Hu Mu was a spy and probably not the only one. But the problem was that the traitor's ability was no lower than Ye Mo's. The guy told the girl that direct resistance would not help. He told Tong Tong to count to 10 and run outside. He put his hand on her forehead and told her to run without looking back, asking her not to worry about him. And the girl obeyed. Inking heard and told her friend everything about the man having a bomb and asking the girl to run out of the bar first. Then Shanshan told her friend to count to 3 and also run to the exit, and she would take the girl with her on the way. The wounded Zuiming admitted his defeat to Ushuhu and allowed his life to be taken, but asked that he spare it for others. Tong Tong concentrated and began to count to 10 as Zuiming had ordered her to. The girl had already counted to 3. Uja told Chairman Zuiming that he only had 2 lives and asked the man if that wasn't enough. Zuiming's whole body was visibly shaking. He tried to maintain his composure and ordered himself not to move. Tong Tong continued counting in her head. The girl had already counted to 6. The time was approaching when she needed to run. Shanshan also started counting. She counted to 3 out loud so that her friend Yingqing would also know when to run. The girls rushed towards the exit of the bar at full speed, while Tong Tong counted to 9 in her head. Zuiming was completely at a loss when he turned around and saw 2 girls running towards him. Zuhu, when he noticed the same thing, tensed up because he immediately thought that reinforcements were running towards Xuemin. Ting Ting was very scared when Shanshan ran up to her and grabbed her, asking her little sister to come with her. The girl in the purple dress grabbed the girl in her arms and together with her friend, the 3 of them ran to the exit of the bar. Zuhu was furious. He waved his hand, leaving a bright streak of red light in the air, and asked how the girl dared to run away from him. As Yu was about to attack, Shanshan looked at her magical assistant in the form of a black plush bunny and gave him the command to act. The small plush bunny turned into a giant transparent magic shield that protected the girls from Zuhu's projectiles. Zuiming shouted at Tong Tong to run out of the bar right now. The girl agreed and said that she would wait for him outside. Zuhu was about to grab them and ordered his younger brother not to move. Zue agreed to stay put. The man in the green hoodie rushed forward, but Zuiming appeared in front of him and had no intention of letting him go anywhere. Zuiming lunged at Zuhu with his fist, shouting that his opponent was him. Chairman Wu failed to attack the villain from the Yu family because Zuhu got ahead of him and wounded his torso with a palm charged with dark aura. Yu screamed that his hand was so strong that Zuiming was unable to stop him, and Chairman Wu gritted his teeth in pain. Zuhu was at a loss when he saw Zuiming smile in front of him and heard that his opponent had not lost. Zuiming lifted his white shirt. There was explosive on his belt, and there were only 5 seconds left before the explosion. The ash-haired boy, fatally wounded, collapsed to the floor, but finally uttered the name Tong Tong. As she ran towards the exit, he looked at the girl one last time and promised that they would see each other in the next life. There were 0 seconds left before the explosion, and only then did Shuhu realize that there was a bomb in front of him, but it was too late. There was a deafening explosion, and Tong Tong barely managed to escape to a safe distance. When she heard the explosion, the girl turned around and looked there with a worried look. Now, after telling all this to Yemo, the girl looked towards the destroyed bar once more and said Xueming's name. Yemo placed his hand on her shoulder and expressed his condolences. The girl sobbed, mourning the death of Xueming. The grieving girl's gaze was directed into nowhere. Tears were streaming down her cheeks. She could not answer our hero. He had to distract her from her grief. The guy asked about the Wu family that she mentioned, specifically about Fengen. Tong Tong said that he was one of the founders of the Wu family. He was arrested by Xueming in the child abduction case. Yemo admitted that he came to the city because he was also investigating a strange child kidnapping case, and Wu Fengen was involved in it. The protagonist became wary when he heard someone's voice coming from the bar, cursing the damn Xueming. It was Wu Shuhu, who emerged from the flames unharmed, complaining that Xueming had even sacrificed himself to capture the Wu family. Tong Tong was shocked. She screamed, asking what was wrong with Xueming and why Shuhu was alive. The man laughed and replied that that cockroach had long been dead. While shielding Tong Tong from the man, Yemo asked him if he was Ao Shuhu, and he smirked and noted that our hero's spiritual chi was strong. Yemo accused Zuhu of being the cause of the poisonous insects in Clear River Bay, as well as the shameless kidnapping of children. Wu Shuhu laughed and clenched his fist, saying that our hero knew so much that today he would have to say goodbye to his life. Yemo told Tong Tong to take the children and hide while he sorted things out, and the girl asked him to avenge Xueming. Yingqing and Shanshan, indignant, shouted that they were not children, but the most beautiful and invincible sisters in this universe. They wished Uncle Yemo good luck, while Yemo stood opposite Zuhu, who was warming up his fists before attacking. Charging his fist with red chi, Wu Shuhu shouted at Yemo not to even think about running away. Everything here would be fair. The man attempted to attack our hero with his fist, but it was no use because Yemo dodged it without much difficulty. Wu Shuhu's face showed genuine surprise when he saw that his opponent had easily dodged his attack. Taking advantage of the enemy's moment of bewilderment, the main character shouted and swung his leg, intending to hit the man. Yemo kicked Wu Shuhu and tensed up when he saw that the man didn't react to his kick at all. The man smirked and compared Yemo to a cockroach, saying that he was fast but weak, and then grabbed the guy's leg with his hand. He pushed our hero away from him, throwing him to the side. Yemu lost his balance and fell onto the asphalt with a crash. A look of fear appeared on Yemo's face as he witnessed the opponent's powerful strength, and Zuhu flew up to the sky, activating his red aura. The main character continued to lie on the ground, and a whole crater formed under the guy after the fall. Wu Shuhu slammed his feet down on the asphalt with all his might, breaking it into several pieces, and screamed, wishing death on our hero. With this, he wanted to get rid of Yemo, but when the man looked at his feet, he discovered that our hero was not there. The shaved-headed man opened his mouth wide in surprise. He didn't understand where the boy had gone, because he had just been lying there. When Yemo appeared behind him and shouted that the only one who would die was Suhu, the man didn't understand how the guy ended up behind him. The protagonist tried to hit his opponent, but the muscular man defended himself with his fist and laughed in his face. Afterwards, Wu Shuhu prepared several small balls charged with his chi energy, which he held between his fingers. He threw them towards Yemo and shouted that now he wanted to see how the guy could dodge them at such a distance. For Yemo, it was nothing. He managed to quickly duck, so those small balls flew over his head without injuring him. The protagonist shouted, advising the enemy to take better care of himself, and suddenly attacked him with his foot. This blow was significant for Wu Shuhu. The man flew back, but then stopped himself with his hand. Wu Shuhu saw that this cockroach's strength was mediocre, but its speed was incredible, so continuing the battle would only weaken the man further. The protagonist decided to resort to his signature trick and activated the wind blade by swinging his right leg. Bright streaks of turquoise light attacked Wu Shuhu. The man realized that the person in front of him was a member of the hidden sect, but he did not understand why Yemo was here. He didn't notice Yemo approaching again. The protagonist raised his fist and asked his opponent what he was thinking about. Wu Shuhu managed to put his fist out in front of him, so Yemo punched his opponent straight into it, creating a deafening sound. The man asked why the guy was interfering in Taejiang's problems if he was a member of a hidden sect. Yemo replied that he shouldn't turn a blind eye to dishonest, illegal affairs. The tension between the fists of the two opponents was so strong that an explosion was created, increasing the distance between them. Wu Shuhu told our hero to go to hell and shouted that he gave the guy a chance, but he didn't take it. so now Yemo will lose his life. The protagonist asked if Oi Shuhu was going to use the forbidden technique again and warned that it wouldn't work on him. The man laughed, flashing an evil smile, and asked who said that he was going to use the move on Yemo. Yemo panicked when he realized that the enemy did not want to harm him, but innocent people, laughing evilly. The big guy launched several small red balls towards Tong Tong and the other girls. The main character realized that things were bad, because at such a distance it would be difficult for him to react in time. Suddenly, the girls were saved by an old man who easily intercepted all the balls and asked Wu why he didn't use his excellent fighting skills for good. Wu Shuhu was shocked when he saw the old man in front of him. He screamed, assuming that it was Xiandaran in front of him. The old man read the inscription, attacking fist on the ball, and realized that Wu was a member of the clan of the same name. The protagonist glanced sideways at the old man. The name Xiandaozhen was familiar to him. He had heard Zueming mention it before. Wu Shuhu realized that he was no match for old man Daozhen, so he decided to flee the battlefield. The old master asked where it was possible that a man could kill his people and just want to leave. The protagonist concluded that Xian Daozhen was a member of Taijiang, and therefore did not pose a danger to him. Xian Daozhen kicked off the ground to catch up with the fugitive. Yemo noticed that Grandpa was also going to deal with Wu Shuhu. During the chase, the old man asked our hero if it was true that he was Yemo. The guy was surprised when he realized that Jian knew him. He said that Xueming mentioned Yemo when he told how the boy helped him during the Nanking incident. The protagonist admitted that it was him and asked the old man what the plan was. Jian Daozhen suggested immobilizing Wu, and he would attack him. Yemo noticed how fast the old master was moving. Xian Daozhen took the initiative to attack the fugitive first and disappeared. Wu Shuhu realized that there was no point in staying in Hong Kong. He had to return to the hidden sect for shelter, because he almost died here. He ran along the rainy night street for a long time, and when he turned around and saw no one behind him, he assumed that the pursuit was over. The man was startled when he turned his head back and saw old man Daozhen in front of him, who asked him if he was trying to escape. He got angry and shouted at the old man. Why didn't he just cultivate peacefully instead of interfering in the Wu family's affairs just because of Xueming? The old man rose into the air and surrounded himself with lightning, shouting that if Wu hit the dog, he would answer to its owner. Today the situation is similar. Wu Shuhu was stunned when he saw that the master had achieved the ability to summon a coffin. He screamed and released his power to the fullest. The master did not expect it when he saw that the clothes on the enemy's body were torn due to the instantly increasing muscles, and his eyes turned red. Activating his power to its fullest, Wu Shuhu prepared a clot of powerful true qi to take away the old man's life now. In response, Xian Daozhen began waving his hands, gathering true qi, and then formed a clot of blue magical light between his palms. A ball formed in the master's hands which emitted numerous lightning bolts. At this moment, Wu Shuhu struck the ball with his fist. The lightning bolt made Wu Shuhu freeze. The man clenched his teeth and screamed, complaining that he couldn't move. He shouted at the top of his lungs, asking the old man how his thunder would cope with him if its power were not reduced by half. While Wu Shuhu was immobilized, Xian Daozhen told the protagonist that it was now his turn to act. The protagonist briefly replied that he understood the master and prepared to attack the immobilized Wu Shuhu. To do this, the guy swung his leg and activated the wind blade, a powerful charge of true qi in the form of a bright strip of light headed towards the villain. Our hero's wind blade attacked Wu Shuhu's legs, causing serious injuries to the man. Wu Shuhu was terrified. He felt severe pain in his legs, could not bear it, and began to scream at the top of his lungs. The man fell to his knees, unable to stand any longer, and Yemo asked Ao if his family was really related to poisonous insects. Zuhu admitted that poisonous insects are needed to get rid of people and create elixirs to improve fighting skills. The frightened man said that he didn't know what Yemo meant when he mentioned the pile of insects in Clear River Bay Temple. Yemo walked closer and told Wu not to act like an idiot, and threatened him if the man didn't tell him everything now. The man, sweating from fear and excitement, admitted that the Wu family was only interested in the kidnapping of children, and that others were responsible for the poisonous insects. A moment later, Wu Shuhu, before he could tell Yemo the whole truth, opened his eyes wide in horror. The protagonist himself was frightened when an explosion thundered in front of him, which self-destructed Wu Shuhu. Yemo was trembling in fear and screamed, asking what the hell. And the master explained to him that Wu had died because of a forbidden spell. A magical poisonous insect that fell out of Wu Shuhu after his death appeared on the wet asphalt. The protagonist looked at this poisonous insect warily, stepped on it, and realized that Suzu was just a pawn. Yemo was unhappy because he had barely found a clue, but now he had lost this one again. The master, after resolving the urgent situation, finally introduced himself as Xian Daojin and asked Yemo what sect he was from and how he ended up here. The protagonist explained that he was not a member of a hidden sect, but came to Hong Kong to resolve some issues. Yemo decided to be frank and said that he came to Hong Kong because of the child kidnapping case, and recently found out that Qingquan Bay was infested with many poisonous insects. The old man, standing in the pouring rain, said that there would be no point in ordinary people helping if there really were so many of these insects. At this moment, the screams of the girls were heard. Tong Tong ran to her master Daozhen, and Yingjing and Shanshan ran to Uncle Yemo. Tong Tong cried when she approached the master, who expressed his condolences to her, and Yingjing praised Yemo for his incredibleness. Shen Daozhen turned to the guards and ordered them to clean up everything here and return the bodies of all their brothers back to the bar. The guards, who had just been standing on the roof and watching, agreed to carry out the order and disappeared a moment later. Yemo smirked, thinking that these people from Taijiang were really something. After all, these soldiers were not that simple, and Xian Daozhen was capable of defeating Suzu single-handedly. Tingting complained to the girl that she was hungry, and then Yemo realized that the child looked familiar. He asked the girl what her mother's name was, and she admitted that her name was Yunbing. Soon, in the Temple of Clear Waters, Master Xian Daozhen put his hands together and cast a spell to open the magic gate. The sick grandfather's nephew was stunned when he saw the discovery of a magical formation in front of him. The man shouted, asking our hero who this great master was that the boy had brought here. A large magic circle appeared in the courtyard in front of the house. Master Xian Daozhen shouted, giving the command to his friend Yemo to act. The protagonist said that he was ready to begin. The guy took the needle soaked in true qi, standing in front of Mo Keng. Afterwards, Yemo stuck the needle into the point where the mother poisonous insect was hiding, thereby damaging it. Mo Keng began to writhe and grit his teeth in pain as the accumulated negative energy came out of his nose and ears. The silk threads began to break down, and the insects that were tied to their mother by them began to move. They began to crawl, falling under the influence of the master's magic circle. And then the insects began to disperse. Mo Keng's lover's sister tensed up, seeing how extremely high the old man's magic level was, and how incredibly experienced Yemo was. The old man exhaled and reported that the formation of the mass of poisonous insects had stopped, and now relatives could visit the patient. The nephew hurriedly ran to his uncle's room to meet him as soon as possible. He ran into the bedroom and saw him there in good health. Mo Keng looked at his nephew tremblingly, and immediately recognized him as Mo Ping, asking if it was really him. Mo Ping trembled with excitement. His eyes filled with tears. He said how wonderful it was that his uncle had finally woken up. The girl clenched her teeth in anger. Not only was Mo Keng cured, but the formation of poisonous insects was also disrupted. Yemo asked Miss Xia Qiangwei why he couldn't see any joy on her face and why she looked so upset. Qiangwei asked the doctor if it was true that he had suspected her a long time ago, and the dumbfounded Mo Ping asked the girl what she was talking about. The girl admitted that she did not expect that this charlatan would cure her uncle and find a master who would stop the formation of poisonous insects. Qiangwei now made no secret of the fact that she wished Mo Keng dead, but she did say that his sister wanted him to live, and that Hongwu would come for him very soon. She screamed, advising him to start enjoying the last moments of his life, and ran away. The old man tried to stop her. The protagonist smirked, asking if she wanted to run away, and told Qiangwei not to even think about it. Mo Keng waved his hand from the bed, trying to stop Dr. Yemo, and allowed the girl to leave. Grandpa said that this was his family's business, so he didn't dare to bother Yemo about it. He didn't mind Hongwu coming to him after all. It was a chance to see Xia Ru again. When Xian Daozhen was standing outside, he saw Qiangwei fly out of the house and disappear, and he wondered why all the people here were so mean. The old man asked his friend Ye Mo if he still needed his help. The boy replied that the matter had already been resolved thanks to the master. Since Ye Mo's problem had been solved, now it was through his grandfather to ask for help. The boy let the old man speak. Grandpa took out a stone and said that Xueming had recently found this, but the master didn't know how to use it, so he decided to give this stone to Ye Mo. Ye Mo looked at the stone in shock. It was a special extraterrestrial metal that was needed to make flying swords. The main character asked the elderly gentleman not to be shy and to speak up if any further help was needed from the guy, and promised to fulfill any request. The old man looked at the moon and said that people have a tendency to be sad. They meet and part again, and the moon grows dimmer and shines brighter. He said that swimming had a cruel character, so he had a lot of enemies. And now that he died, Tong Tong would have a hard time, so he wanted Yemo to take care of her. Yemo said that swimming was not his close friend, but he would do the old man this favor and promised to protect Tong Tong and ensure her safety. The protagonist soon returned to the hotel where he was staying, where Yingying met him, and Yemo asked why she was still sitting in the lobby so late. Yingxing told the hero that some girl with a good figure was looking for him. Yemo was confused by this. The girl ran away, asking Uncle Yemo to wait while she found the girl and brought her here. The protagonist asked Yingxing's friend if she was really Shanshan, and the girl confirmed that that was her name. He admitted that he was curious why Shanshan was hanging around with an ordinary girl, Yingqing, and she replied that they were just like sisters. Grinning, our quick-witted hero looked closely at the girl and asked if she was really telling the truth. Meanwhile, Yingqing came running, dragging Yunbing, Yemo's English teacher, by the hand. Yemo walked closer and said in Shanshan's ear that she needed to withdraw her ominous cold energy and keep it away from Yingqing if she wanted to live. Shanshan looked scared when Yemo turned around and said that he wouldn't repeat it twice and that she should choose the right decision. Yunbin ran up to Yemo. She was very happy to see him, and the protagonist asked the girl what she was doing in Hong Kong. The girl hugged the guy tightly and cried. She admitted that at first she didn't believe it when she heard his name, but now it turned out that it was really Yemo in front of her. Tears streamed down Yunbin's face as she thanked our hero several times for saving her daughter. The protagonist blushed because of how soft Yunbin's hug was, and he also liked the girl's delicious smell. Yunbin suggested that Yemo return to Ninghai with her, but Yemo replied that he still had unfinished business, so he couldn't. The girl, blushing and embarrassed, said that Yemo could contact her at any time if he needed help. A look of fear appeared on Yemo's face when he heard the word contact. Because he had completely forgotten that he was supposed to contact the other person earlier, the guy completely forgot about it. Now he remembered Li Hu, who had handed him the phone during their last meeting. Yunbin asked the guy what he was doing. He replied that he was trying to find his phone and asked her to give him a minute because there were a lot of things on it. Yemo finally found his smartphone and saw 40 missed calls and messages from Li Hu. At the military base, Han's granddaughter complained to her grandfather about how reckless Yemo was, because he went to Hong Kong, caused a stir there, and didn't even warn them. Grandpa laughed and replied that this time, Yemo's restlessness had helped them clear quite a few obstacles, so it was great. The granddaughter was still angry and seething with rage. She admitted that she felt these emotions every time she saw Yemo. At this moment, our hero entered the room and greeted Han Seelin, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. The commander of the military base happily greeted Yemo and asked the boy to come in and sit down so that he could continue the conversation. The girl began to tease Yemo, claiming that he was in trouble because he had taken Ushuhu's life, and now the attacking Fist clan would not leave him alone. The protagonist asked Han Yan what she meant by a clan called the Striking Fist. Han Yan began to grimace and mimic our hero, claiming that she would not tell him anything even if he wanted to know. The commander asked the boy not to pay attention to the girl. He said that he asked Li Hu to find Yemo because there was an important matter. The old military man told Yemo that last time, the model Yemo handed over to Li Hu had exceeded their expectations, but it was not ready yet. The old man ordered Yemo to go to that place to find the remaining part of the model, as it was important for military purposes, and took Han Yan with him. Yemu looked at the commander with distrust, snorted, and replied that he didn't have the contact information of Wen, who knew anything about the model. However, soon our hero was already in the Guixiang Mountains. Together with Han Yan, they were galloping through the forest. The girl was complaining about when they would be there. Han Yan ran after Yemo, asking the guy if he at least knew where they were, since they had already run past this place many times. Yemo was surprised by the girl's abilities because she had been following him for a couple of hours and had never said that she was tired. It was already dark in the mountain forest. Han Yan had already begun to suspect that Yemo was making fun of her, because there was nothing in this place, and the guy told him not to distract him because he was trying to remember something. Then, in this very place, Wen took the car she hid. He must look around carefully to find the hitches. The guy got scared when he heard several shots. He looked up to check what it was. Yemo wasn't sure if it was a coincidence, since the gunshot started right after he and Han Yan arrived here. Han Yan immediately ran forward, saying that the gunshots came from the north, and Yemo told her not to stomp so hard. The girl came across a wooden house nearby. A light was on in it. Han Yan reported the find to our hero. She noticed that the car next to her looked like Beisha's car. Yemo replied that he had heard of this organization before. Han Yan said that Beisha is the largest independent organization in the world, and Yemo's model is a leak from this organization. Yemo tensed up because his divine vision had stopped working due to this house being surrounded by a magical formation. The guy got angry because the girl was giving orders. He told her to go ahead while he covered her. Meanwhile, there were 2 men and Wen in the house, and it turned out that they had been interrogating and torturing the girl for 3 days. But she remained silent. Wounded and battered, Wen said she simply knew she would be signing her own death warrant if she gave them the model's location. When the main character approached the house and knocked, a bald-headed man opened the door and asked the stranger what he was doing there. Yemo said that he was simply lost and had lost his things, and asked the man for some water to quench his thirst. The man told his partner everything, and he told the bald-headed guy with the scar on his face to invite Yemo inside and serve him well. Wen was horrified when she heard Yemo's voice. The girl did not understand why the guy was in this house. The bald-headed villain kindly invited Yemo inside and said that he would go get the guy something to eat for now. Wen knew that if Yemo had a model now, this house would become a grave for both of them, and they wouldn't be able to defeat these bandits together. Looking around, Yemo guessed that it was rather inconvenient to live in this house. One of the bandits was hiding a clot of energy behind his back at this time. The man with the scar on his face answered through clenched teeth that it was indeed uncomfortable to live here, and also very lonely. Wen revealed that she knew Yemo and shouted at the guy to run away from here because it was very dangerous here. The main character became alert and turned his head to the side. He realized that the girl's voice sounded very familiar. The second bandit with a mustache shouted that our hero had brought death upon himself, took out a pistol, and immediately opened fire. The man with the scar on his face also prepared to attack Yemo, using a clot of purple energy in his palm. He accused Yemo of being in league with Wen and tried to attack the guy, but our hero dodged to the side in time. He chuckled, and the protagonist prepared his fist charged with true chi to fight back against the 2 bald giants. The guy hit the man with the scar on his face so hard that he flew out of the window with a crash, screaming in pain. Afterwards, Yemo rushed into another room, because the girl's voice that sounded earlier definitely belonged to Wen. The protagonist made the second bandit start when he suddenly appeared on the threshold of the room. Yemo immediately turned his attention to Wendong. The girl was in a terrible state. She was lying on the floor, all wounded. When the boy saw the tortured Wendong in front of him, a strong concern for the girl appeared on his face. The mustache-wearing bandit pointed a gun at Yemo and shouted, asking who he was and what he had done to his brother. Wendong extended her trembling hand and found the strength to quietly ask Yemo to run away from here. The man tensed as he looked down at Wendong and saw that the woman was still alive. With the last of her strength, the girl grabbed her tormentor's leg to distract his attention to herself. Yemo suddenly appeared right in front of the bandit's face, his eyes flashing red, and declared that he hated it when someone pointed a gun at him. The protagonist swung his hand, using the wind blade to get rid of the bald-headed bandit with one blow. Immediately after, the worried guy ran up to Wendong. He was afraid for the condition of the wounded girl. Han Yan ran into the room and asked what happened. The guy asked Wendong to hold on and promised to cure her. The girl replied that there was no need and advised him to save his energy, since Beisha was looking for a model. But she did not give away Yemo's location. The main character promised the girl that everything would be fine with her, and that he would be there for her, and was going to cure her. Wendong, writhing in pain, said that she didn't know that Yemo had become so strong, and she wouldn't have screamed to receive 2 bullets if she had known that. When the girl closed her eyes before she could finish what she wanted to say, Yemo was very scared for her. Afterwards, a scream was heard throughout the house in the middle of the forest. The main character tried to wake up Wendong, but it was too late. Memories of them together flashed through his mind. They weren't too close, but she didn't reveal Yemo's location at the cost of her life, and he valued her loyalty very much. Han Yan advised him to leave, since the girl was already dead, but he was indignant, asking why he should act as if nothing had happened, since Wen died because of them. The girl asked the guy what else he was going to do, since he had already gotten rid of the 2 guys who had harmed Wendong. Yemo replied that he intended to destroy Beishu, obtain the remaining model and information, and burn it all in front of Wendong's tomb. Han Yan was shocked. She thought that Yemo was crazy because he promised her grandfather to help the military find the remaining model and information. Surrounding himself with true C, Yemo turned around and told the girl that he had the right to refuse this mission because he had to avenge Wendong. The girl was shocked to see an incredibly strong, deadly aura in front of her, which only grew stronger. She knew that they would definitely attract Beishu if his energy continued to erupt, so she had to stop the guy. Hanyan shouted at Yemo to wait a minute and stated that she could still save Wendong. Yemo asked the girl to stop joking and asked how she was going to regain her lost vitality. The girl said that her mentor claims that a 1,000-year-old lotus heart can revive a person who has recently passed away. The guy asked her what nonsense she was talking about and where they would find this lotus heart now. And then Han Yan took out a small green ball. The main character was stunned when the commander's granddaughter showed the very heart of the 1,000-year-old lotus on her palm. She said that a couple of years ago in the mountains she accidentally came across fighting birds. This artifact was in the beak of one of them, but the technique of using the lotus heart is unknown. Han Yan was outraged when Yemu, without listening to the girl's story, demanded that she quickly give him the lotus heart. Looking at the small ball in amazement, the protagonist said that this thing not only saves lives but is also very useful in cultivation. Han Yan tried to take the pill back, but Yemo wouldn't give it back, saying how unfortunate it was that he was the only one in the world who knew how to use this treasure. He put the pill into Wendong's mouth, knowing that the lotus's miraculous property was to restore the vitality of a recently deceased person. The girl screamed at Ye Mo, warning him that he would owe her the 1,000-year-old lotus heart if he couldn't bring Wendong back to life. Ye Mo looked at her with annoyance and asked why she was making so much noise, because Wendong's face had already changed. And a second later, the resurrected girl spoke. They were shocked to see the girl gradually opening her eyes. Wendong first asked why the guys were here. The protagonist had a feeling that they had not saved the girl's brain. Hanyan asked the guy if this was a side effect. Yemo asked Wendong why she was kidnapped by people from her own organization, and she replied that she was no longer a member of Beishi since the day she decided to run away with the model. The boy asked if Wendong had been bullied there, and then, turning his head briefly, ordered Hanyan to bring something to eat for the girl, which angered the commander's granddaughter. Wendong said that Beishi was a great organization, but recently corruption began to flourish there, and that's when she began to worry about the fate of the models. The girl admitted that she tried to avoid death, but knew that she couldn't protect the models alone, and when she met Ye Mo, she decided to hand the models over to him. The protagonist assumed that Wendong was the only one who knew where the rest of the parts of that model were, and she confirmed it. Wendong said that for security purposes, all the models are kept separately so that Beisha will only get one part if she captures him. Yemo asked the girl how her former comrades managed to catch her in the forest, if she hid everything so well. The girl said that at first she thought that it was Yemo who betrayed her, but then she changed her mind after learning who became the new leader of Beishi. She stated that the new leader of the organization was Dong Fangqi, who joined because Beishi promised to help eliminate Yemo. The protagonist knew that Fangqi was previously a defense advisor in Nanqi, and he didn't expect that this man would still be pursuing him. Wendong assumed that the guy came to find the remaining parts of the model, Yemo confirmed, but allowed the girl not to reveal the secret if she did not trust him. The resurrected girl in glasses beckoned our hero with her finger. She asked him to move closer to her. The protagonist was taken aback by the surprise. He became embarrassed and sweaty, asking Wendong what she was going to do. Wendong whispered into Ye Mo's ear about where she had hidden the remaining parts of the model. At this moment, Hanyan burst into the room and asked the boys if they wanted a candy bar or bread, because that was all she found. The girl screamed in fear and surprise when she saw Ye Mo and Wendong in front of her, who were suspiciously close to each other. Hanyan blushed, covered her face, and stuttered as she asked the boys what they were doing there. Already on the street, Ye Mo advised Wendong to return to the city with Hanyan, because the girl had an army of soldiers there who would protect her. Wendong gestured with her hands in gratitude and said that she couldn't even express how grateful she was to Ye Mo. The protagonist turned around, but Hanyan patted his back with her hand to make him turn around and pay attention to her. The commander's granddaughter promised that Wendong would be safe and asked how long it would take Ye Mo to find the model and the lotus heart. The guy promised to contact the girl as soon as he found them and told the guys to get out of there. Wendong's car sped off, and the commander's granddaughter looked out of the window and shouted for Ye Mo to remember to look at the back of the map. The puzzled protagonist became interested in what was waiting for him on the back of the card and decided to take a look. There he saw that in addition to the 1,000-year-old lotus heart, the guy needed to find a fragrant chrysanthemum for Hanyan. Otherwise, she would throw Wendong into the forest. An enraged Ye Mo shouted after the girl, asking if she wanted him to bring the entire Shenongjiang forest for her. The following actions took place in the house where the Ning family lived, including our hero's fictitious wife. Ning Qingsu was talking on the phone. She told her mother that she didn't want to go home now. Her friend Wang Qin was sitting on the sofa next to her. The mother began to accuse her daughter of being a careless child who does not go to school and does not return home. And the girl hung up. Wang Qin asked her friend if Ning Qingsui was thinking about going to look for Yemo again. The girl replied that this would only be a burden to Yemo, but it was time to change herself, so she wanted to go on a trip. She showed Wang Qin the cries of the Shenongjiang forest and enthusiastically said that she had already chosen 3 places. In addition to the forest, these are Antarctica and the Tibetan Plateau. Wang Qin and her dad decided to look at the brochure that Ning Qingsu prepared so that they could also choose which place they liked best. Ning Qingsu suggested that her friend choose one of the 3 places to go on this trip together. The girl replied that all the options were similar to routes for professionals, and she would not be able to go because she had already promised to go to study in Britain. Ning Qingsu, offended, said that she was not afraid of danger and was going to go alone if Wang Qin could not. Wang Qin told her father that Ning Qingsui would not go on her own, so he had to think of something. Otherwise, the girl would not go to study in Britain. The father suggested that the girl go to Shenongjiang. He has a friend there who works as a guide, so there shouldn't be any problems with the trip. The man suggested hiring people to play the barbarians if they thought the journey there wouldn't be too exciting. Wang Qin gave her dad a high five and said that she could be sure of it if her dad took on some task. She suggested that Ning Qingzu go to Shenongjiang and also go to other places when she had school holidays. The offended Ning Qingzu turned around and looked at the girl's idea with indifference. Wang Qin realized that her friend was still angry. It turned out that this was not the case. Ning Qingsu made a heart shape with her fingers for her friend and winked at the girl. The next action took place in the Shenongjiang Mountains, where our hero went to find the artifacts he needed. He climbed up the steep cliff, admitting that the mountains in Shenongjiang were indeed very steep and dangerous. The guy looked back and said that thank God the place Mo Kong and Han Yan were talking about was in Shenongjiang, because he would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Yemo chuckled because the mountains in front of him looked the same. There wasn't a single flat surface like in Mo Kang's picture. Distracted by looking at the mountains and thinking, Yemo didn't notice how he lost his balance and slipped, reacting too late. The guy started flying from a high cliff straight into the abyss, screaming in fear, and large and small stones fell down with him. The cliff was very high, so our hero's free fall continued for a few more seconds. Yemo screamed hysterically. Luckily, he managed to catch his hand on the ledge. He sighed with relief because it would have been a shame if he had lost his life here. Yemo tensed up. He felt like he heard something like someone talking. He guessed it was someone in the clouds. The guy knew that normal people wouldn't be able to climb that steep slope, so it could be someone with similar goals. Indeed, there were 2 more guys climbing the rock, one of whom assumed that the thing they were looking for was on Mount Suto, and they were going to go there. One of the men asked his partner if he thought someone was watching them. The climber was clearly scared. The partner told the man that he was simply paranoid because there was definitely no one else in the area except them. Finally, the boys got there. They climbed to the top of the mountain. One of them wondered if they had made a mistake this time. At this moment, Ye Mu was nearby, watching from behind a rock, and the men decided to check the map again just in case. When the man heard someone whistling, he looked in fear towards where the main character was hiding behind the rock. The muscular climber demanded to know who was there and ordered them to come out of hiding because he wanted to face the danger. The protagonist tensed up, assuming that those men had discovered him. He was still hiding, not showing it. Banpo came out instead. The man complained about the damn birds, because of which he could not hide any longer. Yemo thought that this man was hiding well because even he was unable to sense the master's presence. The 2 men who climbed the rock looked at Banpo with displeasure, and one of them was convinced that he was right. The climber suggested to Banpo that they divide the spoils they had found equally and work together to avoid senseless bloodshed. Banpo, holding up one finger, walked around with a proud posture and asked if the man was going to give him just one part of the model. He responded by taking out a magical weapon and warning Banpo that no one would benefit if they started fighting. The man with the lip piercing offered to fight if they weren't afraid, and then the 2 men rushed forward, wanting to attack the piece of shit. Yemo knew that these 2 were definitely not weaklings, but this Banpo seemed like a very confident fighter. 2 bald-headed fighters simultaneously pounced on the man, trying to attack him with magical blue knives. But Banpo didn't take any damage. The bald man was shocked when he saw his opponent use the black shadow trick. Banpo suddenly appeared behind him and accused his opponent of being too loud, then killed him with his bare hand in one blow. The frightened second man glanced sideways at Ban Po. Assuming that this man had already reached the black level of martial arts, the man tried to escape, shouting to Ban Po that he no longer needed anything and was ready to give him all the things he found. But he couldn't run far. Ban Po caught up with him in the air and asked the cowardly enemy where he was going. Using the black shadow again, Ban Po took his opponent's life with one blow, asking if it wasn't an honor for him to be buried in Shenongjang.